power can be found in any number of places. Scientists will tell you that it comes in newtons. Gamers will say that it can be found in silky skills. We will say that the power lies in real thrills. In the play with perfect ping. In the runes and crystals. In every frag and gank. In your personal winnings. Lock and load for PGL Arlington.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome. We've got our first day here of the group stages for the Arlington Major. Denog, it's our third and final major as well before we head over to the international. But first off, my name is Aries, of course, joined by Denog. And man, aren't we two beautiful looking cowboys? Look at us out here. Our fits are, we looking clean.
Howdy, partner. I'm doing pretty well if my thing stops glitching in my green screen, but we're good. We got plenty of good Dota going on today, and we're going to be taking through the most of it. It's really exciting to get to see this international competition happening once again.
Yeah, without a doubt. And we're going to be kicking off with the reigning major champions as well. We've got OG taking on Fnatic here. It's a bit of a new look at Fnatic as well. We've got 3 TSM members coming in to fulfill some of their roster issues, of course, with the visas, and with OG as well. They had some issues as well. So they will be playing with Seb. So they've got the full roster from the previous major. I don't believe No Tail is there, though. I do think Chu is actually with them. I'm not 100% certain. So it's going to be exciting, though. I think this puts us in a really awesome position for our first series. The reigning champions going up against probably what a lot of people would be looking as the underdogs.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, OG, of course, they're secured at TI. They don't need to win any more DPC points. It's all about pride. It's more about that LAN experience. That's what they want to take every opportunity. They just came back from a good showing at the Riyadh Masters. They're going to ESL 1 Malaysia. They're going to a bunch of other tournaments as well, just because they want these opportunities to, they've shown that they're, would you say they're the kings of Europe? I would say at this stage. So now it's just about how can you topple some of these other regions. LGD was too much for them in Riyadh. Maybe South America, who they haven't faced since the last major, might be another one of those stumbling blocks.
Yeah, I mean, we saw as well this kind of stumbling blocks back at the other major, which it was really Fnatic in the lower bracket. Of course, they were able to topple Fnatic in that game 3. It was so close for some Southeast Asian fans. It went 60 minutes, game 3. I mean, Fnatic had a 29-5 kill advantage, a 15,000 gold lead as well. But somehow in OG fashion, they were able to edge out that victory. And then from there, they never looked back. And there was an interview that Amar had as well in 2 or 3 mentioning how important that series was for OG and their mentality. He mentioned that the series prior, that it was 2-1 despair, difficult games, and then the series afterwards 2-0, just easy running through teams. And they mentioned that series was just incredibly important. But that was Fnatic that were really able to test them here. So it's going to be interesting to see if they can test them again in this series.
And it's not even just the fact that it's Fnatic again testing them. You got 2 people, but you've also got 3 of the members that you faced up in the grand finals. They lost game 1 in the grand finals, OG, and they were able to turn it around to bring it to a 3-1. Very nice hat tip there. But, it's not like this is a weak roster. A lot of times when you see stand-ins, it's like, oh, we've got this guy that really needs to fulfill a different role. That's why, for example, Thunder Awaken, excuse me, I put down a little bit lower on my tier list just because you've got that mid role, which is so vital, and it's just one player being switched out. This is 3 players, like a full safe lane plus the mid lane coming through. So you've already got some of that team cohesion there to already link up with Fnatic's. But as we see, it's certainly favoring OG so far because, again, major champions looking really strong at lands, and Fnatic, they're going to have to adjust to a few things here.
Yeah, I definitely think there's multiple points you can bring up though with Fnatic here that could be positives for them. You just mentioned, one with kind of you're going to have some comfort there. Dubu and Tomato, they're laners. You bring them in as a combo. You've got DJ and Jabs who are still playing for Fnatic. They're incredibly strong, of course, played together for quite some time. And also keep in mind, TSM, they were the team that made it to the grand final. So if anyone is going to know the ins and outs of OGs and their strategies, of course it's a different patch. The meta has slightly shifted, but they will have a lot of information to be able to provide Fnatic here to prepare them in this series.
And it's not even like these DJ and Jabs are completely new to these TSM guys either. Like, both of these guys have played with Dubu for a good amount of years as well when Dubu was playing within the Southeast Asian region. So it's not like, it's this big unknown that they're going to have to deal with. So I like that. You've already got the connection there. Obviously, that helps with being able to pull 3 members over. This is pretty much unprecedented, right? 3 stand-ins coming through, but it's because Fnatic still have so much to fight for. Currently they're sitting in 10th, I believe, on the DPC rankings, and I think that's a little shaky still. You're obviously going to have some of those people below probably finishing in the top 8, maybe pushing you out of that slot. Up until Outsiders, I believe, if they get 8th, they still bump out Fnatic by 0.05 points if they're able to get top 8, and Fnatic gets nothing. So Fnatic are playing for top 8. I think they're going to be very satisfied if they get that, because if they get that, TI is secured for them.
Is it guaranteed secured? Is there other placements that could knock
I would
them
say
down?
it is.
Okay.
I would say it is.
Yeah, it feels like it's very difficult because there's some crazy scenarios that could possibly happen, but maybe like a 3% chance that somehow they could still be knocked out. Yeah, exactly. So it's pretty much almost guaranteed if they do have, that top 8 placement. And a lot of teams are in that boat currently. We only have 4 teams qualified to the international. You mentioned that OG, they are one of those teams. So overall for OG, I know this is really a grand scheme picture that we're looking at it, but how do you think they're going to look to address this major? Is it just because they do have a lot of young guns here? Of course, Amar, BZM, Uragi, really everyone is kind of that young gun. Maybe Tiger just has a little bit more experience if you're not bringing up Seb. So do you feel like this is just going to be a lot of prep for the international, just getting that LAN experience? Or do you think the hunger is really still going to be there?
I mean, these are players, right? They want to win every game that they play. So they're not going to like sandbag or not try or anything like that. They're going to be giving 100% every game. And honestly, I don't think they're even worried about like saving strats for TI. We just saw with the announcement coming through with the TI tickets that 7.32, not a D, not a C, not an E, like an actual new number for the patch is dropping before the regional qualifiers. So like end of August, start of September is what I would be thinking. So there's going to be a new meta that these teams are going to need to adapt to. Obviously, OG don't need to play those regional qualifiers. So I think they're going to be going all out. They want to win.
Yeah, like you said, they are competitive players at heart anyway. So you always have that nature. When you get in the game, you don't want to be losing. I mean, no one wants to lose at this stage, and regardless, just going to be exciting to see. You, of course, had the opportunity as well to work with Seb over at Riyadh. Was he, mentioning like maybe even thoughts of coming back? Did he like the experience? Did you even maybe get to speak a lot about that with him?
Oh yeah, close personal friend for sure. On my speed dial at the moment, and no, he's a really good guy, Seb. Just looking to. He's one of those personalities, honestly, kind of similar to Ana, and honestly anyone from that TI 8 and 9 OG winning squad. They just want to win. They want to win at everything that they do, and they're not afraid to resort to some underhanded tactics to do it. One time when we were over there, we went go-karting, and he was like, "Oh, guys, I don't know how to go-kart. What am I going to do?"
Stop. we can start with the accent.
Bro,
It's horrible. It's
okay,
horrible.
okay, but anyway, the message is he was pretending like he didn't know how to drive, and next minute he's Tokyo drifting around that entire track, like absolutely blitzing everyone else. So he's one of those people that you gotta watch because he just wants to win at any opportunity.
Yeah, and I think what's going to be exciting to watch with Seb is just the hero pool. I mean, there was a hot talk about the Wind Ranger, of course, at
Just
Stockholm.
ban it. Just
Yeah,
ban
I
it.
mean, like, what do you do? Like, what do you actually do against? He played 13 games. He had a 92% win percentage with that hero. I mean, that's incredible. That is incredible.
Yeah.
He's been playing a lot of IO. I've checked Pro Tracker to see what he's been playing. He's spamming IO. He's got
He
some
is.
Elk position 5s in there, some Wind Rangers, some Monkey Kings, of course, some Earthshakers, some Phoenix. So he's really been spamming the games here for Seb to try and get that kind of mechanical skill back.
I mean, you just got to ban it, man. Just ban the Wind Ranger. Make life a little bit more difficult for them. I think a few teams might go, because obviously you need to deal with the Mars heroes, right? You've got his Timbersaw, for example. You've got the Viper, which teams were able to respond to, but I think maybe OG is one of those teams where you actually need first pick because you're just going to need to be able to respond and take away one of these really strong heroes. Like, let's say you ban Timber Viper and then you pick the Razor for yourselves, and then suddenly you're feeling a lot more confident.
Well, that was the answer, or at least I should say the strategy that Tundra and Liquid had in 2 or 3 against OG, where they banned 2 of Amar's heroes and then they picked up another one where it was the Razor both times. Tundra, they actually went Razor Io, if I remember correctly, and I believe Liquid went down a different route of the Razor pairing, but we saw in
Yep.
those games there was a little bit more emphasis on still drafting Amar's hero in the first phase. They CK'd in both games, and he looked a little bit shaky on that, so yeah, I mean, you got to see OG play at Riyadh. Was there overall, do you feel like there was some key strategies that they're going to look to implement here, or do you feel like the meta might slowly develop as we kind of get through the group stages into the playoffs?
It's a new tournament. A new meta is going to develop. It always happens, even if it's on the exact same patch. I think it's really going to be led around maybe this lone druid hero that teams are starting to pick up a whole lot more. We saw, again, at Riyadh, the most recent LAN tournament, Arme played it for the first time competitively in 2 years, and he was still able to go 3-0 on the hero. Like, it's just about finding that little niche that's going to be able to set you apart. And you mentioned the Chaos Knight for Amar. Obviously, that wasn't quite as strong for him, but maybe adapting to something like an alchemist. It really does kind of fit his playstyle, right? Good at brawling, good at farming, good at pushing out waves, putting a lot of attention over to himself. And honestly, it kind of feels like Alk is a better CK right now.
Yeah, I'm really intrigued to see how much priority teams overall. We got 17 teams, 6 regions battling it out. I'm excited to see what region has a little bit more importance on this alchemist. Were you impressed with it at Riyadh? Did you feel like it was best suited in a particular role, or maybe even we won't get it as much?
I think it's mostly going to be played as a one and, groundbreaking, right? Alchemist position one, but it does tend to respond quite well to a lot of these summon style heroes, Enigma, Beastmaster, Lycan, even the Visage that are being played in the offlane these days. So I think that's going to be top of the priority list, but SA as well as China do tend to play it in some other roles, notably position 3. So yeah, I can certainly see it being switched around. Even mid against something like a Puck, Alchemist can be pretty good because of that low armor that the hero has.
Yeah, Thunder Awaken are one of those teams that really like to play the Alchemist mid. Of course, that was Dark Margo that was playing it a majority of their games. Unfortunately, he's not going to be there with them, so it's going to be exciting to see if they'll continue to pick it. But you also look at Tundra; they really like giving 33 the Alchemist, so it's just going to be exciting to see. Like you mentioned, really the meta is going to develop, and I think that is one of my favorite things about. There's multiple favorite things about a LAN event where you have all these regions coming together and to see who has the better idea of the meta overall, but really we just get to see the changes develop over the course of the days, even weeks, and it could just slightly change from one series to the next, or from the start of the day to the end of the day, from the groups to the playoffs. And I really think that's the exciting thing about it. Of course, all the battle that goes on with the giga brains that we have, because of course there's a lot of very experienced people here and at the major.
I want to put one more point onto OG and Seb in particular, just on the Win Ranger pick. Like you said, 92% win rate when they picked it. When they didn't, 56% win rate. Like, that is just a no-brainer to mine. We're in NA. We're covering an Arlington major. Eternal Envy was the one that spawned this meme from Merlini. Just ban it. Just ban it. Just get rid of the hero. Make yourself not have to worry about it. And it's not like TSM, Fnatic, what are we going to call them? TS-Satic aren't capable of playing the Wind Ranger hero themselves. They can flex into a multitude of different roles, and I think they can really make it work for them.
Well, the wait is over. We've got our first draft here of the PGL Arlington Major. It's going to be Fnatic taking on OG. And what a...
喂，哥哥，怎么哑巴啦？
你这么菜，你的队友不会生气吧，哥？你这么菜，你的队友不会生气吧，哥哥
OG's turn to ban.
Давай.
Fnatic's turn to pick.
喂，哥哥，怎么哑巴啦？
10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. OG's turn to pick.
Razor.
OG's turn to pick. Turn to pick. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Wow, amazing!
Response from OG. Now, we always talk about it. First pick, you get this end of the first phase to be able to get something really strong, to be uncounterable against this. So something like the Wyvern, of course, would have been great against the Io peering. Not going to be the case. So maybe something that's going to stun is going to be an effective tool against the Marcy. Some extra team fight against the Io because it is very single target focused. OG's lineup right now, obviously more on the defensive side. And they do go for that team fight. They go for the puck, some AoE damage, lets you hold a lot of people in place. You can even interrupt the relocate with the silence coming through. Just really enables the Razor with this pick. I like it. They've already gotten rid of the Tiny on OG's side, so why not just pick one of the strongest heroes in the
OG's
patch?
turn to ban.
Are there any key bans you feel like Fnatic have to put importance on to secure Bryle's game?
Maybe the Kunkka needs to come out. Obviously, we see Kunkka
ban.
and the Tiny as the big two against the puck in particular. Although OG, I really wouldn't be surprised to see them pick a Void Spirit. It's something that BZM has been playing a lot. It really does come down to a skill matchup then in that mid lane, but you've got plenty of tools to be able to disengage against puck, Razor. You also have the potential to flex it into the off lane if you're really wanting to. Amar plays a great Void Spirit as well, so really wouldn't hate to see them either ban that on Fnatic, or I think we're going to be likely seeing it picked up on OG's side.
你这么菜，你的队友不会生气吧，哥哥
Overall as well, when we're looking at the Marcy played, well, at least pick from OG, are you expecting it to be in a particular role? Because often OG like going for their Amar hero in the first phase. So are we reading this like it's more than likely going to be Amar playing the Marcy in the off lane?
Oh, I wouldn't say that. I mean, Amar likes to scale, and Marcy does not scale. That's the thing, right? Like, you need something that's going to be able to get you this farm. So I think Tiger more likely to be the one playing the Marcy, and then really just, again, using all of those support toolkits to just make him massive. Honestly, it could be an offlane IO coming through, like a position 4. Seb might rotate. We saw at the Stockholm Major, Tiger really took on much more of that position 5 role, even though he wasn't it in name. In action, he absolutely was. Seb was just yoinking all that farm.
5 seconds remaining.
See, so far, Fnatic, they're going to follow with the Bristol ban at least. A hero that I think will be incredibly popular throughout the Arlington Major. I mean, this hero is incredibly strong at the moment, and something that would be very difficult to deal with. And IO Bristol back pairing is no joke of a combo.
Really looking to slow down the pace, both of these teams, right? The Enchantress, the Beastmaster's gone. Night Stalker, typically one of the weaker laners, but obviously paired together with a Marcy or an IO, incredibly strong. Same sort of thing with the Bristleback. So, yeah, it's really just going to be on OG. What hero are they going to be able to pick up to be able to respond to this? I really think the Void Spirit is the one, but you could also look to go down the route of you kind of want it to be revealed where exactly this Razor's being played, because it's not a terrible Slardar game.
OG's turn
Yeah, I mean,
to
Iris
ban.
Slaughter is an incredibly strong lane. Puck with the low armor that he does have, and there you go. Nice call, Fnatic. Get rid of the Slaughter, so they won't have that
OG's
capability to go
turn
down.
to pick.
Looks like they are putting a lot of
Fnatic's
emphasis just on the
turn to
minus
pick.
armor. And
Storm
OG,
Spirit.
they're
这么菜，你的队友不会生气吧，哥哥？
Turning back time.
Oh, Storm Spirit. What is going on? I mean, if you're going to play the Storm Spirit, I think you need to always play it with a steroid, and the IO definitely is that.
So I wonder now if Fnatic are going to
10
change tact.
seconds
Most of the time,
remaining.
Dubu plays these really squishy backliners that are able to have this
5
big team fight
seconds
impact. You know,
remaining.
your Wyvern, Dazzle, Chen, Warlock, these styles, maybe even a Bane. But maybe he's going to go into something like an Undying now that really just needs to get off a ability to have a huge impact. Maybe it's going to be an Ogre who's, you know, going to be very tanky to go through. The Ignite hitting 2 people in lane is going to be good against an IO pairing, that Bloodlust to beef up the Razor a little bit. I wouldn't hate to see them go down that route, but Dubu really has been going purely for these like lane sustainers in recent times.
Yeah, and like you said, that's not really something you can go down here against the Storm Spirit. So it's going to be interesting to see. I mean, the Ogre
Fnatic's
really buffs up your
turn to
Razor.
pick.
I think it can help you look to group up and take objectives, because OG, they will be playing off the back of pickoffs. Like, IO does not have... He doesn't provide anything to team fights. Storm Spirit early on is going to struggle against the 5-on-5. So Fnatic, they will still go for the Warlock. They have an overwhelming amount of team fight for
10
Fnatic, and this
seconds
Warlock
remaining.
will really help out with trying to sustain the lane for Tomato.
5 seconds
And
remaining.
it's not just they have overwhelming team fight, but they have like everything links up so well together, right?
OG's
Puck
turn
early
to
on
pick.
does a
Dusk.
limited amount of damage, so if you're able to get that that fatal bonds off, suddenly that isn't as much of an issue. Again, the Dream Coil really just makes the someone like the Razor buffed up even further. So I like this. They just need to make sure that they're picking heroes now that are going to
Fnatic's
want to
turn
go in
to
on the front lines to
Face the
enable
sword.
Dubu to play that backline sitting style. Because if not, if you're playing this as a passive game, I think Warlock is in a really tough spot. But we're going to be treated to... I'm hoping we're going to be treated to a DJ Tusk and not a Jabs Tusk, because you know how I feel about the offlane Tusk.
It should
10
be. And
seconds
I
remaining.
imagine that's going to be the case. I mean, Tusk Razor is a really strong lane combo, and I
5
don't know if you want to
seconds
run a
remaining.
Warlock Razor together. But we do see OG, the answer to the second phase of Fnatic is going to be
OG's
the
turn to
18th
ban.
on the Faceless Void. They don't have the greatest amount of damage inside the Chrono. What are your thoughts on the Faceless Void? Is there something that maybe they're going to look to pick up in the 24th pick to really enable Yuragi on the Void?
I think they just wanted to secure something that has a
10
disengage
seconds
for
remaining.
the static link, right? Like if this Razor is being played in the off lane, you
5
just want something with a
seconds
jump, and
remaining.
I feel like the Faceless Void is a little bit stronger. Plus, the time dilation with the Aghanim Shard is really effective against the Puck. You just lock her out of the team fights pretty nicely. So I don't hate this Faceless Void pick, but like you said, they do need to pair it together with something that's going to be able to do some damage into that that Chronosphere. Maybe a DK, maybe an Underlord potentially. Both viable options in my opinion.
I'm quite concerned at the moment, though, for OG with how they're able to make plays across the map if their lanes don't go well. Because I think Faceless Void is always going to be a difficult
Fnatic's
hero
turn
to
to
be
ban.
active. When Yuragi, I've always been impressed with his potential to show up to fights, but Chrono is a long cooldown, and if Storm Spirit has a rough lane, which he should be, he's going to fare pretty well versus the Puck, but that matchup in the early game is very difficult until the Storm is able to get the BKB. So I think there could be some issues
10
here if OG,
seconds
if they don't
remaining.
win, or if they don't come out at least even and the Void falls behind, then
5
they could have some
seconds
difficulties
remaining.
with how this early game is going to shape up.
And you've got to deal with a Tusk potentially rotating through to your lane, right?
Yeah.
Like if it is a position for Storm Spirit, of course, until you're level 6, very vulnerable in
OG's
lane. So
turn to
I wonder if
ban.
Fnatic are wanting to go for something that's a little bit more self-sufficient in the lane. Obviously, they're banning out a lot of these heroes that are just going to enable that Chronosphere even further. The Mars and the DK.
Fnatic's turn
DK
to
obviously
pick.
playing that sort of role. But we'll see. We'll see what Fnatic opt to go down. I mean, are there any offlaners still left in the pool? There is Underlord. Beyond that, not really in terms of the meta.
So you're under the assumption that they're going to look to flex the Razor and go
10
for a carry?
seconds remaining.
I mean, they can't really.
sorry, go for
They
an
have to
offlane,
make a
sorry.
decision now, right?
5 seconds remaining.
They still need to make up their mind.
Yeah, I mean, OG with the Lycan Enigma ban, they feel like this Razor is going 1. So obviously the Faceless Void, if it was a offlane Razor, then very comfortable with being able to deal with the static link. But I wonder if Fnatic still put him in that lane and consider like a Wraith King, someone that lanes plays very well into the Void. But Death Prophet's going to be the call from them. Yep.
I like it. I'm just struggling to see what they do once these BKBs come online on OG. Like, it feels like they're going to be heavily lacking in
10
damage.
seconds remaining.
If Fnatic have those items to be able to just run into them. So is it
5
on OG
seconds
to play a little
remaining.
bit more aggressive? Like, could this be the Void Spirit pick? Again, like, it's good against the Death Prophet. You do that burst damage before the Spirit Siphons are able to get off. You chain stunner. You can get away from the Razor. It's not a horrible lane. You can do a little bit of damage inside of the Chronosphere.
Where do you put the Storm Spirit then if you go for a Void?
I think it'd be an Amar Storm Spirit. Void Spirit if that's the case.
Oh, some crazy stuff coming out for OG potentially in this game 1. Are you? I mean, that's what we're all here for. Game 1, we saw Riyadh, and the teams have had a little bit of time to get creative and prepare for this game, and then you come out with an offlane Void Spirit. You got a Storm Spirit as well, a hero we don't see often.
What else is in the pool? Let's have a think through it. There's like Necro, Visage, Dawnbreaker's still in the pool. Brewmaster is still in the pool. Like, they're all viable options, but they obviously aren't the strongest at a lot of these things. Maybe even a Pango. I really wouldn't hate seeing a Pango come out this game.
I guess we should look at what do you feel like the flaws are for OG?
Choose your hero.
Okay, well, it is something that farms, and it's left all the way until the end of the draft after a first pick Razor and a Death Prophet that just want to run at you. So actually, this is a great pick.
Yeah, definitely is able to address multiple cores that Fnatic have, but do you still feel like there's going to be issues for OG in the early game and how they can kind of look to make plays if the Storm Spirit falls behind?
Really depends how the lanes go, right?
Sure.
Like, it's just going to be dependent on, like, for example, a level 2 timing on the on the bottom lane for Fnatic, Tomato, obviously level 2, Plasma Field, Static Link against a melee hero, very strong. And then you've got, going back the other way, some Blood Right damage. You're always going to be able to land it with a Dispose, plenty of movement speed to be able to disengage. So I think this is just going to come down to a lot of skill-based matchups here. And honestly, DJ's rotations through to that mid lane.
Which I think is a big X factor here for Fnatic. It definitely feels like their rotations are going to be a little bit easier in regards to their supports, and I think this game feels like, to me, determines around how Prial and BZM are able to get out the lane. Because again, Puck is going to be able to match up and deal with the Storm Spirit very early on with the silence and the coil until BZM gets a BKB. And I think it's going to be really important for DJ to be able to rotate, secure maybe the 4-minute water rune, look to contest the power rune as well. And like you mentioned, you pick the Death Prophet who can be relatively self-sufficient. I mean, you're going into a Faceless Void, which could struggle in kill threat. Maybe if they pair the Marcy down bottom, then it might be a little bit easier. But I think that's definitely a big advantage that Fnatic have in the early game with the Tusk rotating to help secure the lane here for Brile.
As we get into game, I'm excited, and Aries, can I get a yeehaw from you? We're doing the Arlington Major, it's all about Texas.
Yeah, but hang on, you can't call it out like that. It just has to come, the natural flow has to be there.
I need the yeehaw.
You know what? I'm waiting for the Snapfire to be picked up because Snapfire has a voice line where there is.
All right,
You are dead.
So.
I'll be waiting.
Dead.
All right.
We're casting some South American Dota later. They love that Snapfire.
Oh, don't they love it? And even Southeast Asia as well. You could see it picked up a couple of times. Double sentry. Oh no! Oh, rocky stuff.
Tension in OG.
Oh, not a good start. They're all good there. Look at this. Full information of where Fnatic are positioning. Denok, tell me, why are there no stand-in tags? I'm always asking for it. I miss the days of the stand-in tags. I don't want to be getting confused between TSM. I know I'm going to say it once. Just give me the stand-in tags.
Well, you're Mr. Storyman, so it's your job to make sure that you get it right.
I have
Just
bunching for you.
do better, I suppose.
Yeah, easy.
They could definitely make it a little bit easier, can't they? Just help out a fellow brother.
Shadow Jabs is cutting, he's leveled up the Crypt Swarm as well, so he doesn't have that sustain from the Spirit Siphon. A little bit lucky that he has the team backed up there and there's not going to be the assistance coming through from the rest of the team. Honestly, a little bit surprising as well to see the Bloodseeker going together with an Io. Obviously, it's a strong pairing, but I feel like that synergizes a lot better, the Bloodseeker with the Marcy, compared with the Io. And then you've got Marcy kind of sitting up top here with the Faceless Void, not really doing all that much, in my opinion.
Yeah, we see Tiger has gone for the Orb of Venom at the level 1. So do you feel like they're going to look to play pretty aggressive from OG in their safe lane?
I actually never realized how high Marcy's base damage is. 60 is a lot when you're trying to trade against a Tusk who, like, he is a brawler. He wants to be doing that sort of thing. So maybe especially now, considering they saw the Spirit Siphon not level.
He's always
Rolling, man.
I don't know who's going to come out on top. Jabs, he doesn't have the Fairy Fire to play with, and Yuragi swipes first blood in our game 1. DJ was trying to chase down Tiger to get some revenge, but OG, what a way to kick off our first game.
We've seen DJ be able to carry games from that position 4 role, so he gets all 3 of those creeps while he was sitting under there. Nothing lost outside of that first blood for Fnatic. Now especially, it's so important for DJ to secure this for Jabs. He wants to make sure he's level 3, and he wants to make sure that he does it safely. Here we go again. This time maybe for Tiger.
They're about to get to level 2, but the creeps aren't falling. Oh, so close to finding that little bit of experience required for Tiger to work with the rebound. It was 4 experience shy. No creeps went down, unfortunately for him, so there we go. Fnatic able to rectify that previous death, but Tiger will come back with some extra resources to play with now. As we take a look at some of the other lanes and how they're shaping up. Bottom, of course, Tomato and Dubu in combination together. You mentioned Amar's going to be playing with Seb on the Io. Now, how do you feel like OG are going to be able to maximize this lane? Of course, Razor, an incredibly strong laner. Are they going to look to play a little bit more passive and off the back of maybe the hard camp pulling? Or can they maybe battle the lane that Fnatic have?
I would say it's going to be hard for OG to be able to combat this. Well, they're going to try to, but again, you've got Dubu here with the Shadow Word ready, and he's just completely bullying Amar away. The thing with this, it's particularly level 3 that you're looking for on this bot lane. Against an Io, you want to be able to, like, ally.
The time dilation, the shards are going to hold it back at the moment, but Yuragi instantly time walks over. The blockade was not enough to stop OG. The second kill picked up for them in this top lane.
So what I was saying for bot lane there was with Dubu, if he hits level 3 on this hero, it's going to become a lot more comfortable for Fnatic, just because you're going to have this Io that's good at, like, slowly being able to sustain the lane, but with Shadow Word, 2 points, you actually overlap that. You do more than what the Io is able to, especially at these super early levels. So I think that's really going to be what TSM are looking to play for. And if they're able to land it, then they're going to be feeling like they're in a pretty good spot.
Got it.
Might be in position to be able to get the pull off, though. He did deward that small camp previously.
He's always
But
ready
really
for
just
a fight.
valuing the level 3, I suppose.
你这么菜的队友不会生气吧，哥哥？
Here our attention over to mid between Bryle and BZM. BZM is bodying Bryle to start. I can't say I would have expected it to be exactly like this, but BZM to a very good start. He 30-3 compared to the 19-2.
I think a few of those have been the small camps, though, that he's been picking up, placing the Observer Ward to protect that a little bit. He knows that rotations have the potential to come. You see, he's just going to stack another small camp and then go and pick up the water rune for himself. And this is what that lane does, right? If there's no rotations happening, you're just going to trade farm. Oh, Bryle actually looking to try and steal that camp away from him, but run a little, my guy. Maybe just the experience is what he wants.
Nah, he's going to be chilling. Oh, get out of range of that plasma field, my good sir. So, a bunch of damage being dealt down bottom. But we do see no rotations come out just yet. Top lane, no Tiger. Gonna be in some trouble. 3 levels that DJ is able to play with. That extra little bit of control puts Tiger in a situation where he will not be able to escape. So, all our action so far has started off at this top lane.
So important for Jax to be able to get that kill as well. Like, he obviously was having a very difficult time previously. And he's retaining the level with the rest of the cores in this game, but like you were saying before, BZM, Yuragi both having a stellar start.
It's going to be interesting to see what Fnatic look to do to try and enable here on Bryle. I was
Radiant
expecting DJ to put a lot of
structures
emphasis
are
on starting to rotate. We're already seeing Seb start to make a move to mid lane as well. They're going to be cautious though, because Bryle is playing with the coil. The TPs are going to come out. Seb has already anticipated this with his rotation, looking to play and enable BZM, at least to keep him alive long enough to get the zip back to the high ground. And even Tiger's looking to play tag as well and jump back in instead. They're looking to get aggressive onto DJ, but he's got the snowball to be able to buy some time. Up to the high ground he goes. BZM's got some meta to work with, but they won't continue to chase. Instead, they're going to be cautious. However, Bryle, he's out of resources, and there we go. That's the action we're looking for. It's going to be a lot of importance from either side to secure both their position 2's early game.
And they're going to stick around on Fnatic as well. They want to make sure that they're securing, again, this is the first power rune actually coming up this game, so expect to see a lot more action around this. But Tiger, he TP'd previously, so it's going to be an outnumber for Fnatic right now. Got to make sure you're in position to be able to at least deny the rune away from the enemy core. Looks like it's top DD for Bryle.
I mean, that's huge. That's a kill rune. With coil up in 15 seconds, Bryle could definitely work with this. They've got the catapult as well, so Fnatic, they're going to look to stick around.
Really just trying to tank up a lot of this. They want to keep that siege creep alive for as long as possible. Nubu, though.
So much damage to start it off, but maybe puts OG in a compromised position. Bryle, however, is happy to continue sieging down the tower. They're going to force out the glyph. They will have Yuragi back, so they will have BZM back shortly. And all the way back to base to try and refill up the mana. You can TP in to help offer the defense.
This is a lot of damage being put into a tier 1 tower, though, this early for a Puck lineup. Like, Puck does not excel at taking towers. So.
BZM, he's going to zip on in. Jabs, playing with 2 points in the spirit siphon, needs to find the second target. He's going to look to walk in, but Jabs is taking too much damage here. Fnatic will not be able to connect to keep the Death Prophet alive. A great rotation coming up from BZM, and look at this Tiger. He's even looking to get involved as well. The +1 kill that OG are so good at finding time and time again.
Amar, though, bot side, he's moving fast, but he should be slowing down now, considering the people that just died. Gets back down to that 320 movement speed and a good cleanup coming through from Tomato.
All right. 4-4, even start OG. They do have a minor net worth lead, but do you feel like there's any person that you're expecting to maybe have had a better lane than what we're seeing so far?
Honestly, not in particular. Maybe that top side a little bit I thought would go a bit better for Fnatic. Speaking of top, by the way, just a little bit off. No points in the silence means that time walk comes off immediately, and I mean, you got to make use out of this. They're seeing Jabs rotating through to that mid lane because of that observer ward placed down previously by Tiger. Just look at all the responses starting to come through from OG. They'll secure the top rune, Illusion, and I feel like they're going to be satisfied in taking this tier 1 tower, but Chronosphere at the ready. Yuragi's coming through.
They've got the ward on the high ground though, so Fnatic going to be playing with a lot of information here. They have all the intelligence required to be able to secure this tower. So that's a rotation out of Yuragi and Seb leaving this lane where they're not really getting any gold, any experience. A little bit too late to be able to protect the tower. That is a big victory for Fnatic to start.
Now, the one thing that I'm not as certain about this game is Tomato's choice of items.
Yeah, I just saw that.
Is going into a hand of Midas here on the bottom side. So, I mean, you always want attack speed. It's obviously very effective. Maybe they just really want to make sure that they're securing these targets and blowing people up. And speaking of Tomato,
TPs are starting to come out, but Tomato, nice rotation. Bryle drops the clear onto 3. They'll get the kill into Tomato, but what is the price to pay? The Seb, he's not going to be able to escape. DJ is on point. A beautiful shards to block the escape avenue as Fnatic show up huge in the rotations.
really nice rotation coming through. And the happiest one about all of this is Jabs. He just gets to sit up top, continue to farm up, continue to get... Like, honestly, like, level 10 is that big timing that the Death Prophet has, where you've got the full points of the Spirit Siphon. They just want these BKBs coming through for Fnatic right now.
We're going to be looking at Fnatic. You've got EXO up in 40 seconds, so what do you think the game plan is going to be for Fnatic with that exorcism? How are they going to look to use the second ultimate of the game?
I mean, they just want to take away more and more space that Yuragi's able to farm. Where OG have looked weakest is when the enemy team has just gotten super aggressive. Teams like Nigma are some of the best at being able to do this. So, you know, you've got a Tusk lineup, you've got Puck, lots of early game rotations are possible. So, you're able to do it. Tiger, the focus of DJ for now.
Shard's a little bit off the mark there, Mr. DJ. This is right. This is
time-
going to be a big rune here for BZM. Picks up a double
But they
damage
see it.
rune.
They see it though. So Jabs is going to be able to play accordingly around it. They're going to be saving TPs on Fnatic, but Uber doesn't have one. And Razors is on cooldown for another 25 seconds. So the move, maybe looking to use the bait in the lane for Jabs, or maybe just try and go for a gank as well. That Dream Coil.
Uh-oh, not only the coil, but they've got the chaotic offering as well to work with. Bryle lands the ultimate. Oh, they cancel the relocate as well. Dubu, a perfectly placed golem is going to be able to stop the defensive factor of getting BZM out. And now Uragi, his time walked in as well. Uragi's going to be in a little bit of trouble, considering about dropping the chronosphere to turn it around. The shards is off the mark, though, so they will not be able to protect Bryle. But they haven't killed the pug just yet. Bryle still alive, gets the jaunt down, but the tower
They see him.
should finally finish the job. So OG, 2 cores go down. It's a hefty price, but at least they finally get the puck.
They do, but all this while, again, Jabs is just being left on this top side. Siege creep wave coming through, exorcism used, another tower. So not only are you denying away a lot of that net worth from just killing people, now the map is shrinking. Really big plays coming through from DJ in particular. He always seems to level up on land, this guy.
DJ is an absolute baller. A lot of people look at him, like you mentioned, can make these incredible plays when the pressure is on. I guess we're looking at OG and their offlaner in particular, Amar. He hasn't been getting as active, and the big reason why he's at the position he is in the net worth. He's going to be working on this Maelstrom. Amar is definitely that greedy offlaner. The Bloodseeker can't really get involved too early on, so just looking to play around his own farm.
Radiant's bottom tower.
Really want to try and get aggressive. The double damage.
Look at this bottom lane. They just blow up Amar. Now Tiger's in trouble as well. Fnatic making sure this tower doesn't go for free. And back in the river though, Jabs, he's going to be in some trouble. Playing with the Spirit Siphon. Dubu nearby as well with the 3 points in the Shadow Word. Is the sustain going to be enough? It's not. DJ with a snowball and cooldown can't buy some time for the Death Prophet. But the rest of Fnatic are looking to rotate. They will make sure that is not a free pickoff. At least they find something out of it.
And not only that, on his way, Bryle made sure to pick up that regen rune. So again, just denying more and more of that rune control away from the Storm Spirit. And honestly, he doesn't even feel that afraid of playing up on this top side. What's the Faceless Void going to do against him? Maybe once he picks up the Mithril Hammer to complete the Maelstrom, if he goes into the Mask of Madness as well, you've got the risk of dying on the puck. But until that point, I think Bryle could just continue to play a little bit more aggressively and ballsy.
What do you think OG have to do now between the time that the time that Fnatic pick up the BKB? Because we're looking Tomato, he's incredibly farm. Midas, Ogre Axe, you've got the Death Prophet that needs one more component as well. The OG need to get aggressive, or can they kind of deal with the BKBs?
Sorry, I'm just watching this smoke come through here. The ward wasn't up, but they're pinging it out because the sentries were there. They just went straight into the approach. Wow. Someone wasn't expecting that one coming through. You have to be careful.
Ragi's going to TP in. Chronald already. Mars even considering about getting involved as well. This is going to be difficult for Fnatic. They have to make sure they don't get jumped. Tiger's going to lead into the pit with Bryle. He's able to reposition, and now with the Chrono from Uragi onto 3, but where is the damage follow-up? BZM's going to look this into the middle, but they're barely tickling. Jabs it up to the north. The rock gets dropped, and it controls OG. They can't escape from the mouth of the pit as Fnatic. They lose one, but they'll take so much more away from OG. BZM just gets a little bit of mana back thanks to the soaring, but Bryle is on pursuit. It's going to make sure BZM will not escape as Fnatic continuing this early start in game 1. It's up to a 3,000 net worth lead, and they're really putting the pressure on.
I really love Fnatic's target prioritization this time around. You know, it was a great Chronosphere, of course, coming through from Uragi there, but I mean, what can you do? It's early game. You don't have these BKBs. You get Dream Coiled, then what? You know, they dropped the rock. They made sure to all focus onto that Faceless Void, and then suddenly your teamfight damage, your sustain, it's gone.
really trying to see what the plays are going to be for OG. This is something we were mentioning in the draft, that it's going to be difficult for them to control the tempo early on. IO lineups, that's what you thrive on. Being able to get a kill into a +1, always having this global effect. But Fnatic are the first ones to jump, and they've got the team fight advantage as well. So as long as they group up, it's going to be very difficult for OG to play with. We do see Tiger throughout the jungle is going to be in a bit of trouble. Runs into multiple heroes on Fnatic, and look at them instantly to top lane. They see BZM.
Oh, there's that coil.
Ryle and Fnatic are everywhere. An easy kill. It's vision. That's all what it comes down to. This deep observer ward that Fnatic are able to play with, and you got excellent 25. So you're going to look to be... You could probably consider Roche. It's still relatively weak.
Yeah, I think we're going to have a little bit of a downtime as these ultimates have made to come up off cooldown. And speaking of Roche, we might be able to see a bit of a replay of that previous fight. Like, it was just so damaging what that did to OG and their tempo. They felt a little desperate. They want to go for this aggressive play, but Tiger just committing a little bit too deep there. You've used all of your movement spells. He was forced to back up a little bit. He gets picked off early on, so you don't have that continuous sidekick. You don't have the sustain. And again, it's just, they're pinging the void right now. They're saying, fill that place in the void, because while people are locked down, while they're silenced, you just feel so much weaker.
Time is
really
money.
great fight coming through from Fnatic once again.
We are going to be looking at the Orchid shortly out of BZM. Amar still a little bit away from the BKB as well. Yuragi's got his Maelstrom, but that really is just his farming steroid.
Tomato's BKB's up.
Ooh. So there goes your Orchid potential. It's going to be very difficult. Maybe they might have the burst between the Storm Spirit and the Marcy with Unleashed to maybe get a kill before... I don't know if you can get rid of Razor. 1600 health, working Sanj and Yasha next. Maybe they might have a window before Tomato gets a little bit of stats, but this Orchid is not going to help out drastically unless you deal with these supports at the start of the fight.
Gonna push out this one more wave, and it looks like they're getting ready for a smoke again on Fnatic. I really like that they're just continuing to up the tempo here. Move on forward. Have to be careful about smoking underneath this ward, though. Well, they don't do it, but they're going to see DJ walking towards that Roche pit, so it's going to give them plenty of information on OG's side, but this is exactly what they need to do. I'm a little surprised that they didn't go for it sooner, but maybe just wanting that Death Prophet BKB as well, the level 2 in the Exorcism. Not that they need it to be able to take the second Roshan. Right now, OG, they're suffering from damage issues. Orchid will help a little bit, but certainly not enough. Like, this isn't the old Orchid. This is attack speed and damage. No int, and barely any mana regeneration for someone that needs so desperately.
OG, they do a very good job, though, at least recognizing this... What's up?
I think they smoked just with Tomato still underneath that vision on the high ground, so we'll see what ends up happening. I think they're pinging it out now. Bryle just pushed the wave through and then started right-clicking from the middle of nowhere, so they understand what's coming. Playing around those wards very effectively. BZM, he reacts fast enough.
I do like what OG do, though, with not contesting that Roche. They recognize that first Roche, it's not the most important thing in the game. Second Roche is a lot more difficult to give up for free. And their call, they just look to push the side lanes in. Bottom gets pushed in, BZM, they even smoked him to try and push mid out. They wanted to get the map control, so when Fnatic get out of the pit, they have to first deal with their waves, and once they've dealt with their waves, then they can look to take objectives. So now that they've got this mid lane shoved out, you can consider taking top. This means that OG, they've got all control of bottom, so they are still continuing to find their farm.
Yeah, but I don't think Fnatic really cares about bottom right now. Look at the heroes on OG. They're all pretty terrible at taking towers, so it's a tier 2 tower. They're just going to rely on that one to be able to do on what's pushing out for them.
Ryle, he's got the blink and haste to be able to close the distance. BZM's going to be in trouble. They caught him out. The Storm Spirit's got some heroes playing behind him, but there's nothing OG can do. Once again, Fnatic across the map with ease. They're going to be cautious top lane, though. Jabs is by himself for the moment. Tomato is actually nearby. Look at the damage on the Saltane on Yuragi.
Got him.
Oh, no. Jabs just rips them apart one by one. They stand no chance in the off-lane Death Prophet.
You're even going to have a little bit of that residual damage coming through from the Exorcism from this tier 2 tower. Won't be enough to take it, but with that glyph being used, it really does feel like OG can't do much to prevent at least the chip damage. Maybe they do take it. Who knows? Fnatic are on a roll right now.
Up they are. 7,000 net worth lead. Ages in the hands of Bryle for another 3 minutes here to work with. you're just going to continue to lose map control. Dire, they are playing with no wards at all, and it's not a lineup that is very easy to split push the map and maybe force Fnatic to play the side lane. So this is going to be difficult. I mean, do you see that? They have to relocate to try and get the lanes out. That is just, that shows the state of the game that OG are in.
The game can change if OG have time to get their items, though. Like, this is certainly not over. Oh, DJ top. This would be a big kill or kill streak.
There you go. That was Tiger and Storm Spirit, like I was mentioning before with the Unleash, but they've got to be cautious how long they stick around. OG, with that pickoff, are going to look to invade into the jungle, but Fnatic, they are ready to be able to combat this. That was the Arcane Rune to play with, too.
The Arcane Rune is just so much to have to handle. But yeah, like I was saying, OG, this is their style, right? They play the tri-core, they want to farm, they're a little bit greedier. Once you hit your timings, you are so much stronger on OG. Like, they're just going to be wanting to wait out this Aegis, then you're going to have the Mechanism on Seb, you're going to have the Aghanim Shard for Bloodseeker, you're going to have a BKB potentially for BZM as well as Faceless Void, so it's really just about waiting out these next, like, 2 to 5 minutes that are the scariest parts for OG. And if they can get to that stage without losing too much, they can contest that next Roche. They can take these team fights, and there aren't many scarier heroes late game than a Faceless Void.
Sword though by the bottom outpost should be able to scout out Bryle moving bottom. They need to run into Seb. They haven't caught the
15 seconds on the reload though.
Tomato's going to be able to find him, and oh, look at that, a defensive chrono forced out, but Dubu drops the rock. They've got the snowball to cancel the TP as well. As OG, they were playing with the ward by the outpost. They knew that the lads on Fnatic were starting to move down bottom. They just weren't able to retreat. This goddamn puck is so mobile.
It's worth it. It's worth dropping those big abilities, the Warlock Golem, the Puck ulti for that kill. Again, it's just about delaying these timings and getting more objectives on your side of the map. So the fact they're able to get a tier 1 tower, they're probably going to look to threaten another one on this bottom side of the map, especially considering the vision that they're putting down. It's a race. It's a race against time right now. You got 30 seconds left on that Aegis. Bryle again just gets another one of these power runes. It's an illusion.
We're going to see Seb in the tree line. So another freebie coming through from Fnatic. And you are... This T2 tower will go uncontested, so Fnatic are just getting whatever they would like across the map.
They don't want to lose any more space to be able to farm. Again, like I said, they are a greedy team. They want to make sure that all 3 of their cores can continue to farm. And, you know, to their credit, BZM and Amar, while Uraga were dying, were on opposite sides of the map, in mid lane as well as top, making sure to secure that farm for yourselves. But this kind of feels like a bit of an all-in play, right? Using that glyph means that if you lose the next team fight, you might lose, honestly, the game. At the very minimum, a couple of lanes of racks.
He jumped in, and he's not going to be playing with the BKB. They're going to look to target Tomato down, but a snowball will buy some time to get the abilities off and turn towards the backline. They're trying to deal with Seb at the moment. Meanwhile, inside the middle, they've controlled BZM with the claw. They still haven't even dealt with Tomato as OG. The damage issues are really starting to be prevalent towards the middle stage as they do at least get the relocate out, but we just see they don't have the answers. Jabs is so sustainable. You've got Dupo as well with the max out Shadow Word. DJ with the save. It's looking really rough here for OG. I'm struggling to see a way back in.
Oh, there's a way. It's around that second Roche. Again, they just haven't reached their timings yet. You saw there with the silencers coming through with the Dream Coil. Storm Spirit is still super vulnerable. Same sort of thing with the Faceless Void, right? He's level 12 right now with 6 levels behind this Razor. But a good Chronosphere and a couple of BKBs can turn everything around. I'm telling you, OG are never out of this game.
Well, let's see what they can do to kind of set themselves up for that, because it is going to be difficult. You're playing... A Faceless Void is never a hero that wants to be the first one into the fight. So maybe it's going to be off the back of Amar just kind of rupturing a target, forcing Fnatic to break the formation. Maybe that's when Uragi can find an angling to drop the Chrono. It could also just be BZM that tries to zip towards the support. Then that's another way that Fnatic, they might have to kind of move all their attention over to maybe protecting the Warlock, protecting the Tusk, and then that could find an opening. But it is difficult for the moment because Fnatic have done a really good job to make sure they are not grouped up in these fights.
They're not grouped up in the fights, but they're grouped up around the map, which I like. You know, that's the way that OG are going to be able to get some of this free net worth, basically, right? BZM being able to zip in, get the Orchid off, relocate comes in as well, and then you're able to get a kill where you normally wouldn't. but they're just staying relatively close by, meaning that you're going to be able to overwhelm them with a lot of this aggression. And look, EZM get really aggressive. You see how desperate he is for that BKB gold. He's kind of panicking right now, stuck in two minds of, do I go for kills, do I farm? But he's so close to that BKB that he just needs to farm. Void as well, only about 100 gold away, so this is it. I mean, OG are able to get these couple of items. You got the mechanism coming up in 60 gold as well for Seb. It's a lot of extra sustain that they haven't had previously.
And they do have places to fight as well from OG. We take a look at the wards that they're playing with at the moment. Kind of 2 towards the bottom side, which is going to be really important. So maybe if they can get this lane shoved out. That's what they're looking for though. Like, you need to get this lane shoved out, force Fnatic to come back bottom. And then that's when OG can maybe part their way to these bottom outposts and look to take a fight around their vision. Because when you're behind, it's always, regardless, behind, ahead, you need to fight with vision. But there's more importance on it when you are this far behind. You just need to somehow find that extra little percent that can help out in these team fights.
Bryle as well, having freshly picked up a Lincoln Sphere, going to do him a world of good. Going up against the Storm Spirit, of course. Him as well as Dubu are the main targets on that round.
Onto the toss, Jab's going to be nearby to try and break the combo. And Jab's going to be playing with the exorcism as well, but the rest of Fnatic a little bit too late to connect. DJ's going to be able to blink to the northern side. They still haven't dealt with Jabs just yet, but there's the rock. Holds them back. Bryle's in the middle as well, and they get rid of the Faceless Void. No threat of the Chronosphere to turn this team fight back around as Fnatic. They'll find a second. Moving into the tree line they go as well, catching out Seb. There'll be no escape for the Ball of Light as Fnatic. A worthwhile sacrifice from the offlaner, and the rest of the boys show up in the nick of time.
Yeah. Great play again. Receiving a bunch of tips is DJ. Like I said, this guy is a beast. He is an S tier position 4. Just being able to stall out. Make sure that the rest of the team is able to connect through, and that's the power of the Warlock. You've always got that turnaround potential. Even then, BKB's first one's being used. Maybe if that Chronosphere goes off, it goes back in OG's favor, but he just exploded with all of that damage coming through.
And now they're going to be looking at Roche.
Look at that old chat.
Oh no, this is not good. This was what you were asking for, Danok. This is what you were saying, that maybe OG, they're looking at second Roche to be able to group up around a choke point, get that chrono, and if they can get the Ages and Shards somehow in a successful fight, then there could be avenues back in. But Fnatic, they take it, and they don't even need Exo to take it.
Yeah, I mean, they have so many ways to be able to take fights now on Fnatic. That's the big benefit of them, right? They can have the Razor go in first because he's incredibly tanky and he's got the Aegis. We can have the Puck go in first because we've got the Dream Coil.
Violet, he gets the jump.
Ooh, nice chrono.
Beautiful chrono from Yuragi, and they're going to be able to bring down Bryle. Okay, OG, can they continue with the start they've had so far? They're going to try and chain this into the task kill, but PGL is going to be conscious of his mana pool because it's out. Tomato chases him down. They get a 2 for 2. They'll look to Yuragi next. A BKB and a time walk up to the high ground. But that is some signs of life, honestly. How much gold do they get out of that kill on Bryle?
About 500. 500 for both the Faceless Void and the Storm Spirit. It's not terrible. The bigger difference is the XP change. You know, I was saying before the big level differential between the Razor and the Faceless Void. It's still the same. It's still 6 levels, but it feels so much better being a level 15 Faceless Void just for that little bit of extra talent. It feels like you're scaling a lot faster than this Razor is. Maybe just getting a little bit keen on Fnatic that time around. You know, if they have the chaotic offering, that doesn't happen. You have that turnaround potential to be able to interrupt a lot of that damage.
It's Tomato just charging at Tiger as well. Tomato's looking for the freebie, and he might be able to find it. Easy use of the dispose. Tiger's out of there, but back to controlling the map.
Desperately want that extra experience, and Dubu's saying, no, this is out. That'd actually be pretty huge if they're able to give the Blast Rig over to Dubu. Feels like that's going to be the main source of damage coming in onto him.
Tomato just recognizes how strong he is in this game, just charging up a higher ground without seeing anyone else. And this will give them control of the triangle now, so an opportunity where they can maybe deward and take away a position that OG could look to set up a fight.
Yeah, this is it. This is Fnatic's big opportunity. Ooh, nearly able to catch him out. DJ was in the perfect place once again, just not quite able to land that stun combination. But again, it's all about the delay game for OG, right? They either want to delay out this Aegis, they want to get another item for Yuragi. He's getting close into that Mjolnir.
Nice scan.
Oh, look at that. They're playing scared, though.
It's a beautiful scan.
DJ, he's coming. We're able
Oh.
to catch them.
I love this as well from the rest of Fnatic. 2 heroes go down bottom. And what the other lads do, Tomato, Dubu, and Brawl, they're playing with the triangle. Again, this is such an important position for OG to control. As soon as Fnatic leave that area, if OG can reclaim it, get rid of some wards, set their own wards up, that'll put them in a position where they can fight. You need to be fighting around your vision, as again, we're going to see Radiant do the same thing. Charging top because they see OG, they're just going from lane to lane, sweeping across the map, making sure OG cannot set themselves up in a position to take a fight.
Feels like they want another item or two on the side of Fnatic, but it really feels like this is the time where you could be making a play. You've still got that Aegis for a minute and a half. You've got Bryle, who's got that Arcane Root being used at the moment, and I mean, he's level 20. He's got that extra Waning Rift cooldown reduction, so he's just going to be basically making these supports unable to do anything. You know, there's no way to be able to cast spells in a lot of these team fights if Bryle is just there on top of
middle
them.
tower is under attack.
They go. Minute 14 left on the Aegis here for Tomato. A BKB backpacked as well and closing into the Assault Cuirass. So they feel like it is in time to be able to siege the high ground, but it's not going to be free.
Look at Dubu's talents as well. He's gone the upheaval attack speed for both the Razor as well as the Siege Creep. Really just wanting to keep them alive and even using the Glyph to make sure that this push can continue. They're saying, OG, if you want to do something, you got to do it right now.
What's the play going to be? Could be a Rupture into a Dispose, a little bit of extra pure damage, but it's not easy into the Ages. They need to probably just let this bottom lane go for free and wait this out.
Yeah, 30 seconds. It's not a long time. You know, you're not going to lose a second lane of Rax for this. Good pressure being put through by Fnatic though. They had one moment where they were a little bit too eager, it feels. But ever since then, it's just back to the composed style that's been able to bring them out of that laning phase into a really strong spot. 5% win probability from Mr. Gaben. Down to 4 now, actually. That he's recognized that the racks are gone.
I'm trying to see what we're looking for on OG, what they're close to picking up.
The Shard can be kind of nice on the Faceless Void, but that's, again, going to be counted out if they do get in.
Ragi, he just time walked into the middle, and Tiger, he also just jumped up in the high ground as well. Looking to drop a ward down to be able to play with the information. It's enabling BZM to try and deal with the backline. The Chrono's out. It's only on to Jabs at the moment, but the BKB protecting him, and Jabs, can they even get the kill to the death profit? Finally, Yuragi. The help of the Bashes is enough to secure the kill. They're going to try and turn their attention to Brow, but this slippery puck is not easy to control.
Still, though, that's a buyback being used by DJ and a couple of kills. You know, they also don't exactly have that vision control, but Ryle, he feels invincible.
This guy's ballsy. He's got DJ to be working with as well. Tomato's going to look to charge in the middle, but there's a tier 4 towers, lads. You have to pay some respect. The Fatal Punch onto multiple heroes, though. Look at Fnatic. They don't give a damn. They want them out of this game. They've had firm control.
Oh, just got back.
And into an instant dieback, and they've had enough as OG will tap out of game 1. Fnatic, with only 2 of their main members from the roster, come in with 3 TSM players. Really strong.
Man, that was the fastest dieback I have ever seen. He just straight up into it a couple of seconds. I know you're looking for your hat, but this is, you know, you put some respect on the TSM boys because they came to play. You know, they did a very good job pairing together with the Fnatic members. And yeah, I mean, a lot of people were putting Fnatic down at the bottom of their tier list rankings. Looking at you, Aries. But they're a force to be reckoned with.
It's game 1. But yes, you are right. They are forced to be reckoned with. They looked incredibly strong in this game. And something we were mentioning a lot, the early, kind of throughout the draft and the early game, we were really saying this game feels like it's on Bryle. This puck has to have an incredible game. They need to enable him. They did just that. We saw the rotations coming out. really from when he got that level 6, we saw both teams, their supports collapsed on mid, looking to get the kills and try and keep BZM alive. But if the Storm Spirit didn't have a good game, there was no ways they could make plays on OG. It was just very difficult. That Bloodseeker wants to scale. You want to get to that later stages, the mid game. Maelstrom, BKB, they're going to have a really good BKB timing, but there's that awkward period where if the Storm Spirit dies a couple times to the puck, then you don't have a playmaker and you can really start to fall behind in map control. And we saw just that.
Yeah, I think it was an excellent draft by Fnatic. They countered exactly what OG liked to do. They picked up the aggression with heroes that were good at team fighting, abusing the fact that the enemy team doesn't have BKBs when they pick up their own BKB timings a little bit sooner. And I think DJ as well as Dubu played incredibly well that game. Only the one death for Dubu, and it was on the back of these other heroes that he was paired together with, right? Tusk doesn't hate going in first or second. Puck wants to, Razor wants to, Death Prophet wants to. So life is so easy for this Warlock, and I feel like that's who the main focus was when they made that almost suicidal dive into the high ground. They just wanted to find the Warlock so that Fatal Bonds wasn't a factor, but that's what happens when you don't have that vision. You know, Tiger put his life on the line for it. Wasn't enough, though. So Fnatic, surprisingly enough, take game number 1. And we got a game number 2. These are best of 2s, so chances for OG to be able to get their revenge.
Yeah, that's the main thing. Of course, they potentially have an opportunity to be able to find that revenge, but it's going to be a question if can they set themselves up with a strong enough draft and be able to execute it in the early game to build that momentum. As Denog is able to find his hat, and we shortly will have a game 2 on our hands after the break.
Dire's courier has been killed. Dire's middle tower is under attack.
This will only Cedric won the great brawl at Whitefield.
Fnatic victory.
Power can be found in any number of places. Scientists will tell you that it comes in newtons. Gamers will say that it can be found in silky skills. We will say that the power lies in real thrills. In the play with perfect ping. In the runes and crystals. In every frag and gank. In your personal winnings. Lock and load for PGL Arlington.
Well, what an incredible way for the lads on Fnatic to be able to start their Arlington Major group stage, then beating the reigning Major champions. And Danog, that was a pretty decisive Game 1 victory as well from Fnatic.
Yeah, convincing. Like I said at the end of the game, it comes back to the draft. I think they just drafted incredibly well into a lot of these like movement style of heroes. Maybe it was OG being a little bit on the back foot. You know, they drafted a Faceless Void into a puck that already existed. So you're always going to be in this little bit of a difficult spot. Same sort of thing with a Storm Spirit pre-BKBs. I think maybe even the decision to go the Orchid first ahead of the BKB really made sure that BZM had to suffer. But without it, they just didn't have damage. You know, that's one of the big weaknesses of having an IO draft. It doesn't provide any sort of damage to you in that early game team fights. And Amar is Amar. He wants to be farming. He doesn't want to be fighting at that stage. He needed his own BKB in addition to the Maelstrom that he'd gotten early on. So yeah, it just felt like the OG lineup didn't synergize, whereas Fnatic's did perfectly.
That's gonna happen. I mean, I did it once in that game, and the amount of times I was stopping myself from doing it as well. Again, I want these stand-in tags. It just looks so clean having the stand-in and the player's name. But a man can hope, and unfortunately, maybe we'll get it in the future. But for Fnatic, or I should say for OG, you mentioned that you feel like maybe there were a bit of draft issues from Game 1. What do you want to see them change and maybe look to avoid in the second game? Is there anything specific that we should be paying attention to?
I don't think you can necessarily pick up the IO this early. You know, like the Wind Ranger was open there, and Seb plays good on the Wind Ranger. Again, this is something that they've shown that they can play comfortably, and they adjust their drafts accordingly for it. I just want to see more synergy. That's always my thing. You know me. I want synergy. If you're picking a Faceless Void, pick something that's able to do damage into the Chronosphere, or pick something that's going to, reliably find the backline. Or, if you're going a Storm Spirit, it doesn't feel anywhere near as strong if you don't have something like a Beastmaster, for example, to give you the vision that you need to find the targets that you actually want. That's what caused that crazy jump in by Tiger, just to get some vision up onto the high ground so they could find something that they wanted. But it's all coming down to the synergy and the draft, which we're hopefully going to be looking to go into soon. But spoiler alert, Fnatic have first pick again, so that's a big benefit to them. This time around, they were the ones that had the choice, I believe. So it's a really nice thing just to be able to, again, counter what Amar is trying to bring at you.
And do you feel like we're probably going to see the same out of Fnatic, just those two bans onto Amar and then the Razor first pick from them? If it's available, of course.
It depends. I feel like OG, if they do that same Viper Timbersaw ban, OG might actually leave the Tiny in the pool, because it's something that BZM can play, it's something that Tiger can play, and it means if Razor and Tiny are both in the pool, you're going to get one of them. So you may as well just pick one that has some level of flexibility, and then pick Seb like his comfort hero. I think that's the best way forward for OG.
Okay. Well, it's going to be interesting to see, because of course it's you also have to worry about the potential for Brawl to pick up his puck again in the 8th pick. So if you do go for the 6th, 7th Tiny, or at least a different way to be able to answer the puck, probably blind picking a counter is a bit more difficult. That's where you're mentioning the Tiny, because you have that flex and it's just good overall. So at least, because there wasn't too many counters that Brawl was really playing into that game. I mean, the Faceless Void can go a little bit back and forth. It's very difficult for the Void to play until like BKB, but Chrono can be quite nice. But apart from that, yeah, it was a pretty goddamn good puck game, and they picked it up early.
Yeah, that's what I was saying in the game. He felt immortal that game, right? Like he was playing so aggressively because he had the potential to. He was just wanting to go forward. If that Chronosphere was on cooldown, he was like, well, I'm not dying. I've got 2 saving supports behind me, plus a crap ton of damage from the rest of my team, plus I'm already out leveling people, plus I've got a Lincoln Sphere. Like, how is this man gonna die? So I think, yeah, if OG are able to fix up their draft, they can come back into this. Although, again, I'm going to say it, it's not copium. They weren't entirely out of that game number 1. If they could take that second Roshan off the back of that gank onto Jabs at the top side, the game is entirely different. It's probably still going, to be honest, if that's the case. But DJ just popped off as we head into the draft.
So we'll see what the adaptation is going to be.
OG's
Again, Fnatic,
turn to ban.
Viper Timber, Tiny has been banned out though from OG. They could consider leaving the Razor in. Fnatic pick up the Razor, then we could see OG go for like a puck +1.
Do you remember what was banned last time? I don't.
I am
Sorry.
I'm about to just pull it up.
It
now.
wasn't the Nyx. Nyx was banned at the end of the second phase by OG, I believe, because they were going to pick that Storm Spirit. But still feels like a Razor game to me. So flexible.
It was the Wyvern Tiny from OG. So
Okay, yeah, the
10
Wyvern
seconds
makes sense.
remaining.
is the Nyx really signaling
5
anything from OG
seconds remaining.
that they're looking to try and draft in the 6th, 7th pick?
Basically, what OG is saying is, if you pick Razor, we're going to pick Puck. And we're going to then have a way to get away from the Razor, and we're not worried about the Nyx Assassins. Fnatic are just like, well, we don't care. We're going to pick it anyway. Marcy and...
Please don't IO. Okay.
No, it's the Puck. Like, it's pretty obvious, right? Like, you've got multiple ways now to get away from the Razor. Of course, Marcy with the rebound for herself. Also the increased movement speed, which is going to be able to counter the Razor. And of course,
10
Puck,
seconds remaining.
no shortage of movement and blinking capabilities coming
5
through from that.
seconds
So,
remaining.
yeah, I like this start from OG. Again, it's going to need some damage, though, to be able to convert it. It's all well and good to be able to start off, but your pickoff's okay right now. You don't have great overall team fight, though, and you don't have someone that really wants to go in first. I think that's what I would be prioritizing if I'm OG.
See what Fnatic want to do to try and identify the puck early, because that's really what you want to do. You've got the 8th pick where you can look to address the puck and maybe protect it in the second phase, or if you want to protect the Razor. But Void Spirits is something that teams really like to pick up. I will mention Ember just because it's a Southeast Asian team, although I guess Bryle is...
Bryle's player.
So it's really out of the mid lanes. It's the Void, the Ember. A lot of people, like you mentioned, I think in the previous game, Conquer can be really nice as well. I do not think they're going to look for a support answer. Yeah, Pango as well, with all the higher physical and a little bit of control as well. I don't think they're going to go for a support here. I'd mention some support counters, but I really think it's just going to be a core picked up from Fnatic and probably Bryle's hero.
It's possible. I mean, I'm assuming the cause you're thinking of Lion and Shadow Shaman, and yeah, I honestly thought this was the option though, because Shadow Shaman is one of those heroes that obviously it's good against the puck, but again, in my opinion, the counters against the Marcy are stuns. You need to make sure that when she's committing super deep and then popping the sidekick and wanting to get aggressive on you, just stun her, lock her down. She's incredibly squishy when she's just there, locked in place. So I really like this Shadow Shaman pick. Plus, DJ plays a beast of a Shadow Shaman.
It gives them easy ways to be able to convert onto objectives as well, which is going to be really nice for Fnatic. I mean, you're on raiding. We see again Fnatic, and I'm honestly a little bit surprised as well. One thing I noticed doing prep is that Southeast Asian teams prefer raiding compared to some of the other regions. So you can get those towers, you can open up the pit, and that's kind of what we saw from their draft in the previous game as well. Tusk with a lot of points in tag team, a Death Prophet with Exism as well can just really enable that objective to be able to find once the towers are down. So that is one benefit of the Shadow Shaman here for Fnatic.
Turn to ban.
I'm wondering what Dubu's going to look to go for here. I mean, I think they need something still that's going to be able to be aggressive against this puck in a lot of the early engagements, because right now DJ needs to play a little greedier on the Shadow Shaman. Unless they absolutely dominate the lane, he's only going to be
10
truly
seconds
enabled
remaining.
through like Roshan Gold and Tower Gold from dropping his Mass Serpent Wards. You're not going to
5
catch this puck.
seconds
They
remaining.
need something that's going to address this puck early on. So, you know, the avenue of your Void Spirit that you were talking about previously, I don't hate it.
OG's turn to
I also
ban.
wouldn't hate to see Fnatic look to ban out the Bloodseeker. It wasn't really the biggest deal in the previous game, but you could see that it had the potential to be, right? The Razor, the Death Prophet, but, you know, if you go down the Void Spirit route, you get Ruptured, you can't Astral Step. You're just going to, you know, deal a ton of damage to yourself.
10
Yeah, without a
seconds
doubt.
remaining.
If they are considering about going the Void Spirit at the 16th, 17th, you can't
5
leave the
seconds
Bloodseeker in. It's
remaining.
going to be an incredibly free game. Regardless, Jiragi plays an exceptional Bloodseeker. We saw Amar, he can play it as well. So you're really going to need to cover their tracks here. And well, Fnatic, they're continuing to protect the Razor though. Morphling, the Terrorblade banned out. Morphling is another one of those bans you really consider against, to protect the Razor. Maybe not as much because you have a Shaman. Can be nice getting that instant hex to be able to blow him up before the attribute shift. But you were mentioning the heroes for Dubu, because we see a lot of these backline supports really squishy. Do you feel like that's probably another game where we might see come out, kind of those squishy supports for Dubu, or does it have to be something he considers because he is against the puck, very similar to the Storm Spirit that can easily jump him on the back?
I mean, they could just go really high tempo as well, right? Like, you could go to the avenue of like a Dazzle or a Chen or a... Like, it's not as high tempo, but a Bane
Fnatic's
isn't horrible, just
turn
if you
to
want to be
ban.
able to get that catch in place.
I like the
They
Dazzle
just-
call a lot. I'm
Yeah.
a really big fan of that. I think you have a lot of synergy with the Razor and Dazzle with the minus armor. Razor Eye of Storm, Dazzle with his ultimate. You have a hero that wants to naturally run into the middle, and that's what Dazzle loves. You just bump,
10
you
seconds
chuck out
remaining.
the heals, the Graves, being able to give Razor the opportunity, get that BKB
5
off, get the
seconds
Eye of the
remaining.
Storm. And like you mentioned, the ball up, you could go into the Ag Shard as well. So yeah, I really like that Dazzle call actually, and it is something that Dubu likes.
It's pretty decent against the Marcian lane as well, if it is going to be, again, a Tiger Marci coming through. As long as you don't have that rebound available for yourself, you could just stand and fight and really just bully the Marci. And honestly, you're almost solo killer in the lane if you just go... Dubo also goes this really cool style where he gets a Wraith Band at level 1 if he goes Dazzle. So I'm keen to see if
OG's
that's
turn
the
to
avenue that they're going
ban.
for. Really just looking to get away with some of those movement abilities. This time around with the puck, there's a little bit more damage inside the Chronosphere. I mean, of course, the Warlock is still available as well, which is another option. But then I'd be a little bit worried that they're perhaps a bit too... They don't have a
10
support that can
seconds
make
remaining.
plays early on. Shaman can, but again, like I said, I feel like DJ
5
needs to be a little bit
seconds
greedier
remaining.
this game.
See, taking a lot of time with these bans from either
OG's
sides.
turn
Last
to
one's going to be the Dragon Eye. So DK and Conquer both banned out. Some of the better position twos to be able to deal with the puck.
I mean, this is the thing as well. Like, it's not a terrible Beastmaster game for OG if they want to
10
just get in onto
seconds
the
remaining.
onto the backlines. And they could look to maybe go down it
5
at the last pick
seconds
of this
remaining.
draft. But it's just not really an Amar hero. I think it's OG's most banned hero across everything, and they just never pick it. They never pick Beastmaster, they never pick Death Prophet, they never pick Lycan, they never pick
Fnatic's
Brewmaster.
turn
So it's
to
like
pick.
the style of heroes that just look to get really aggressive in the pushing style, that's not what OG go for. They go for their greedy Tricore. So for now, they're just going to get Seb as Wind Ranger and not reveal too much.
Fnatic's turn
Honestly,
to
it might not
pick.
even be Seb's. It could be Tiger. Like, he plays a great Wind Ranger too.
Which really could be a weakness as well for OG heading down to the later phases of the Arlington Major.
OG's
Because you're
turn
looking
to
at what
pick.
Fnatic have at the moment, and if you go for a summon hero like in Beast Visage, they will obliterate the Shaman and the Warlock. They do not have answers to that. They are very single target, so that could be a bit of a concern. And now you also block pick an Amar hero. You get the Mars out of the pool, Timber's gone, Razor's gone,
10
Viper's gone.
seconds remaining.
You're really starting to get down to some heroes that he might not be as
5
comfortable
seconds
with.
remaining.
And, like, it's still a great Beastmaster game, right? You want that Primal Roar to be able to prevent the Razor BKB timing. You want to be able to,
Fnatic's
you know,
turn to
have
ban.
the advanced vision. So they go the Morphling instead. Okay. I mean, it's good, but it just feels to me like it's going to take a little bit too long to come online. The synergy with the puck isn't amazing. Maybe once you get the Aghanim shard on the Wind Ranger, being able to Gale Force with the Dream Coil, it's really tough to
10
be able to contest
seconds
against that.
remaining.
But right now, this is a very pick-off heavy lineup that they've got on OG. Marcy,
5
Puck, Wind
seconds
Ranger,
remaining.
they're the ones that are going to be making all of the space, and we still haven't seen a Mars hero.
So the Morph was something I was bringing up earlier in the draft, saying that this hero does play very well into the Razor, and often when you pick the Razor, you do look to ban it out. And I thought maybe Fnatic left in the pool just because they had the Shaman. So instant jump in, get that Hex, prevent the attribute shift. They don't have a lot of defensive capabilities on OG to keep the Morphling alive, but
OG's
Yuragi
turn to
loves
ban.
this hero. BZM you got a puck, so that's not going to happen, but besides the point, BZM can play it, but I think against the Mars, it fares really well. You got a waveform to get out of the arena. It used to be a lot better because of this E-Blade build where you could just burst the Mars down and you weren't worrying about the Bulwark, but
10
you do still match up very well versus him, and it's comfort for OG. So I don't hate that they go
5
down it, but it
seconds
definitely
remaining.
looks like their lineup again is a little bit awkward.
Yeah, I think maybe a Mars hero can
Fnatic's
tie it all
turn
together.
to ban.
They end up banning the Beastmaster themselves, maybe thinking that this Mars might be mid. It's not really something that Bryle plays in the mid lane, but against a Puck, like that God's Rebuke does a lot. Puck, very low armor. You can look to bully him out. We see Krish from TNC do it a fair amount in the SEA region.
10
So
seconds
we are looking
remaining.
at Fnatic with the 23rd.
5 seconds remaining.
Void Spirit's still there. I have to imagine
Void
they get
Spirit's
rid
still
of
there.
it.
I mean, like, it's not lockdown, but Zeus is still in the pool as well. So, just a lot of that damage that paired together with a Warlock, it's pretty devastating. There is a little bit of concern that you're just going to get run over, though.
OG's
Like,
turn to
Zeus,
ban.
Shaman, Warlock, very squishy if you're able to get in onto the backlines. I like that Huskar ban. It's something that could have potentially come out. Not that it's might be the strongest lane, but it's just something that you don't come across every single day. So they're like, well, let's just not be worried about it at all.
You don't want to get cheesed. It's a 24th pick.
10
You want to make
seconds
sure. Like, gone
remaining.
to the days of the Meepo 24th. Rest in peace, that hero. Thank God we don't have
5
to see it.
seconds
But
remaining.
Husker is very similar to that hero as well. So, is there anything that you can see that OG need to ban? Because I really feel like Void is the top priority for me.
Maybe a Leshrac if they're just wanting to up the tempo. You're going to be able to trade farm with a Puck. You're survivable-ish. You've got a Warlock to buff you up with the Shadow Word and the AoE damage from the Fatal Bonds that you can just start running at people before you're really too concerned about much. And maybe the towers that you're able to claim just gets you that BKB timing a little bit faster so the Puck isn't as much of a concern. And that's where Fnatic really stood out last game, right? Just so many heroes that are putting
Fnatic's
themselves on the
turn
front
to
line
pick.
where you don't have to be worried about, your backline getting invaded.
OG's turn to pick.
Alchemist.
Ooh.
Oh, what is...
Mid-Alk, maybe.
They have a crazy read from OG. They banned out Ursa as well. So I wonder if they're looking to protect...
I mean, they banned a Beastmaster and an Ursa,
Yeah.
so I don't think they know what's going on, man.
just covering their
10
tracks.
seconds remaining.
Well, we brought up the minus armor with
5
how you're able to
seconds
deal with the puck. I
remaining.
guess we should look at OG, what they're going for next. Does anything stand out that maybe could deal with the Alchemist in a game like this?
I mean, you need burst damage, but you need percent to... Maybe... They couldn't Necro into this, could they? Necro, Underlord...
And-
It's not a Phoenix game. I'm thinking, like, could Amar go the Wind Ranger? And then you go, something down those
You may now
lines.
select your
Monkey King's
heroes.
alright. Is this an offlane Monkey?
Are about to find out.
Yep. Offlane Monkey King. And it is that mid alchemist that we were talking about before. Like you get rid of the tiny, the conquer, but not this game because it's kind of in the bin right now. But alchemist, certainly one of those minus armor heroes that you're able to have a really good time in lane against.
How does Amar play this lane versus the Razor? Are you not going to have kind of some issues?
Yeah, I think maybe they were assuming that it was an alchemist 1 or something like that. I'm not sure, man. I'll be honest. This is certainly a bit of a janky draft on... Well, I don't want to say on both sides. The last pick for Fnatic and OG's is a little bit around everywhere. To me, it's so much pick-off that OG have. And you need to lean into that heavily. But kind of like what we saw in the latter half of the last game, if you go down that route, Fnatic have an Alchemist now. You can't just, unless he's the one that gets gone on and killed, that's the only time you really feel good, right? Other than that, Alchemist is going to be farming. He's going to be extending his net worth lead faster. It really feels like with the meta as it is right now, farming is the better option. So you can't commit too many heroes for it.
Yeah, I just have big concerns on how this early game is going to shape up. I feel like Fnatic are going to get their items, and there's not really much OG can do to combat that. And then once Fnatic have their items, they have, I think, a superior team fight. You're going to be looking into, like, Wukong's later could be nice. That it does, of course, depend on if Amar actually has a good lane and can keep up in farm. Kind of the Monkey King can be a hero, depending on your skill build, can kind of fall off in farm if you don't max out Prime with Spring. So I'm a big concern that we could just see a very similar thing happen in what we saw in Game 1. I think, again, this game is completely reliant on BZM to be able to give them some hope of looking strong in the early game. And if he's going to be able to do it on any hero, it is the Puck. BZM is an incredible Puck player.
So you're saying that Fnatic are going to put OG in the game?
I think it's... Yeah, I reckon Fnatic on a 2-0. I like their draft.
You heard it. Clip it and ship it. He gives them no chance. 0%.
Well, hang on. What the hell? What? All right, the classic gaslighting. Oh, on 0% now with the instant D ward. Oh my. Oh no. Hate to see it. Not a good start. It is indeed. No, sir. I did not say it's 0%. I think OG... what do you mean? I literally just said BCM. If they're going to be able to do it, it's on BCM. What's going on? I would not take this slander.
I'm just going to look at this bottom lane and have a look at what Amar does into this, because this is rough. You know, you're up against a Razor. You start taking that damage, you're in a bit of a rough spot. Again, he is supported by Tiger, so you're going to have the rebound to be able to move away. But you just can't, like, brawl up into it. And it's not like Dubu's going to be on the front lines either, although he needs to be a little bit careful with his movement here. He's on his own.
He's dead. This is dead.
Dubu?
If he doesn't die... Oh, he saw the monkey running him. All right, Dubu. Still going to be in some trouble. Let's see if those null stats are going to be enough to keep Dubu alive, and not the case. Seb lines up the shackles, and they're going to make sure they give first blood over to Amar. So there we go.
That's a
good
really
start.
big deal.
Well, today...
I mean, to be able to get first blood, suddenly you get your next item quicker. You're able to farm the lane a bit faster. You have the Boundless Strike, which you needed anyway to be able to secure the range creep, but it's just going to deal a little bit more damage and harass through. So, yeah, a little bit surprising there from Dubu.
They're going to continue to keep 3 heroes down here. The double supports. Okay, Tiger's going to look at what's going on.
BZM has denied 3 creeps mid into an Acid Spray Alchemist. That should not happen. You have like nearly a 10 attack damage differential on the Alch and the minus armor, so the creeps were -2 armor.
You doubting BZM? What the hell is going on? What, you think Fnatic easy
I'm
win for
saying-
them? How disappointing.
I'm saying that Bryle, it's uncharacteristic. He played such a great game 1 that I wasn't expecting that.
Let's take a look at how this top lane is going to be able to shape up here. Uragi on his Morphling, Tiger playing the Marcy. Got DJ on the Shaman.
Giving the peace signs.
Oh, it's such an awesome... Oh my god, look at this sticker. Watching... I think this has to be the best sticker. At least the one I've seen used the most between a lot of the teams.
What about the Ramses one in mid lane?
Is there one there now? Ooh. That's pretty good. I like it. So what you do... Oh, okay. So I hope BZM, after he got those 3 denies, he placed that sticker down. He was like, yeah...
Nah, he put the high 5 up.
No, that's good enough. That is good enough. Sure, you get in the head of the Bryle, but... Have they blocked the small camp down? Oh, I'm so surprised you haven't mentioned this yet. Oh my lord, you are a small camp being blocked advocate. Another range creep denied.
I'm telling you, man, BCM's
Another deny.
Another one. I mean, this isn't a lane where you want to be leveling up the unstable concoction too much. You might get 1 point into it just for when you eventually are going to look to rotate top lane as well.
Shaman's going to be in trouble here. Jab's getting a lot of damage into Tiger. The Bulwark currently on cooldown, and Tiger's going to be okay. Again, going for the Orb of Venom on the Marcy to be able to play in this lane. And 2 kills to start for OG. They're going to jump again. Uragi. Waveform still a cooldown for the moment. They know that Jabs isn't playing with his support. DJ finally able to TP back to the lane.
it's tough to contest into this Shadow Shaman, right? But in the early levels, when you don't have that the shackles available, it's a lot easier, right? But Tiger looking to try and get some pulls off. DJ just giving all of that experience over to Jabs. Very nicely done by him. Very valuable just to, again, make sure that this Mars is capable of being left on his own. I was saying before that until he gets that Blink Dagger, he's going to have a bit of a rougher time, you know, finding the park, actually converting onto hexes and shackles and kills. But, I mean, if the warding is right, then you might still be able to be in that sort of situation. Bot lane, Tomato's getting dived a little bit here with the Jingu. Although that static link ended up taking a lot of the damage away, so it's not quite as bad for Tomato.
Yeah, they're going to be looking at the level 3 here to be able to work with from Fnatic down bottom. Extra point in the static link, very important for the Razor to be able to play. Amar has he got boots coming out on the corridor? Yeah, alright, he's got boots coming out, so it's definitely going to be able to help out. I guess the nice thing as well is that whenever they get aggressive, Seb's probably just going to shackle, and that'll be the end of the attempt. It's not like Tomato's playing with a support that has a stun, so maybe we won't see as many kills down bottom. I think it really depends if the win range is in a good position or not.
Yeah, and Razor, obviously ranged hero, so isn't able to get that Quelling Blade to start chopping down a few more of the trees to prevent a lot of those shackles from happening. He tries to make a bit of an attempt onto Dubu, but won't end up landing it.
So we got to talk about this null as well on Dubu. What do you... What's the reasoning behind this? You said that he likes to go the Wraith Band on the Dazzle sometimes. So what's the thoughts on the null?
Yeah, he did it last game. It's just like some nice passive regen, I suppose. Mana regen coming through. When you go from 24 minutes and 59 seconds to 25, you get an extra 100 mana, and you get an extra, I think it's 1 mana regen, which is, you know, pretty decent. And even just for the little things like trading in what's already a strong lane, it's kind of nice. The lineup that you have isn't super reliant on mana, so you could get away with going this instead of something like a Bassi, just as a bit of a substitute.
We do see as well, OG were able to claim both bounty runes. It's going to be a little bit more important considering this is a mid-alchemist. You mentioned not going to want the points in the unstable concoction. Already 2 points in the Greed was Greed, so is nice the importance that we're seeing come out from OG to try and pick up these early bounties.
I'm surprised that that Observer Ward is still there from Fnatic in the mid lane. I would have thought that maybe BZM would have looked to try and take that away from himself, get a little bit of that extra experience. Again, it's so important for him to have a lead, and, well, he's done that with his great denying so far in this lane. As I'm looking to make a kill attempt onto Bryle before he hits level 6. Will he be in position? No. Very nicely done, and tries to give him the high five back.
Also, a nice move coming out as well from DJ. They freed up the hard camp for Jabs to be able to pull the lane back, so he's not going to be in a compromised position, and this enables DJ to be able to fall back and create some sacks around the triangle. They've got some wards set up as well to be able to protect Bryle once he goes back. You did mention as well throughout the draft that Fnatic, it's going to be important for DJ to be able to find some items and at least some gold. Maybe a lot of that gold will hold that thought as Tiger. He's going to be running up the river, but DJ and Jabs both in prime position with the beautiful chain control. Jabs will wait for the last second to chuck out that spear, maximizing the sun control so they can get plenty of damage, secure their first kill of the game.
Yeah, and that's all on the back of DJ's ward as well, right? This one that's just scouting out if there's any threat being given over to the hard camp stack, starting to be built up a little bit here. Of course, that's to assist Bryle, and this is why you don't block up the camp areas. It's because you want to make sure that you can steal away the enemy's camp if you can.
This is big though. I like what they're doing from Fnatic. Bryle is on the Alchemist, is not a hero that really has a lot of need out of a power rune, but the puck is one. You know, if BZM's able to find a haste rune, a DD, we saw what the puck could do last game with the double damage rune with so much damage into the tower. So Fnatic recognize this as well. Alright, top lane. Yo!
Solo?
Yeah, solo without even level 6 on Jab. So that is... oh, that's scary. He's got Catapult Wave as well, so he's going to shove it in and do a little bit of damage onto the tower. Bottom lane, Tomato going to be in some trouble. Amar is working with the Jingu stack. Seb's going to look to TP in as well. Tomato has some stick charges to be able to play with. DJ's going to look to enter the fight, but the damage has been dealt. And now DJ, he's going to look to get out. Amar's on the hunt. They want to get more kills, and Tiger will help to enable that. Dispose back, putting Dubu in a compromised position. And there we go. OG finding 2 kills down bottom.
Man, that was so close, actually. Like, that's one of those instances where literally 1 second makes a difference. DJ playing great so far, but if he was there just a tiny bit sooner, you get that shackles off onto the Razor, and you allow an extra couple of ticks to come through from the Shadow Word. Razor lives.
Might be able to get Seb. Mars gonna look to step in. Down the strike could hold back Tomato.
He's disarmed by the Kobold.
Oh no. Dubu's gonna come down bottom as well. Amar should be okay. You see how aggressive he's been able to play. Very impressed with the Monkey's lane so far. Second in net worth is Amar.
Oh, those cheeky Kobolds. Do you know those disarmed towers as well? These
What?
Kobold soldiers? Yeah.
I didn't know that. I mean, I don't really know when that's going to be useful, but I didn't know they did that.
You try and glyph, suddenly there's no multi-shot, easy clap.
Okay, sure. So when you look to set up a dive, you bring a Kobold so they can't rely on the multi-shot? Alright.
I think if you've got a Chen lineup, you can afford to do it.
Ryle?
Mid
Oh,
lane.
that was a beautiful dispose.
2 seconds for
Chemical
multi.
Rage is up in a couple of seconds. And yeah, good luck killing the Alchemist. And now they might consider turning onto Seb. They don't have the Unstable Concoction to work with the chain control. So the rebound's going to be enough to get Seb out of harm's way.
All these denies coming through from OG, they're so good at the mechanics of the game. But this is the thing, like, last game, you could tell that Fnatic were on a timer. You had this Faceless Void that was eventually going to pop off. You needed those BKBs so you could take the fights a lot more effectively. This game is different. You've got an Alchemist. You kind of want this game to go late. You've got a Shadow Shaman, one of the greedier supports in the game. So,
Ryle might be in a bit of trouble here. They need to bring the numbers on Fnatic to protect the jungle. They've got Dubu nearby, but Amar lines up the Boundless, and even BZM's nearby as well, so beautifully done from OG.
Yeah, she's coming.
Invading the jungle, but you can't dive too deep because Jabs rotates in, slams down the arena with a beautiful lineup of the spear as well as OG stepped too far inside Fnatic's territory, and they will be penalized for this as Jabs shows up with a gigantic rotation, keeping Bryle alive, and in the end, it's a 1-for-4 trade.
Securing the double kill for Dubu. Very nicely done. The true carry of this team is Dubu on his Warlock. And yeah, I mean, it was just another one of these little bit too aggressive moves coming through from OG. They got the great start to that team fight, but this is a Mars that has had a pretty decent time in the top side, getting the solo kill onto the Morphling, having that level 6 available. Just some of the communication, maybe that youthful exuberance coming through from OG.
Tomato bottom lane is going to be in trouble. He TP'd down here and instantly OG recognized that he's going to be stuck in this lane, and that's going to be a second death in a row on Tomato. 3 deaths already overall for him, and we saw Tomato as a big reason of why they're able to take game 1. That Midas build, and he got incredibly farmed, but this game, it's not going to be a repeat of that.
Well, that's the issue. He doesn't go on the Midas this game, you know, like, why mess with something successful? No, it would have been way too greedy when you've already got this Alchemist on the team, wanting to take away a lot of the farm. Same sort of thing with
No, bro!
but it might end up killing him.
Oh no. He's close to the tier 1 tower. The chemical, it's not enough for the region. Oh no. Oh, goddamn neutral items.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
This is a catapult wave
Starting
as
to
well.
pushing a little bit up this top, yeah. You got the Mass Serpent Wards as well, Yuragi.
Is under attack.
He's up here, having to be a little bit careful. Nice drop of the Mass Serpent Wards, not revealing too much. Obviously, you never want your position to be completely obvious there from DJ. Might place down an Observer Ward or wait for Yuragi to walk a little bit closer to him. Maybe go for the spear.
I got the attribute
Gets
shift.
the shift up.
Beautifully done. Trying to help defend the tower. Meanwhile, mid lane, they're doing a decent amount of damage onto the tier 1 as well. BZM already has his switchblade completed, but they do also free up bottom for Amar. So is Monkey King having an exceptional start? Amar 3-1 and 2, second in net worth. Already the Echo Saber. Actually, no, he's just got the quarterstaff completed. How are we expecting Amar to look to play now with this tier 1 tower down? Is it maybe just a bit of a farm game to get that Echo Saber, or do they look to still play with him for the next couple of minutes?
I think he needs the Echo Saber. You don't want to wait for the BKB, I don't feel. That's the way I think, though. Amar doesn't think like normal people. He just wants to hit creeps a lot of the time.
Just TP straight into multiple heroes. OJ doing a very good job. Meanwhile, top lane as well, Tomato. He's in a bit of trouble. Yuragi playing around with the Replicate, so he's able to steal the damage out of the Static Link, and Jabs And that arena's going to do nothing as meanwhile under the tier 1 tower mid lane
Dire's middle
OG,
tower is under
they're finding
attack.
kills all across the
Radiant's
map.
bottom tower is under
I mean,
attack.
it was a great kill previously by Jabs, but he was very slow on that spear. He probably could have made sure that the Razor continued to live, and well, Tomato's really suffering in terms of net worth now. At least you've got the air Radiance up for Bryle. He's going to continue to scale, of course, but yeah, this is something where
He's in
OG,
trouble
they want to be the
here.
aggressors.
Mash TPs. Are they going to be fast enough though, Bryle? Can he get the concoction off? It
Stuns
stuns
himself.
up, but it's not going to be enough. Dubu with the answer, the rock, and they get the Morphling. Okay. So Fnatic, they don't keep Bryle alive. The TP is a little bit too
Radiant's middle
long to be
tower
able to
is under
connect, but at least they do get some revenge.
What did I tell you about the true carry in this game? Dubu just turning that one around with the chaotic offering, being able to land that onto the
They got the blink. Let's see if Jabs can find the angle. A phase shift though from BZM is going to make sure that is not a possibility.
Still looking to play around the trees, it seems, is Fnatic going into the Aether lens on DJ. I'm still of the mindset of you need this Blink Dagger on DJ, and you need it ASAP. You might find Seb, but again, it's Seb. Never mind, he's got an Observer Ward that they pick out anyway. That's something as well that I'm going to sound like the biggest Dubu fanboy, but I swear he's gotten, like, in this game alone, at least 3 Observer Ward denies already.
Them moving away from mid, though, is going to put them in a position where they can't keep this tower alive.
Radiant's
This is
middle
a
tower
big
has
victory
fallen.
here for OG.
I doubt they were feeling strong at the time anyway. No chaotic offering, no either storm.
Radiant's middle tower is under
Jabs.
attack.
I mean, when someone overextends like that, they're going to punish you.
Slap to your ass.
With this tower now down, though, from OG, we are going to see them be able to contest the triangle, because the name of the game is really to slow down Bryle, who is actually moving into the pit. We were speaking about the Serpent Wards in the draft, and they feel like with the pick off onto the Marcy, that's enough to give them a window just to take Roshan at 14 minutes.
Why not? You got the Mass Serpent Wards, you got the Minus Armor coming through, even just a few misses coming through as well from Roshan because of the Radiance. I like this a lot. Like, you know that OG are going to try and up the tempo against you, so it's very important that you've got the tools in place to allow the rest of the team to connect through. Your team fight is still very strong.
Top lane Jabs. The team's starting to connect to the Mars, but they're going to be a little bit too far away, and the coil will make sure Jabs
Middle tower
does not get enough distance from the pursuing members on OG, and they're instantly going to look to smoke as well. They're hunting down Bryle along with Dubu. They'll get the Shackles to lock the Warlock into the river, so nice plays from OG. Looking to continue finding these +1s as Tiger's not done just yet. I'll scout out the positioning of Tomato. It's going to be up to Armada holding back with the Boundless Strike. Under the tier 2 tower, though, are they going to go for this? All right, that's the call.
the
They got to be
multi-shot.
caution about the multi-shot, though. Armada's going to be protected thanks to the bonus armor coming up for the Wukong's command, but a Shackles
shackle.
from Seb onto 2, and look at the damage ramp up. They break down the first line, but Jobs is in. Arena holding 4, but where's the damage? It's going to come through finally once Bryle's able to respawn, but BCM and Mar, they're still in fighting shape as Jiragi waveforms in, finds the finishing blow as OG. They say, no, sir, we don't mind about this age's advantage. We can still take these engagements.
This is just the thing as well. I was saying it during the draft. You had plenty of chances to be able to answer this puck. And it just feels like unless you're getting that initial burst onto her, you're never going to have that be the case. And well, Blink Dagger nearly up for BZM is just going to make that life so much harder for yourselves. It's 15 minutes, by the way. Seb has the Gale Force, one of the most OP shards in the entire game, especially when you pair it together with the likes of the puck. When you're trying to prevent a Razor from running at you pre-BKB, he's still a full recipe away from being able to pick it up for himself. So this is going to be a value pickup.
See, it's OG with the net worth lead, 3,000, make it 2,000 now. And that's incredibly important against an Alchemist lineup. These teams always thrive with having that artificial net worth showing in the graphs.
Got a smoke coming through here, so don't want to miss anything. These two teams about to collide into each other, and they find
They
nearly
missed the
Marcy.
spear. Gale Force is going to be a bit annoying, and look at them just charging towards Dubu's location. Trying to
Another
deal with the
shackle.
Warlock before he drops the rock, but the core's going to leash them into place.
They're going to be cautious about Brawl because he's going to find the jump. He's got the blink dagger real, but where's the damage? Jabs, he enters the fight as well, slams down the arena. They'll target down the Monkey King, but the spells are on cooldown, so BZM is going to be able to have a free fight for the moment, but he's going to be cautious though inside the acid spray. BZM, the Radiant's almost taking him down. Jabs tries to find the spear, but BZM sidesteps that attempt. A messy fight though inside OG's jungle.
Yeah, but it's something that Fnatic will be very happy about. They're able to take away a little bit of that snowball coming through from the Monkey King, taking him out early on into the fight. Again, though, I do like the fact that OG are making that move. They know that they need to try and find Fnatic where they're at their most vulnerable, and that is prior to these BKBs coming out. You can't let them have that disengage for a lot of these fights, because really it's all on BZM. He is the MVP right now of this game. He's just enabling so many of these team fights, only died a single time, and once those BKBs are up, that's not going to be as much of a factor. So it's really just about who can they find. It's a free kill, most likely being picked up on Tomasi here. But, well, DJ, he's finished up that Aether Lens now, going straight into the Blink Dagger. He's got a lot of cast range with that Keen Optic as well.
Do we feel like the action's gonna Puck DJ? They should be able to deal with the shackles.
No
but
connection.
They turn it back around. Yeah, DJ's gone. No one else playing behind. Brawl with the blink on cooldown. Tomato. He has his BKB getting delivered. I believe. Oh no, he doesn't actually have the gold for the recipe. What do we feel like is going to be the next couple minutes of this game? I mean, it's a very, very minimal net worth lead from OG, but do we feel like the action's going to continue, or do both sides need to farm a little bit?
Maybe they could look to try and start making something happen now on TSM side, just because you've got that BKB now on the Razor. You've got the Eye of the Storm coming off cooldown. You've got the Rock in 40 seconds, so maybe that's a little bit too keen, but no, they're just saying this is our timing. We got to make something happen with it. If we can catch the puck, that's the ideal scenario.
Smoke on smoke, and they're going to have the high ground advantage. Them charging straight into Tomato. Be quick on the fingers though. BZM's out. But look at Fnatic, they make the call. From the ward down, recognizing OG. That's the important thing, the vision game.
I'm just watching DJ. Can he get the ideal start? Honestly, any of the cores would be a fantastic get.
The issue is, it's not like he can really... He's not going to be able to chain control someone with the shackles this game. With the Boundless Strike, with the shackle shot from the Wind Ranger. Brawl's looking for a jump onto Yuragi. Attribute shift is there. Just poking them though. Letting the Serpent Wards do the job.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
There's the wards, there's the vision. And try and bring down Tomato. The Boundless Strike from afar. They'll get the BKB and the Rock as well. Jab's just going to be in with the combo, the attribute shift. It's enough to keep Yuragi alive for the moment. It's still going to be stuck inside the Miggle, and Yuragi doesn't waveform out. We're still on cooldown for the last second, so the Morphling killed off along with the tier 1 tower. A big win for Fnatic, but OG, they feel like they're in fighting shape. They're going to jump in. An easy kill onto DJ, but they've got the answer. Tiger's going to go down. A 1-for-1, but OG, they don't want to stick around. A buyback coming up from the Shadow Shaman. Seb's going to be able to cover the retreat with the help of the Gale Force. Wow, the blink.
Running around on division.
Oh, they should be able to catch him, and they will. Seb, the sacrificial lamb. Amar makes it out along with BZM. But Fnatic, the net worth lead is finally in their favor.
You see what a huge difference it makes as soon as you got that BKB on Tomato, right? He isn't too trigger happy as well. He wants OG to commit a few spells onto him before he actually looks to use it. You know you got the turnaround. It was a great use of the chaotic offering coming through again from Dubu, just to be able to get all of that. And of course, Jab's just coming in at the very end. Arena of Blood, steering back the Morphling closer to the rest of the team. This is what I was talking about with like adapting to the situation that the game requires. Previously, you might see a Razor always going for the Falcon Blade, but this isn't the game for it. Tomato just really needed that item that he was like, well, Fluffy hat, that's enough. I need my BKB now.
Oh. Just showing on the Boundless Strike from Amar. Top lane, who they ran into. Mr. Marcy. Tiger goes down. Misses. Marcy, apologies. Sorry.
Miz.
We got some interesting items being picked up. Ryle has a Orchid now completed, so Puck has not got a defensive item, which is going to be a big issue for BZM to play with. I wonder if... What do you do now on the Puck? Is Aeon this something you need to be considering? Because I don't know if you want a BKB. Maybe a Lincoln's because you are into a Shaman?
Yeah, I think I wouldn't hate the Aeon disc coming through for BZM just to ensure that he's not getting chain lockdown. I can see he's going for the Octarine core on Bryle. I really wouldn't hate to see him go something like a Bloodthorn instead, just because it's going to give you that true strike that you might need to burst the Wind Ranger. A little bit more like if he eventually goes into a Butterfly on the Morphling, perhaps it's going to get you to go through that. Just enables the rest of the team really effectively.
We have an easier way to be able to start the fights onto OG now. Tiger. And Dagger completed. They have a lot of poke. The Boundless from afar, the Shackles from afar. Tiger can jump in. A couple of orbs as well. And really force down some early BKBs, and they might be able to do so. Oh, look at that. Tomato pops the BKB instantly as he sees OG, and they're going to look to get out, in fact, on Fnatic. They don't want to take the engagement, but they might be forced to. Bryle, nice blink away. DJ will come at a cost. Tiger's already on that +1, looking to catch up to Bryle, and he gets him. Gets in range to be able to cancel the TP. Fnatic are now in a position where they're forced to fight. Arena to buy some time, blocking off the escape avenue, but DJ... Oh, Jabs is out, and Bryle, oh, he will not be as fortunate. And that is the OG that we always see, recognizing they have the resources to get one kill, that they don't need to overstay. They can look for the +1s, and Tiger was on the ball there.
That's the difference, right? They were actually able to get in onto the backlines on the supports. We didn't see it in the previous game because they just had all supports, 4 people that wanted to go forward, plus a Warlock. This time it's very different. You jump on that Shadow Shaman, he is dead. There is nothing that he could do about that, which is why I've been stressing so much about this Blink Dagger. You need to be the ones starting a lot of these engagements on Fnatic if you're going to have any chance of winning these team fights at this stage of the game, once BKBs are available.
Radiant's top tower is under
the scam was, I don't know how it didn't hit Seb, and I thought Mars was going to jump in to try and clear the way, but finally the scam went red. I was like, surely not, like millimeters away from it going red, but finally does, and they don't take the bait on Jabs. Great ward for Dye to be playing with inside the triangle. Look at how they're positioned as well. Tomato, he's just going to charge up the high ground. It's risky when he doesn't have heroes to play with. Down behind the tier 2 tower as well. Amar, he gets a freebie. They're going to look to drop the rock. Amar control the vicinity with the Wukong's commands. He's got the bonus armor to be playing with as well, but is it going to be enough to keep the monkey alive? It looks like it is. Amar with the mischief dodge, and now they're going to consider about turning to Bryle. Amar's going to be cautious though. Concoction along with the Radiance. Bryle jumps in, but under the tier 2 tower, OG, they've done the dirty work. They've caught out Jabs as well as OG find a 4-for-1 and continuing to take some really strong skirmishes for the lads on Dire.
They'll find Roshan as well off the back of this. It's going to be only 3 of them taking it, but that double damage on the Morphling was just that little bit extra that they needed before a lot of these big spells started to come out on Fnatic's side. Again, it was just finding the backlines. They were able to get that ward off, use the vision that the Monkey Tree Dance provides, and I was talking about in the draft that this is something that OG don't really pick. They don't pick these Beastmasters, these heroes that give you a lot of vision, but Amar's really made this Monkey King work in a similar sort of fashion, both finding the correct balance between scouting, farming, and great team fight. Yeah,
I've been really impressed with Amar's performance this game. It's something you've highlighted a lot throughout this game as well, is how OG need to deal with the supports. And we are just seeing that. Like Amar is jumping, Tiger's also just running down the supports. They are putting a lot of their emphasis on just maybe poking the Razor's BKB, and then everyone else going straight behind him and dealing with those really key components of the draft from Fnatic.
So now, the question is, like, what does Fnatic need to do about this? Because you're going up into an Aegis on a Morphling that's already kind of hard to kill. He's getting close to his Skadi as well, which is going to be amazing against the BKB on the Razor, plus the Alchemist, just for that reduction to the regen coming through. So I think they just need to try and split up this map as much as possible. Sure, someone's going to die because, again, OG's lineup is all focused around pickoff, but that's something that you just need to accept is going to happen. You've got an Alchemist lineup that's 7k net worth behind. Fix it somehow. You know, people need to be farming.
It does look like they're trying to set themselves up in a position of fight though, and I think they can on Fnatic if you have a vision advantage in a choke point. But it does look like they've got the read though from OG with that circle kind of drawn, recognizing that maybe Fnatic are playing down by this bottom jungle, and it's a little bit obvious at the moment. I mean, the lanes are not in a great position. Mid lane, Brawl's going to look to shove it out. I mean, Tomato's going to show top shortly as well. But it really has to be... sorry?
I was just going to say, OG don't need to farm. Like, they're going to get this Skadi on the Morphling, and then right now, your favorite item, the Gem of True Sight, is currently sitting on BZM. So they're just going to suffocate the space that Fnatic have to play the game that they want. Like I said before, it is farming. They need to be farming as much as possible right now. So the question is, where can they do that? It's basically up on this top side of the map where there's no objectives. There's no tier 1 tower. There's no Roshan. They're a little bit happy to give Tomato this because he's not close to picking up some amazing item in the next little bit, right? So they're fine to do that as long as it just restricts where Alchemist can look to be playing. They'll also probably get a tier 2 tower for themselves, take away that outpost control, because you can't run into this. You can't run into 6 lives when you've got that pick off, and Razor still needs that farm.
Do you feel like this is an Aegis where OG can maybe knock on the high ground, or you're content with just the amount of gold you're going to be able to accumulate across the map and looking to find these tier 2 towers?
I think it depends if they find a pickoff. If they do that, sure. You know, you need to test if there are buybacks available, and right now the only one, well, actually 2 cores have it, both the Alchemist and the Razor on Fnatic's side, so you certainly always want to be forcing a buyback out of an Alchemist lineup. But yeah, I don't think they can be running blindly up there. Although Tiger's been playing pretty damn well, right? So he might just be able to land another one of those big rebounds into the base without a care in the world for his own life. I mean, he's got the Blink Dagger, actually, so he could just... Maybe Amar goes up in the trees, blink forward by Marcy, dispose someone back into the rest of the team, rebound out.
It is, though, a position that can be difficult for... If Fnatic have a lot of breathing room and OG don't have a lot of map to be able to chase heroes down, because they are a lineup that's really mobile, like Monkey dancing the tree line, Marcy jumping in and out, you know, Puck. Literally everyone has a mobility. We don't have to go through all of them. So if you're taking a fight inside Fnatic's base where they're set up, and maybe where you can speed push them back into the barracks, or you speed back, you drop the arena so they can't enter the high ground, then it gets very awkward. So bottom lane, BZM. Oh, Brawl's gonna show... Oh my lord, the reactions with the blink. He just showed, I think, on the orb, and they're beelining down to bottom. This is an opportunity now for OG to be able to take the fight as Brawl's out of position. Dubu's out of position as well, as OG pounce on that opportunity.
It was a cute attempt. You know, if they caught that Puck, that would have been enormous for him. Take away the gem, take away that huge kill streak, give it over to the Alchemist, but this is what they were needing to be able to go up onto that high ground.
They run into the Puck. They're going to be able to catch him out. Jabs and DJ in combination together. They get the gem, and Jabs, he doesn't have a TP. So he's going to have to run it off with the BKB. Tomato TP's in Tomato.
What?
Hang on, I don't know if you can be here. Instant tip out of BZM before they even get the kill. And now they've also ran into Jabs. As Seb once again looking to hunt down that +1 kill. And they will do so with ease. BZM comes at a price. But Fnatic, they lose 5 across the map.
Just ban it. Just ban the Seb win rage. He's been able to find so many shackles, so many pickoffs to be able to start a lot of these engagements that it's just silly. You know, they're hitting up onto the high ground now. No blip available for Fnatic. Buybacks available on 2 heroes, but they're going to be up in 10 seconds. So minimum tier 3 is going to be going down, but I don't feel like you can take this team fight without the arena. This needs to be a full lane of Rax given up.
It's not only that, but you're not playing with BKBs as well when you respawn. It's going to be way too difficult for them to even think about contesting it. And there we go. OG, free set of barracks, 12,000 net worth lead. And the rest of Fnatic cores are just, they're falling off the cliff. Right? And Mars is not scaling. We saw Jabs had a couple of good team fights early on with the arenas, but he's not being able to keep up. Tomato's not keeping up. So that's going to be all on Braille. But this Alchemist, he can kind of fall off.
He can. And also, I believe, unless he sold it, no, he's still questioning whether he wants to go for that full Octarine core or if he wants to save the buyback. It's honestly, to me, reaching the stage where you just need to go all out. If you're dying once, you're dying twice. The chemical rage is so long cooldown that if you die one time, it's just going to be the end of you. I mean, I'm going to be huffing some copium here. So last game, people were accusing me of doing it for OG, like I'm some kind of OG fanboy, even though I am a C caster. But this game, I'm going to be on Fnatic's side. The one that got the kill onto the BZM's puck that time was DJ. So he got 1,000+ gold from that kill streak. So he's only 250 away from being able to pick up that Blink Dagger. And maybe that's the difference that they need to finally take a team fight where they're on the front foot. Because Alchemist isn't going to stun anyone. Warlock's not going to stun anyone. Mars maybe, but it relies on BZM being bad. And he's not bad. He's an excellent puck. One of the top 4 in the world, I think.
Alchemist picks up this BKB, and we'll see how they're able to set themselves up. They do have a double damage rune, though, onto Yuragi, so it's not going to be easy at all. And you're not playing with this Blink as well on the Shaman. Oh, Jabs!
Oh, they got him!
No hesitation. The scan. You're able to recognize that someone was being cheeky in the tree line, so Jabs jumps in, drops down the arena, and it's Monkey down for 70 seconds. And they're going to look to smoke again. Yeah, instantly Dubu buys the smoke, so they need to deal with bottom, though. It will be pretty obvious if they're making a play and not shoving bottom out.
But who can do it? That's the other question, right? You don't have anyone like a Conqueror or an Ember Spirit. It's just able to TP, no summon heroes that could just use their creeps to be able to do it. It is a bit of an awkward situation, so I can understand the eagerness to want to go forward, but right now they're just going to push out the few lanes, pick up that farm, and relish the time that they have where this Monkey King isn't as big of a factor. Jabs his Aghanim Shard as well as a blast rig, so he just wants to make sure he's not getting focused down.
Tiger's in, yeah. Farmer too aggressive, and OG gonna look to jump him instantly. Dubu might be able to drop the rock defensively, buying some valuable seconds for the rest of reinforcements to show up, and they've got the control into the Morphling. Hassan's gonna be able to prevent the chain control, so Yuragi's able to reposition in the north end. He's got the double damage route to take this fight as well. The Spear's gonna push him to the left side. They should be able to deal with Tomato afterwards as well. They know the BKB's on cooldown, so OG will jump back into the middle. Brawl, though, wants to turn this team fight around, but Yuragi is playing with the Satanic, so Brawl's only tickling the Morphling. Yuragi is going to continue going. He's got the static link, and buyback's going to be forced out, but Brawl's in trouble. BZM along with Yuragi diving deep, and meanwhile they've run into Jabs as well as OG swarming inside the base. BZM will not stop there. Onto Tomato they go, and they're even going to consider about diving the fountain. Oh, look at BZM being all cheeky.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Well, they're going to wait it out, see if they're forced to go in, and yeah, as soon as they start hitting the tier 4s, GG gets called. So it's a 1-1 series between OG and Fnatic. Pretty fitting, right? Considering how close both those two teams, as well as TSM, Fnatic stand-ins were during the most recent Stockholm Major. So I would say Fnatic are pretty satisfied with that. You know, a lot of people really counting them out towards the start of the tournament. But 1-1, very healthy way to be able to begin this group stage, considering, again, I feel like 8th spot, and they are secured at TI. So very well done by OG. Again, it comes down to a couple of seconds in a number of engagements, right? That 1 second that I was talking about on the bottom side, where Tomato dies instead of being able to turn around and maybe get a double kill. DJ only getting the Blink Dagger towards the very end of the game when it was kind of out of Fnatic's hands at that stage anyway, and just no answer to the puck where you just couldn't deal with it prior to the Shadow Shaman coming online. So I think those are the big 3 things coming through from that game.
Yeah, and I'm going to be exciting to see if OG continue going down this route of maybe putting a little bit more importance on the Monkey King. Because if they can flex it, Yuragi plays a really good Monkey. If they can play it in a 4 as well, which they will definitely have that capability for Tiger to run it. And if Amar can play a pretty good Monkey King, which he did that game, I was really impressed with Amar's performance on the Monkey. So that could be a little bit of a pocket strat, or something that we could see, you know, flexed a lot coming down into the later phase. Of course, it was just our first series here of the group stages, but like you said, Fnatic, they're going to be pretty happy with this result going up against the reigning major champions. They're playing with a couple stand-ins as well. There was a lot that they could look forward to. Of course, a lot of positive things out of both these games. But in the end, our first series over on Stream C is going to be a 1-1 tie between the lads on OG and Fnatic. We're going to send it over break, and when we come back, we'll have our second series ready to rock and roll.
Radiant structures are fortified.
Illusion. You might wish to retract your last move.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
What is this madness?
Radiant's middle tower has fallen. Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's middle tower has fallen.
power can be found in any number of places. Scientists will tell you that it comes in newtons. Gamers will say that it can be found in silky skills. We will say that the power lies in real thrills. In the play with perfect ping. In the runes and crystals. In every frag and gank. In your personal winnings. Lock and load for PGL Arlington.
We are back with our second series of the day here. We're going to be moving over and facing Na'Vi up against Entity. Denog, I'm loving this. I was asking, did you do your homework? Screw the prep. Don't worry about all the 17 teams, knowing ins and outs of the plays, if the drafts, what the hell is going to go on, because of course we do call you the Oracle. I was saying the prep on the backgrounds, that was the main thing. A lot of people watching CDPC, they would know that you're famous for the backgrounds. You got to have some good ones going up your sleeves, and you got a decent second one. Well, I'm still yet to be completely impressed. Hopefully you got some time though.
We'll see. We'll see what's to come. We got a lot of Dota over the next few days. And this one, we got another one where we have a stand-in coming from TSN. So America connection, even though he is from Europe, Saberlight coming through for them in the position 1 role. I'm interested to see how he's able to make that work, if there's any like crossover between the style of heroes he plays, and if he's able to morph that into the position 1 role. Honestly, outside of the Nature's Prophet, I don't see too much of that. We see the occasional Doom come out in the position 1, but I'm not really seeing him play it too much in pubs, even though it is something that Pure does a lot when he's playing for Entity. Maybe he'll just try and emulate Pure as much as possible, go the sniper, all these sorts of things. But what makes a player like that special is that it's his hero, it's his style of hero, right? So we'll see if Saberlight's able to pull something out of a hat, maybe even just a Dawnbreaker, Yeah,
I do think we could see some crossover, because I think one big thing for Entity through a lot of their drafts in 2 or 3 was the fact that they could flex this Doom in multiple roles. Well, like you just mentioned, I mean, Pure, he played it 5 times. Of course, they can play it. Atobi can play it. Katomi plays a very good Doom as well. And, I mean, Saberlight is an offlaner. Of course, Doom's, if you play it as a position 1, is going to be a little bit different, but at least you will be comfortable with the hero. So I'm sure they will have that capability still to pick it up a decent amount. And for Saberlight, he's been playing so far in his pubs, some Alchemists, some Razors, Dawnbreaker, Nature's Prophet, some Bristlebacks, and some Dooms as well. And I think for Pure in particular, they never really gave Pure a lot of hard carry win conditions. They would definitely, but it wasn't like your typical Terrorblade, Faceless Void, Jug, these real late game style Morphling heroes as well. It does play, some of them, but it was some very different style of position 1. So it's going to be interesting to see if Saberlight can at least implement that as well.
Yeah, and I think all those heroes that you listed off that he is going to be playing, the Alchemist, the Dawnbreaker, the Bristleback, Razor, these are all heroes that just want to go, go, go. And that is Entity style. They are a incredibly aggressive team. And honestly, like when we do our research, we look through a lot of these players and we see, okay, it's all well and good to look at what they're playing in competitive, but what are they playing in their pubs as well? Because that's often an indication of what's to come. And honestly, it's rare that you find a crossover that what they play in pubs and what they play in officials is like exactly the same. And that's the thing with Fishman. He plays 4 heroes, and that's it. He plays Chen, Clock, Shadow Shaman, Bane. So it's like, you know what's coming from this position 5 role. Chen is by far his most comfortable, but I really think we could look to see something like a Clockwork start to come out. Just something that's, again, able to up the tempo, play together well with these aggressive style, because I think that's what Entity's doing. I think a lot of people had Fnatic down towards the bottom of their tier lists. I think Entity's the other one down there just because they're the new kids on the block, and they qualified 4th within the European region, and they have a stand-in. So we'll see how they go up against Na'Vi, who we haven't talked about yet, who they're looking pretty solid. I mean, they bombed out of the ESL Malaysia qualifiers, but they did look very well during the Eastern European DPC season.
Yes, without a doubt. I think Na'Vi, you can almost have a similar storyline with Entity, as they do have a couple new kids on the block. You've got Lice as their position 3 and Sweden Strong in their position 4. There is not a lot of experience between those two, but if you look at some of the other players, Solo, No One, a lot of experience out of them. Their carry as well in VTune, he's an incredibly talented position 1. Somehow always feels like VTune is towards the top of the net worth. So it's going to be exciting to see. I mean, for both these teams really, and I think a lot of the teams as well at the major, where we're looking at, it's going to be a question of experience out of a lot of them. You could look at Aster, their position 5, PQ, has been in the scene for a little bit of time, but compared to some of his other players, Baboka, XXS, Ori, a lot of experience out of there. You go to multiple other rosters as well. Alone on Thunder Awaken doesn't have as much experience. So I think
he's only 17 alone.
Exactly.
Like,
that's the thing.
It's crazy, the big differential between, some of these. I mean, who's the oldest carry here? I think it's Matumba Man, right? He's like 28 or something like that. So the big difference between seeing the likes of your Pakars and your Yuragis, and then you've got old man Matumba Man, and honestly, Arteezy's kind of getting up there as well, at least in terms of the position 1s. So keen to see how those different styles are able to adapt. And Vichun, he's sitting in the middle. He's obviously achieved a good amount of success coming through. They've also got No One and Solo coming in for that greater level of experience, and No One's just been on a tear lately. The amount of times that he is not solo carried games, but very heavily stamped his influence on it, and he is number 1 in the European leaderboards right now.
And No One has he's played 7 heroes overall. They put a lot of emphasis on his puck. No One's played it 7 times with an 86% win rate. So it's going to be interesting to see how they kind of compare the heroes between No One and Storm Spirit, because they do kind of like these more flashier heroes. But you would
assume someone that has the name Stormer would play more Storm Spirit, wouldn't you? But he's like an Invoker spammer. So what's going on there?
Yeah, I don't know. How many times did he play it, actually? Did he play the Storm? Well, I guess Storm was not good at all in the last tour, so it does give him a little bit of excuse. Storm's not even in his top 5 heroes, so yeah, come on. You got a name for it. What's going on? It gives you a little bit of a buff. Storm twice in your name. You're going to pick the hero. I feel like there's a buff in there somewhere.
This is a bit of a treat for us, because obviously you and I, we've cast a bunch of Na'Vi during the Eastern European region. Not so much of Entity, though. Only occasionally when they were coming through into like some D2CL, third-party tournaments. I believe we might have only cast 1 series with them in it. So I'm keen to see how it is. And of course, always a pleasure to watch Saberlight play. Very individually skilled player. I think that's the big thing that really sets Entity apart, is that I don't want to say they're a team of pub stars, but that's certainly where a lot of them came from and made their names. Stormer was up towards the top of the leaderboards for a long time before he got that chance, and he's really taken it with both hands.
Yeah, they're a team that, like you said, they definitely played together in the past. They have that synergy coming out from the lads of Entity. They feel like they're at least what it looks like in their cameras when 2 or 3 was going on, and after their victories and through a lot of the interviews as well, they really look like they are a tight-knit group. Of course, playing together for a decent amount of time, and some previous teams will definitely help out with that as well.
Yeah, it really feels to me like, given that Pure's not here, I would say Katami is the one that we need to be looking at. He's the one that makes a lot of these flashy plays, that is that X factor that we talk about, the one that just goes that little bit extra than you might expect, dives a bit deeper when you think that's crazy, but somehow he's able to pull it off, carrying from a Wyvern position 4, crazy tiny tosses. Things like that are really where he likes to excel.
Yeah, so it's going to be interesting to see heading into the first phase when we do get the draft ready to go. We are having some lobby issues with starting this one, just so everyone is aware. But it's going to be interesting to see kind of the priority. You mentioned that the entity really like this clockwork and they like going for Fishman's Hero pretty early on, but they also really put a lot of emphasis on the Winter Wyvern. Do you want to go for your position 2? Because it feels like at the moment, from what I'm seeing when I was doing a lot of my prep, was that teams, there's pretty much always going to be in the first phase a hero they can flex, and some teams will differentiate whether they like to go for their position 3 or whether they like to go for their position 2 to be able to combo that in the first phase.
Yeah, I think if Entity Chen, like they're just gonna run at you with this Chen lineup and just try and beat you down. I mean, the ideal draft for them is like a Bristleback, a Chen, a Puck, a Clockwork, or a Wyvern. Things that are just able to just go, never stop. Viper, I'm sure, in that pool as well. So we'll see what slips through in the draft as we actually do get into it finally. But I'm excited. I'm excited to see how these two regions go up against each other. Have they ever played against each other, or has it just been quite some time?
Dire team ban.
That is a great question. Maybe in a D2CL that they have played up against each other. I can try and take a look.
I feel like Na'Vi aren't the ones to kind of participate in those sorts of things, though. That's the thing. We'll see. We'll see. Right now, Entity just looking to take away a lot of the... I'll make up a word. Pick-off turnarounders. Like a Dawnbreaker is obviously one of the best heroes at being able to just say, oh, you're going on a 1 hero so that you can make it a 5v4 and then push? No. I'm going to try and just be that global presence to respond to that. So that's the first ban from Entity. And I honestly wouldn't be surprised if they just go down that route as well with their second pick. They love picking the Wyvern, but it might be a worthwhile ban.
Quickly back on your point as well, if they have played each other, I just tabbed on one of the D2CLs, Season 6, and Na'Vi and Entity were both in that. That was the Entity with, of course, Crystal's playing, and the Na'Vi roster was with General and Aloha Dance as the 3 and the 4. So Na'Vi made it to the grand finals, and in fact, Na'Vi actually knocked out Entity in the lower bracket finals. So yeah, they've had some experience playing against each other. Of course, completely different roster, and oh my lord, that's a Batrider first phase.
Yeah, Stormer, he's really been playing the Puck and the Batrider. That's his first two. Like, I compare Entity most closely to be like South American teams. If they think it's good, they'll pick it. It doesn't matter the context. They'll even ban it. They'll ban their comfort heroes just because they think they're the strongest heroes in the patch. And then they're just going to be like, right, if you could beat us, great. If not, we know what works for us. So clearly they're thinking that this might be a tiny in the mid lane. But even if it's not, you're kind of put into this position of what do you actually want to face up into this Batrider? A Zeus is not a possibility because they've banned it out. Storm Spirit wouldn't be too terrible, but we saw how that turned out in game number 1. Instead, they just go for the Quap on Na'Vi. Obviously very capable of sustaining against the slowish damage coming from the Batrider, and of course the Blink allows you to get away. So clearly no one has come up against this matchup a few times and thinks this is the answer.
10 seconds remaining.
Just intrigued to see how they look to protect the Queen of Pain now in the second phase. More than likely, it's going to be a couple of heroes that can help with controlling her, because at the moment they do not have that capability. Beastmaster's one of them. Of course, they're able to push the tempo. I mean, Toby just... You're mentioning a lot, Storm Storm with the heroes he plays. We've gone through Katomi, we've gone through
Toby's
Fishman.
nuts too.
Toby, my God. Really, Entity... They have, I mean, you did kind of just mention that point before where they have this kind of core strategy. They like a bunch of heroes. They feel like it's broken. They'll just continue picking it. It feels like they don't have the greatest hero pool. Like Toby, he played 8 heroes, Enigma 11 times, Brew 5 times. They really feel like if they have this strategy and they will just continue to run it. And for Toby, the kind of... the jungle, the heroes that have summons, Enigma, Brew, Brew, Lycan,
He is
Beast,
literally the
Visage
direct
as well.
opposite to like Yuramaz, basically. Like he will play stuff that pushes and forces you to pay attention to him, which is why Na'Vi have said, well, no Visage, no Beastmaster, no Enigma. These heroes are not happening. I'm pretty sure he's not a Lycan picker though, so that one can probably be let to slip through. Razor's still in the pool. That is certainly one of his comfort heroes. And when you're pairing it together with a Wyvern, this is most likely going to be, again, a Katami Wyvern.
Radiant team
It's just one of those things where you feel like you're enabled in lane with double slow.
See, at least for them. We're looking at the 15th coming out next for Entity. So he's going to be their Fishman hero. Clockwork still in the pool. Gives you a little bit to be able to deal with the Quap. Nothing crazy, but you can definitely play around with the hookshot into the cogs, push back. A little bit of chain control afterwards.
Entity just need things that force Na'Vi to respond to them. Because right now, like, a Wyvern is never going to do something initially in a team fight. If it is, it's because you're out of position, right? And you're like next to each other under a ward or next to a creep wave or something like that. And it's a great winner's curse to set up for a lasso. So I feel like no one in particular is going to be very patient because he knows that he can't just blink into a fight. You're committing as that Queen of Pain if you're going to be doing that. So I really think that Entity need to go something like the Chen or the Clockwork that is just actively doing something and setting up for a lot of these engagements to allow someone like the Wyvern to have a bit of an easier time. I don't think you can, even though it's tempting, go something like the Shadow Shaman this game.
Remaining.
Yeah, no, I don't know how they would be able to position with a Wyvern and Shadow Shaman against a tiny Quap. Just feels like it's going to be very difficult for these supports across the map. So yeah, I like the recommendations for the Clockwork and the Chen and Entity. There we go. So Chen's going to be picked up. Na'Vi, they've got the 16th, 17th to be able to address this. Bristleback is not a potential to try and help deal with the Chen summons. Is there any other kind of answers you like? Are you even looking to really address the Chen? Do you want to keep to your own strategy?
I think you need to address it a little bit, you know, like you also don't have to worry about Zeus, you don't have to worry about Dawnbreaker, they're pretty decent at dealing with it, Wyvern as well, so just anything that's able to deal a good amount of AoE damage. Warlock, not really the greatest. It's unorthodox, but it's something that Lies plays very well, and it's that Sand King. It's actually one of his favorite heroes, that and Pangolier, I believe. So I was about to say wouldn't hate either. Pango into the Wyvern feels a little bit weird, but Sand King, if they're able to pair it together with something else, maybe they just want to wait for the position 1 to be revealed on Na'Vi, but I wouldn't hate an SK coming through this game for them.
Gives them a lot of magic damage for the Winter Wyvern. Another jump as well, which can be really nice. Quap can follow up. You've got Tiny into the +1. I guess, though, you are kind of revealing that it's going to be a tiny 4, so then looking to play like a tiny Sand King lane could be a bit awkward. This is a solo staple, though. You've got a incredibly strong laner in the Enchantress. Can really help out here with securing V-Tune's lane.
Man, this is going to be such a brawl-heavy game. Like, these are two teams that love to fight, and you know it's going to happen. They're just all drafting for strong lanes outside of the Tiny, and I guess the Wyvern a little bit. But once those team fights happen around like your level 5, level 6, that's really where the game is just going to get blown wide open. So now the question is, you revealed the Juggernaut. What do you feel is best against the Juggernaut here? Like, what is going to be the good one-to-one answer to that? It's not like super early, but honestly, Terrorblade's not terrible this game. It's one of the strongest laners in the game, just with that reflection. Like, your level 2 timing is enormous against a tiny Chen, of course, very strong lane as well. So I really wouldn't hate to see them look to pick that for Saberlight. That's really the big question. What is he going to be playing in this role that he's not really used to?
I don't think they're going to pick his hero here. I think we're really looking at Toby's hero. Like, with Saberlight not being comfortable on the position 1, and you got the 24th pick. I feel like you don't see his offlane matchup as well, so you really want to make sure he is 100% comfortable with the hero that he's going to look to play. And I feel like if you're ever going to pick his hero, it's in the first phase where you can flex it and hold that flex all the way through. So I think now you see the carry matchup, you know the lane for Toby, you look to pick his hero up here.
Maybe the Razor, honestly. It's not a bad Razor game so far. Juggernaut doesn't have that greatest mobility. They go the Lycan instead. Okay. It's really not something that he likes to do a lot of the time, for sure.
Oh, he's got a good Lycan. Toby's got a very good Lycan.
He does have a good Lycan, but he hasn't played it in a while. That's the thing. So, it's like riding a bike. You don't forget how to do it. But it's just, I suppose, about continuing to up that tempo.
And look at all the summons we got. Oh my
5
lord.
seconds remaining.
It's not fun. Entity not playing with a crazy amount of stuns, but maybe they can just get a bunch of Centaur Conquerors and just run rampant across the map.
I mean, they've got that, like, they're a Western European team, but they've got that Eastern European influence where it's like, we don't actually need stuns. We're just going to run at you, and what are you going to do about it, basically? Like, you either all TP away, and then we pick off a couple of you or take an objective, or you fight, and we kill you because we're stronger than you, or you get mixed up, and one person does one thing, and one other person does the other.
Regardless, though, like you said, with the strategy they have with the Eastern Europe, going up against another Eastern Europe
10
team,
seconds remaining.
we're in for a blockbuster, and we don't even know what the last phase is going to be. We're
5
looking for
seconds remaining.
Lysis Hero, the offlaner on Na'Vi. Death Prophet's been banned out at the moment. Is there any flaws you feel like Na'Vi need to cover with the
Dire
23rd
team
pick?
ban.
Just someone that's like ooh, could they Mars this game against the Lycan? It's pretty nice. Also means that pre-BKB Batrider, as long as you're in position, he's not going to be flying over the arena. You
10
can
seconds
lock Chen
remaining.
creeps in, so a Jug Spin actually just cleans them all up.
5
I
seconds
think
remaining.
Another one of his favorite heroes as well.
I think the matchup's very good versus the Lycan. I do not like it when you have a melee 4. I think you're going to have some real big damage issues, and especially inside the arena, you're pretty reliant on the Sonic Wave to ever do damage and the Cop to have a good game. But Cop can't really blink in, because if you blink in, all of a sudden they're just going to swarm to her location. And Wyvern as well versus Mars can be quite
Radiant
nice for the
team
counter
pick.
on the arena. You just curse as soon as arena's out, so...
Yeah. I mean, the other option was, like I was saying before, these heroes that are a little
Dire
bit more
team pick.
self-sustainable in a
Tide
way.
Hunter.
They go the Tide Hunter. Okay, well, after banning out the Timber and the DP, I suppose that's a viable option. It is still 2 melee, which is a little bit weird to have to go up into. But again, it's just something that you can stick in front of your towers, kind of like that Sand King role that I was talking about, and just not
10
have to worry
seconds
too much
remaining.
about taking them, because you're just going to be anchor smashing everything down.
5
I
seconds
wonder if they
remaining.
want to go
No.
into something that builds into the break, because right now they got nothing.
There we
Now
go.
select
I
your
like it.
heroes.
I like it a lot. Oh, I thought they would be running this still. Of course, Saberlight being a natural position 3. Coming over. Let's see. Yeah, it's going to be Saberlight playing the Doom. I am a really big fan. I think they just told Saberlight, mate, you're standing in for us. You goddamn better be playing this Doom. And it's a pretty good game for it. You've got percent damage versus the Tide Hunter. Late game ultimates, double ultimates could be really scary for No One and V-Tune to deal with as well.
I don't know if
and-
this game's going late game, though. Like,
a
Entity
good
want
point,
to end
yeah.
this game in 30 minutes. They're like, we are pushing. The Batrider certainly falls off late game. Chen that really does fall off. Oh, this could be one of those cool games where we might see, if it does get late enough, the Aghanim Scepter on the Chen for that strong dispel up against the Ravage. That'd be cool to see.
Oh, very true, actually.
I haven't seen it in a pro game yet. Honestly, even in a pub, I haven't seen it. So I'm keen to see it happen. But Saberlight, with my favorite cosmetic in the game, that guitar, it just makes the Infernal Blade sound so cool.
It does.
That, like, bass riff.
My dude is chilling. Cosmetics game overall from everyone looking pretty clean, but we're going to have a exciting game between Na'Vi and Entity. Of course, their first game here for the Arlington Major in the group stages, and I feel like we're pretty even. Is there a draft you're kind of favoring coming out of this?
I'm going to need to see them again. I've already forgotten.
Yeah.
Entity, it's just all about, can they get out of that laning stage in a really good spot? The thing is, though, like you said, Toby is a very good Lycan player, and I believe you. But you've got this Lycan most
Prepare
likely
for
laning
battle.
into an Enchantress, so suddenly the Wolves aren't anywhere near as strong. You're just going to be taken away and whacking it back in the face with them. It really just does go back and forth constantly throughout these games.
Yeah, and not even the Enchantress, but the Tide Hunter as a big issue. If you want to try and rotate it, it's just you're running into this hero, of course not really the lane, but just in regards to kind of how the game can play out. This hero could just completely stop a lot of the damage that the Lycan can be doing. Ravage, that big AoE control could be enough for the rest of the team just to be able to jump in. So I do feel like it's going to be another game where we're looking towards the mid lane and how active they can get. You know, Storm is going to need a couple of stacks here for the Batrider to get going. He's a Batrider that likes going this Boots of Travel, not really the South American Batrider from like Whisper, where he likes kind of the drums, very active into like the Boots of Bearing. So Batrider is a little bit more slow. You know, the Boots of Travel BKB more than likely going to be the build. I might be able to push back the BKB this game, but I think we could really see No One get active, and this is a great lane for No One here against the Batrider.
Yeah, absolutely. Chris Luck, Whisper, they play the Batrider very, very differently in South America. Right, Toss, this is what I was talking about. Those individual plays that can come out from these position 4s to just set you up in a great way. Sweden strong. Having a big influence on the game so far, but it is only Solo that picks up the kill.
I must say, though, I think this is a huge confidence boost for Sweden Strong. His first major, and it's not crazy. First blood, like you said, given on the Solo, but it's just a nice play. It's going to boost him up a little bit because this is a player that a little bit inexperienced. You know, he hasn't... Really, the only teams he's been on prior is Nova, which was a team that competed in like some amateur cups, some D2CLs as well. I've been very impressed with him with the addition to the roster of Na'Vi, but that was really my one question mark for these lads on how he would be able to perform. What are we all now? What are we seeing?
Oh, no. I was just seeing that Sweden Strong was hanging down on that bottom lane for a little bit. I was thinking maybe they're going to opt to go for a kill straight back onto Toby as he TPs back to the lane, but at the time, Lies was just getting focused down a little bit too strongly. So he didn't want to leave that Tidehunter up there on an island. But yeah, I mean, we got a chance to, I'm not sure if you were there on the panel or not, but speak with Sweden Strong after one of Navi's wins. And this is actually his first time in the US at all as well. So he's like, I'm going to try all the food. I'm going to, you know, enjoy myself. And well, a win is a nice way to be able to go out and celebrate with some food.
Yeah, hopefully he had some time to be able to venture around as well in Arlington, see what goods they have in store. Bottom lane, Toby. Bit of trouble at the moment.
Body blocks, nice.
And they'll get the kill. Beautifully done. Solo's going to be the one to claim it. The Tune's going to take a little bit of damage here. And this is something that the position 1 of Na'Vi really like to do. I'm constantly seeing V-Tune come out into the lane with like a Blades of Attack or another stat item, depending on kind of what heroes he's playing. It doesn't really bring too much regen out. It does really rely on Solo to help out there.
Solo, he does have his courier there and ready, so he's going to be able to constantly keep V-Tune salved up. Not salved up, healed up. We know how I feel about sharing salves these days.
V-Tune's already got the Midas queued up. Look at that.
Oh. I mean, why not, right? Look, all the summons that you can look to deal with.
I mean, easy for him to be able to take them out of the equation. I suppose he...
use out of the attack speed as well.
Oh yeah, without a doubt.
They've been doing a pretty good job of clearing out these wolves so far on the bottom side. But enough about bot. Well, what's happening elsewhere? It looks like up top, even though the first blood went the way of Solo, it's Saberlight that's given himself a little bit of a net worth lead at the beginning of this game. Obviously helped out with the Devour, but it's just level 1, so it's not really that huge difference maker.
I don't think they can ever really put any pressure onto Lice, and I think this is going to be really important for Na'Vi now because you have a position 4 that wants to get active and wants to rotate, and it's very similar to a lot of topics we were looking to hit in the previous games with OG taking on Fnatic, where I think the position 2s were really important and that they had to secure the power runes, and I think that's going to be a bit of an advantage here for Na'Vi in particular, with Sweden Strong always looking to connect to mid.
I think this might be a little bit of a mistake, though, by Fishman. And again, I don't want to say the Chen spammers making mistakes about how to play Chen, but I think for this game in particular, it would have been a little bit better for him to, instead of going the headdress, go a Bassi, because it's just going to give you, like you said, Lies isn't going to be pressured. The Harpy Stormcrafter is the way that you pressure him, and, well, he basically doesn't have the mana to be able to use the spells consistently. If he has that instead, then you actually can force this Tidehunter to be nowhere near as strong, and means that he's not as useful when that eventual Death Bolt push comes.
Yeah, and I think a strategy that we saw a while ago when Tiny was being played as a position 1, where people actually look to keep tabs on bottom lane as Toby be able to sneak on through the tree line. We saw teams actually trying to put the Doom into the tiny lane and just putting a little bit more points into the Infernal Blade in the laning phase, and which was something I was like trying to see. Does Saberlight go a point in Infernal Blade for this lane versus the Tide? Because of course it's going to be nice, but if you had that Bastion, then maybe you could be able to help out with the mana sustain.
Yeah. He's got it coming out on the courier now though, so maybe he was just wanting to wait until he got the perfect creep for it and then commit for it once he got to that stage. So yeah, it's all going to work out nicely for him. I like this as well. It's something that Puppy and a few other Chen spammers like to do as well. They get to level 3, they leave someone like the Doom who's pretty sustainable in the lane for himself. Oh, look at that, he's even got the mana burn creep. So this Harpy Stormcrafter is going to be at full HP, sorry, full mana constantly. You can literally spam this chain lightning.
Oh no. Oh, that's going to be so frustrating to play in. And Lysa as well, he wants mana to be able to kind of spam the Anchor Smash against the melee hero. Going to be pretty comfortable. I think the only lanes we should have aggression is down bottom. Like we're seeing kind of the poke and prod from Solo and Vitune. Nothing too crazy onto them. I mean, Toby is kind of struggling at the moment, 14-6. I guess you even take a look at their other lane, like mid lane, Stormstorm is really not having a fun time at all.
No, and that was to be expected though, right? Like this Quap is literally the direct counter to it. Both with your
bottom lane, Toby. They're diving under the tower, but Shune's going to be able to secure the kill here. Beautifully done, but Katomi, 2 points in the Splinter's Blast already. So, but at least get some revenge, so they bring down the carry on Na'Vi.
Now, Katomi's going to need to play a very good game if Entity are going to have a chance at stalling this one out against... well, not stalling this one out, but making sure to find the right pickoffs to enable their death ball range. Very, very big respect as a Wyvern player. Fishman, this would be a pretty big death if he ends up going down here, maybe positioning himself a little bit too aggressively, and be the case. As long as he's standing next to Saberlight, though, this Harpy Stormcraft is still going to be as effective. It's actually ridiculous. I think I've counted like 15 zaps on this top side.
Yeah, this guy is definitely doing his role in the lane. I believe... Oh, I was going to say maybe you could give the recipe of the Midas over to the Chen if he TP's in, but just going to bring the Courier out instead, so a very good Midas timing onto Saberlight. Like 6-10 minutes when it comes in.
He bought it then, you know.
Bottom lane, Toby again. Vitune and Solo. It's going to be another kill onto the Lycan. He's really struggling. 4 deaths on the offlane Lycan here for Entity.
Really punishing the fact that moved away, trying to build up some stacks, walking right underneath that vision that Solo had placed down previously. So it's get a little bit spooked. Really, it's only Saberlight having the good game so far, although that will start to change now that Fishman has that level 3. This is what they like to do on the Chans. It's really just trying to rush for that level 5. And so you do that by going away to the jungle, building up a lot of that farm for yourself. Once you've got the Bassi, you can basically spam Penitence off cooldown and really speed up the rate that you're able to farm.
And I really intrigued because how bottom lane's gone really poorly, but they haven't been making stacks in the triangle to help the Batrider, who also is really struggling in the lane, and this is a hero that loves ancient stacks to be able to get towards that early boots of travel. So it's not like bottom's not going well, but Katomi's not really helping another lane as well, which is a bit of a concern for me at the moment.
Pressure does crazy things, Aries. You know, a lot of people like to watch games and say, how could they do that? But I mean, teams only have vision of one side. We're lucky here. We've got vision of the entire map.
See, every move that people are setting up for us, well, it's going to be Na'Vi. It's a classic move from them, just wrapping around early as soon as their mid laner has the level 6. If it's a potential, no one actually even goes for no points in the Sonic Wave here. They're just really looking to bully Stormstormer. Gatomi's going to be in some trouble. No one just charging on forward. He's still got a quarter duration left out of the haste, and even Saberlight's going to look to TP mid. But Na'Vi, they might be able to reposition. Solo out to the right, sweet and strong, down into the river. So this road... Oh, all right, Saberlight finds an angle actually to get the ultimate out onto no one. Sweet and Strong's going to look to intercept the toss away, but Stormstormer, he can fly over the cliff. It's a big kill for the lads on Entity to be able to pick up.
Even using that Midas on the Warpine Raider, our favorite creep. Little man with a mustache, but yeah, it's a good rotation. You needed to make sure that this mid lane didn't get more out of control than it already was. It's Saberlight that excuse me, ends up getting the kill, but it just gives Batrider that little bit of time to feel a bit freer.
Speaking about the Batrider, he's going to get another
Solid
kill.
should die.
Yeah, this is... Ooh, he should die with the Flame Break at the last second. Doesn't even need it. That's big. Again, Stormstormer is 1-0-1. He's done a really good job not to die in this lane. He's bottom of the net worth out of the cause, but any kill you can get to kind of pick up some momentum onto the Batrider is going to be really important.
No one, though, realizes that they went for a little bit of a crazy play previously, required, again, the position 1 TPing through, so I suppose the benefit is when all of that was happening, Toby was able to recover his farm a little bit. So that's always a nice little benefit there. So was Vichun, though, just unopposed, being able to find a farm up, for this Midas, and we all know how effective that's going to be once some of these creeps start to come out. Helm of the Dominator, of course, is picked up by Toby already.
Saberlight's going to be in trouble. Near the Roche Pit, no one's going to jump in. Has the Sonic Wave at the ready, but look at Katomi. Oh, always is Katomi at the ready. The curse is perfect. They chain control no one. They bring him down with ease, and now Sweet and Strong, he's going to be in trouble as well. Oh no!
Oh, the micro.
The goddamn clap. I was going to say, why did he not aggro the Tiny? But it does the trick anyway. He gets the clap, and at least he finds a deny.
He was going for that damn Harpy Stormcrafter, man. That's why. Fishman zapped Roshan, so he went straight for him.
Dude,
It is little things like that you forget, right? How many stacks are we talking?
No, how many times I see Katomi actually just win team fights with a Winter Wyvern? I'm gonna keep... Yeah, I will not actually be able to keep tallies this game, but Katomi Wyvern has pulled them through multiple games into a 3, so he's already off to a really good start.
Yeah.
Top lane. Doom's out from Saberlight. Stormstormer's going to look to TP in as well. Na'Vi, they are playing with multiple heroes nearby. Let's see if it's going to be enough to protect the Tide Hunter. It looks like it will be, but the Healing Ward. They've shrugged off the Doom. Now they can reconsider jumping back in with the Ravage. And the threat of this is going to push Entity away.
They don't have the catch. They don't have the way to be able to follow up on that while they don't have the Queen of Pain there and available. They don't have the Blink Dagger yet on Sweet and Strong. So, yeah, he's just going to be forced to back off a little bit here.
Radiant's bottom tower
Still
is under attack.
push a siege creep into the top tower. I wonder if they might even glyph. Yep, they do. Making sure to keep that one available. Really important to just take away as much of this jungle as possible. Unfortunately, Vichun didn't tank one of those tower hits, so siege creep's going to go away, but they get the tower instead. Down bot, Blaze just doing his job, right? He needs to make sure that he is there to stop Lycan from pushing. Lycan really can't do anything. He's not going to kill you. You've got your Kraken Shell, you've got your Anchor Smash nearly, maxed out, Kraken Shell nearly maxed out. This certainly isn't a Gush kind of game.
And this is...
They've picked for it.
It really gives you a lot of map now to play with on Na'Vi. You've got bottom completely under control. Like you mentioned, Lycan can do nothing versus the Tide. He can easily defend this tower. Pretty much, I think the only way he's going to be under threat is when the Doom is back up.
When the Batrider
he's
comes.
a bit far forward in this lane. But if do they have TPs? He's got the Ravage. They've got to be really cautious about how far they go. Na'Vi can easily turn this around. Taking the Ravage, Sweet and Strong's going to be in with the combo. There's the Ravage out, but they need the damage. Hand of God's going to be able to help assist Stormstormer and Toby at the moment. Even Katomi's going to look to rotate as well. He's got the threat of the Winter's Curse, holding them back. Na'Vi doing a really good job to make sure they do not group up. But meanwhile, look at the summons though, just beating down onto Sweet and Strong. But the bigger issue is Stormstormer's health pool.
Oh, that's just so many little things done well, right? Like you mentioned, the perfect split once Katomi shows up. Just slightly missing out on the double Sonic Wave there, but it's fine. No one's still able to clean up. Na'Vi just responding to this early aggression incredibly well. All three of their cores doing a fine job. Is this Doom that we need to be concerned about, though? It is still going to reach that stage where he's just going to start to run over you.
So let's see now what Na'Vi can look to do, because they do not have Ravage now for Lice to be able to play down bottom. We could see him play aggressive, but that turnaround potential with the Ravage not being there could be a bit more difficult. So I love this TP. You've got the Doom at the ready, Ravage on cooldown. You could definitely look to kill Lice this time, and yeah, Saberlight, no hesitation. Ultimate dropped. They should be able to catch up afterwards, and it looks like Na'Vi a little bit preoccupied with trying to take the T1 tower. So nice read from the lads of Entity.
Dire's middle tower has been
You're pretty happy with taking the mid tower, though. It is denied away by the Chen, but I suppose Entity just really feeling like they We're wanting to put a little bit more pressure into this bottom side of the map.
Oh, they're able to catch up.
What's next? I mean, they're
They
trying
got
to go
the
in
route to
onto
travel as well. Yeah, look at this. Stormstorm is going to enter. Lasso at the ready. Oh, can they blow him up? No one. He should take out of the flame break. VTune offers a little bit of help with the healing wall, but unfortunately that is not enough.
This is Entity Gaming. They just ball up and run at you as a big group. And they're not going to stop. That's why something like this Tide Hunter, Liza needs to be very, very focused. Like, this isn't a Blink Ravage game. This isn't a Hood game or anything like that. He just needs to make sure he's doing everything possible to keep these pushes from happening to his team. Honestly, I wouldn't have even hated to see him go, like, a boots of travel, just to make sure that he's able to, like, outmaneuver Entity.
Overall, though, 2,000 net worth lead, kind of expected with how good of a start the Doom has had at the moment. But do you feel like either team is more happier with the status quo that we have in this game one?
I'd say they're both just okay with it, right? Like, Entity probably would have wanted at the 15-minute mark to have taken more than a single tier 1 tower. But Na'Vi, of course, they've got that net worth disadvantage right now. There's nothing really yet that's going to enable them to walk up into Roshan. You're still seriously lacking damage on the Toon. So maybe once he gets into the Aghanim Shard for himself and that level 2 on the ulti, that's when we could see Na'Vi trying to make a few more aggressive movements happen. We've even got Solo going for this aggressive style, going into the Dragon Lance just to make sure that he can't be ignored in these engagements. I think that's really what he's itemizing for.
Do you feel like it could also be a bit of an issue about the damage from Na'Vi at the later stages, or is it really just, like you said, he doesn't... If he's ignored, then that's going to be a big mistake from Entity.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think Na'Vi are lacking in damage by any means. Like, you've got a Tiny, right? He doesn't have his Blink Dagger yet, and Sweden Strong still had a pretty good influence on this game so far. So, I think they're really just wanting to... You know, like those games where I'm like, look, you've got 4 Protect 1 and you're just buffing up like a Bristleback or something. Just don't hit the Bristleback. You can't do that this game. Everyone's important on Na'Vi that you have to take down. You have the Tide Hunter just because he's going to stop the Swarm from happening and give that crowd control. Quap, that's the damage. Juggernaut, he's farming in the damage. Enchantress, if you're just standing around then and saying, well, you can't kill me because I'm tanky, that's not too great. But if you're standing around throwing those impetuses, which now Solo is starting to level up, suddenly it becomes a much bigger factor.
Bottom lane, Stormstormer. He might get tossed out of the tower with VTune TPing down. A beautiful use of the combo, but no hesitation out of Stormstorm with a lasso. He's going to put VTune in a compromised position, but with no one showing up, it'll hold back the Lycan summons. VTune will be okay. So in the end, Sonic Wave committed. It's a kill that Entity are able to find, and it's a pretty big one as well, because Na'Vi, they were putting some importance on Swin and Strong, trying to get a little bit of gold down bottom towards that Blink Dagger, so we'll be slowing down their initiation tool.
I suppose, but you did also need to commit a lot for that kill, right? Like, I don't really see them taking too many towers. Maybe once Doom has the Blink Dagger, they could look to go for a pick-off into another tower, but you kind of need the Shapeshift. You kind of need the Lasso to be able to start a lot of these team fights, and without those for the next, what, 60, 70 seconds, it's going to be a little bit rough.
I guess we haven't really seen much coming out of VTune, and that's really to be expected, though. Midas Maelstrom, he's getting a decent amount of farm. It's still difficult to be able to keep up with the Doom, with the Devour and the Midas, but when do we feel like VTune is... Hold that thought, though, because Entity, they are smoked up with multiple heroes, but we're only going to be running into Solo, so this will be the Blink reveal from Sableye, and they're not going to get the craziest amount of worth out of this.
Very happy with that, Na'Vi. They don't have the greatest Roshing lineup, so finding an Enchantress on their side of the map is probably the worst case scenario. They want to be running at you right now.
So back on the question I was going to ask, when do you feel like VTune feels comfortable to kind of be the strongest man in this game? What item are we looking for out of the Juggernaut?
Honestly, even just the Yasha might be fine. Right now, it feels like he just needs that tiny little bit of extra movement speed to really make this Aghanim's Shard truly effective. You know, that plus the level 15 talent could be the respite that they need. far more important probably is no one being able to pick up that Lincoln Sphere for himself. I mean, you're up against a Lasso, Curse, Doom, 3 great ultimates for pickoffs and team fights that Lincoln Sphere is going to be fantastic.
The action's going to pick up really shortly because we have these items about to be completed. Stormstormer just got the BKB. We haven't really seen a fight with Tomi's Helm of the Overlord. He's got plate mail now to really be able to protect against the Jug and Lice with the Scepter. So ready to rock and roll is Na'Vi. They got the Blink Reveal on the ready from Sweden Strong, but look at Fishman's positioning. This is beautiful from the Chen. Really nicely done from Entity's position 5.
Multiple wards, making sure to just scan that avenue. Just completely protecting their own triangle. You know they want to be playing around it. That's how a Batrider is going to keep up in farming stacks. So the wards there serve multiple purposes.
Now this is scary for Lice. He's got to respect the damage. Saberlight has the Ag Shard completed, and he's going to drop the Doom as well. Straight away, chucking out the ultimate onto the offlaner of Na'Vi. Even Stormstormer's going to look to try and make his way into the river. Na'Vi, they are starting to connect to Lice's location. If they can keep him alive long enough to turn with the Ravager, look at that. Sonic Wave drag back into the Omni Slash, but the damage is getting tanked up thanks to the Cold Embrace. They're going to be able to lay down the Winter's Curse as well as no one. George gets the Blink to the north and side, but it looks like Entity, they still have issues with being able to deal with the Juggernaut. V-True in the middle to fight, but as soon as the Blade Fury expires, Saberlight brings him down, turns to deal with Lice next as well, as they've got no answer. This Tomb will reign supreme. This Aghanim Shard, too much percent damage for them to deal with. As Solo will just escape, but Katomi again, a gigantic curse, an even better Cold Embrace as well, just delaying the damage, stalling out the Juggernaut's impact in that fight.
That's my boy. He's doing really, really nice job every single time. And that's what you get the luxury of doing, right? Most games, he actually goes into like a Witchblade, he gets some power trades. This time around, he's like, no. I need to be there to set up for this big Winter's Curse every single time. And it's needed early on into the game, just so that our faster paced, but also greedy, if that makes sense, lineup in terms of like taking stacks. He just wants to make sure that he's in the right position at the right time to be able to respond to a lot of this aggression. I don't think I've seen a single time where he's like TP'd to the other side of the map to farm. He always wants to have that available for himself.
What do we feel like Na'Vi need to do being down at 8,000 gold? What is the game plan coming out from the Radiant lads?
Almighty money.
I understand why they went for that gank attempt, right? Because they just picked up the Blink Dagger, but it really, to me, did feel like V-Tune didn't have the items that he needed. I said he needed the Yasha previously. He didn't have it. He just had the Band of Elven Skin. I think he's got enough to buy the Yasha now if he wants it, but maybe that was the difference. Maybe that didn't enable him to get a key pick-off onto the right hero before Wyvern's able to join the team fight. He also just looked to use Solo a little bit stronger to roam around, try and find the Wyvern's positioning, because that's the key target that you need to try and take care of in these engagements.
Goodness.
Just blinks away. But, yep, like you were saying, Smoke, Wyvern great at doing this as well, just stopping pushes from relative safety inside the tree line.
Trying to connect the Stormstormer down bottom, but no one is there dealing with the wave. They're going to turn their attention to mid, but no one also is out. So this will be a tier 1 tower claimed. Let's see what else they want to do with this. Sweden Strong is hunting Katomi top.
Everyone's got a TP.
It's got to be perfect from Na'Vi on this attempt. You make a mistake, Entity will punish, and
look at the
great
support
read from
scouting
Katomi.
Found him.
There's the curse. Oh, he gets the curse off, so...
It's a dieback. That's a huge timing for Na'Vi. Like, that was what was stopping them from pushing and taking objectives. Always that threat of that big T-Fight ulti coming. They don't have that anymore. Yeah.
They're ready to go, though. They've got the Doom at the ready, the Shapeshift as well. They're going to try and stay on Solo. Lice will drop the Ravage. Sweden Strong's going to be in with the combination as well, but the Hand of God instantly shrugs off the damage, and Na'Vi, they don't have the numbers nearby. V-Tune was out to the left. No one wasn't nearby to be able to capitalize on the Ravage, so with the Winter's Curse and the Wyvern not being there through the team fight, they will not get anything out of it on Na'Vi.
I think that's just one of those instances where not everyone on the team is on the same page. No one still really wants that Lincoln Sphere, and he spent that entire time farming instead. I can understand it. Like I was saying before, 3 amazing abilities that you need to obviously consider with the curse, obviously not that time, but Lasso and Doom. He needs that. He needs that for his like safety net because, like I was saying during the draft, once you blink in on the Quap, you're in. There's nothing you could do in response to it unless you buy like a blink dagger for yourself.
I'm really concerned for until Na'Vi get multiple Lincolns. You've got one now and no one, but you're about to have double refresher. Sableye is getting a ridiculous amount of farm across the map. 4-0 and 5. He's playing this Doom incredibly well. And they are going to have big issues with dealing with... It's going to be a 3-on-5. Sableye is going to take two heroes completely out of the equation. And they have great ways to chase Na'Vi down once they are doomed. So I don't know what they can do until they get these Lincolns. And I don't think they're going to have that space, though, to farm that.
Yeah, V-Tune's the main target for them right now. Try and find someone, but I believe no, they did have vision of that regen rune, but
middle tower
so happens that it was instantly a blink back as soon as it was picked up. Maybe just wanting to secure tier 1 top if they can. Open up Roshan a little bit for themselves.
Oh, get the tower! Oh no, get it, you may as well! Oh god. They're under a ward. Now they've got to be really cautious.
I believe that's a dieback for Solo as well. Yep.
Yeah, I don't think you can contest this, Roche. Looks like V-Tune wants nothing to deal with it.
Has been killed.
This is scary stuff. Scary stuff for Na'Vi. Down 11,000 gold. And instantly see Fishman, he picks up a gen. So they recognize what the play is going to be for them. This Age is just looking to completely control the map, and they see Sweet and Strong under the water as well. So they're going to move over to the Tiny's location. An easy kill, but they want the +1 as well as Stormer. He's hunting down no one along with V-Tune. He's actually going to get a glimpse of no one. Will jump away, but look at Stormer instantly on the pursuit. He will not have a way to break the Lincoln, so the clock is out of harm's way.
They didn't get lucky, did they? Nah. No Fey Grenade coming through for Entity, which is a bit of a bummer, but it's the way that Lord Gaben likes to operate.
They're setting up on Lice.
Ooh. Yeah. Well, it looks like everyone was lagging, so they understand. He's a bit of a dead boy.
Oh, he's gone. Yeah, it's not gonna be... What? Wow, he's dead, but like, I don't know how we got the blink off. I'm so confused. Alright, Doom is out. Easy kill onto the position 3 on Na'Vi. You see instantly the Radiant are recognizing their role. You gotta get the lane shoved out. So they're gonna get mid pushed out. Solo's gonna look to move to bottom, but again, they haven't dealt with the ward on the higher ground, so Stormer just jumps in. Easy kill onto the Enchantress, and now it's time for Entity to look to swarm into Radiant's territory and make sure they have no map to play with.
Are scanning.
Even just a double damage on the bottom side.
With the Cobbler. Do they have the damage? We'll see. But Tune is nearby. The Omni Slash looks like it won't even be required. And they're starting to move on over. They might need the Sonic Wave to get the kill as Sableye. He's got the second round of the Doom thanks to the refresher just picked up. But Tune's gonna go down. They can move towards some other components of the Na'Vi roster. There's no one. He's going to be in some trouble here. Sonic Wave to hold back Stormer. He's going to go for the Blink TPR, but Sableye, perfect, on point. Reading the positioning of the escape of the Queen of Pain as Entity. They are looking fierce in this game 1.
Yeah, this is... You should know to expect this, though, coming from Entity, right? This is their plan A, that they will go to every single time. And for a lot of these players, first time on land,
top tower has fallen.
you got to go to what's comfortable, right? Like, you should have known to expect this coming, and I really just don't see how an Enchantress, a Queen of Pain, hell, even a Tiny, is going to deal with this huge Death Ball push. I think maybe Na'Vi need to prioritize the Winter Wyvern for themselves a little bit, not just to take it away from Kataomi, but also just to prevent this strategy from being quite as relevant.
It's just not only their core is getting a ridiculous amount of farm, but it's the supports as well that is having a lot of impact. Kataomi's Shadow Blade almost. You've got Fishman that...
He's going the Ags on the chin. Let's go!
Good.
I can't wait.
Well, that's really the only hope I feel like Na'Vi have. It's a big jump in Ravage with the refresher. Lyce is actually even going Lincoln, so really ultra late game, maybe that double Ravage, but yeah, now with the Scepter that Fishman's working on, that will not really be a threat.
I wonder what he can go where he doesn't actually reveal the fact that he's going for it.
Does it matter? I don't know. Does it really matter?
Just by the staff, I guess, and they'll be like, oh, he's going to 4 staff.
Stormstormer. Ooh, nice reactions from Sweden Strong. Stormstormer even popped the BKB for this, so a bit of a win for Na'Vi. Nothing crazy. Really, all this does for them is help them push some side lanes easier without the threat. Maybe the Batrider.
This might be a bit extreme, but I feel like Na'Vi's way back into this game if partially Solo could get to level 20. You know, he could start to enchant some Ancients, you know, take away some of that
Mid lane, V-Tune.
impact.
He might be in some trouble. Shapeshift ready. Saberlight is a bit slow to be able to connect, and oh, I thought he was going to go down. Wait, hang on.
He does not have a TP.
What's going on? That is such an interesting position. Oh,
God.
what the heck? Pretty strong. Gonna catch up the Fishman, but the Chen.
They just want anything at this stage.
Yeah.
Dire's top tower is under attack. Dire's top tower has fallen.
And I don't know. Like, V-Tune even going for this Midas, he's just not keeping up in farm. So it's not like we can even start to mention maybe an ultra fat Juggernaut at the late stage. Sweden Strong. Toss maybe to the potential of the Ravage. I know the BKB's on cooldown at the moment, but no one else is nearby to fall because Mimo down to the south, no one. He gets blown up. Finally, Lyce is going to drop the Ravage with V-Tune nearby, but again, the Hand of God along with the sustain, keeping Toby alive for long enough. They might not even get Toby. Finally, Lyce, he gets the kill with the Gush, but Entity, they are all over Na'Vi in this game. One Lyce will not escape as Saberlight. An easy chase down. He's got the Infernal Blade up in a couple of seconds. As Entity have their number, they soon to make it a team wipe as well. As Solo, he's down and out of the count. Na'Vi, they are really struggling in this first game.
Oh, the tiny things as well. Like, even at the very end there, I'm not sure if we're able to get a replay or not, but they were able to body block to make sure that the Enchantress wasn't even able to get a Chen kill. They were like, you know, you're not walking into this little area and picking off what is probably the easiest hero of my team to kill. No, no, no. They're valuing everyone and their ability to just continuously push forward. I love it. There we go. High ground being engaged upon. This might be the greatest level 20 of all time. I went to Scream of Pain damage. I wanted the AoE Shadow Strike for all of these creeps.
Radiant's
For the
middle
club.
barracks are under attack.
Oh god, Wyvern's level 20. Dude, the Wyvern's level 20, man. What is going on? I will take a look at this one again. So we're looking at the Chen. I mean, they're just
very
running.
end of the fight, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, they got the solo pick off onto the Queen of Pain. It was Wyvern plus Doom that was able to do so, and then they just absolutely ripped through V-Tune here. I'm not sure if we'll be able to get a glimpse of it at the very end, because at the time, I believe someone else was dying. Yeah, look at Fishman. So he's being healed up, just giving him that little bit of extra survivability. And then even at the very, very end, right now, he's being body blocked. The one avenue to go into the trees to be able to pick him off is being blocked by Stormstormer there to make sure that Solo can't even get him and allow him to TP away. Like, that's how well-oiled this Entity machine is. And again, you got to expect it. It's something that they've done all DPC, so maybe it's a little bit on Na'Vi in the draft. Thankfully, it's only game 1 of the entire tournament, but
Nice.
he's
Oh,
recognized.
Stormstormer. They get the jump, and meanwhile, Saberlight as well off to the northern side. They drop the Doom, but Lyce, he had the Lincolns to protect himself, but they're just going to chase him down, man. Saberlight, this goddamn percent damage coming out of the Infernal Blade means that the Tidehunter is not long for this world. And Toby, he's even stalking his prey even further. Inside the base they go.
Nearly was able to get the Tiny as well, just standing off into the trees. I might be blind. Have we seen a single Omni Slash this game?
Yes, we have, but did not do much.
Okay. Because
Yeah,
that's really the... They're lacking damage on Na'Vi, is the simple way to put it right now. Oh man, he's even got more Infernal Blade damage now. Level 25 on Saberlight. 6.1% over 4 seconds. With a what? A 4-second cooldown? Love to see it.
Love to see it. Yeah, this hero in the right stage in the late game. You gained some heroes that are incredibly tanky. Tide Hunter's one of them. Tiny's
This is
another.
just seamless, though, right? It feels like Pure is playing for Entity right now. Saberlight is just playing exactly like he does.
So this is one thing I kind of noticed with Saberlight's build. He pretty much went the exact same build as Pure. And I have to imagine he's been communicating a lot with him. Pure really likes Midas, BKB, Ag Shard into Blink. The only difference Saberlight went is he went the Blink before the Ag Shard. But one thing I've noticed as well, that Pure... Well, I'll hold that thought, because Na'Vi... This feels like the last-ditch attempt. They've got a decent ward in the lane. They've got Ravage at the ready. But look at Entity's positioning.
Who can you go on?
He's got to get the jump instantly, but oh no, Saberlight. Beautiful reactions coming out from the BKB. The
good luck on
Cold Embrace as well. The Omni Slash does absolutely nothing, and now they're going to look to jump in. They do deal with Stormer. Saberlight's got another round of the Doom to work with, but it doesn't matter. I mean, Toby's also built himself up to a position where his right-click damage is something that Na'Vi do not have the answers to, and meanwhile to the right side as well. They found the Queen of Pain. Saberlight is on point with running into every hero onto Na'Vi. Solo's out at the count. This is looking like all she wrote. Entity, what an incredible Game 1 performance from them. And yep, there we go. The G's are dropped.
We did get the Ags on the chair. He had the gold for it at the very end. But yeah, great performance coming through from Entity. Like, they just accomplished every little thing that they needed. This time around, it was the similar sort of thing, right, that we saw in the last game between Fnatic and OG. They had a, what was it, a Shadow Shaman plus a, who was the POS 5? Remind me. Was it Warlock? No.
I don't remember
Someone
now.
squishy that doesn't make plays was Dubu was playing. This time it's a Wyvern plus a Chen. Obviously, Wyvern has a little bit more of that movement advantage with being able to just place yourself wherever you want to. But you just had this gigantic ball of heroes at the front line. Like, a Lycan is not dying very easily. This Doom is not dying at all. Batrider, again, just able to walk around onto high grounds with that. And then you've got Chen creeps, you've got Helm of the Dominator, you've got Wolves, you've got Auras out the wazoo, you've got Doom on top of that. Like, it was just way too much to handle. And I think this is a draft issue for Na'Vi. So hopefully they're able to reset, take a deep breath, and come back into this with something that just pick the Wyvern, pick or ban it, because Katami is just too good.
It definitely felt like, I mean, you were mentioning a lot, this is just a draft that Entity, they've ran over teams in the DPC, and I don't know if it's not enough respect to Na'Vi, or maybe, you know, they've done their homework and they feel like they have the heroes to be able to deal with that. But in the end, Entity proved why they are incredibly comfortable and can execute these lineups, you know, flawlessly, it looked like. So for Entity, even with the stand-in, they looked incredibly strong. It
felt, to me, Na'Vi's draft felt very reactionary, and that kind of is what you want to do as the second pick, but it was too much. Wait, did they even have a second pick? I don't think they had second pick. No. I think Tiny was first pick. So, never mind. So they were trying to be reactionary when they didn't have the tools to be reactionary. Like the Queen of Pain to the Batrider, that was fine. But everything else, like the Tide Hunter at the very end, it just didn't feel like it did enough. And they, again, like I'll say it again, they were lacking damage. Something like the Sand King isn't meta, but for this game, I really felt like it was probably the choice.
Yeah, well, we're going to see how Na'Vi are able to adapt from what Entity are pulling out. An incredible Game 1 performance from the lads from Western Europe, and we'll see what we have in store for us after the break.
Radiant's middle barracks are under attack. Radiant's middle barracks has fallen. Radiant's middle barracks has fallen. Dire victory.
Power can be found in any number of places. Scientists will tell you that it comes in newtons. Gamers will say that it can be found in silky skills. We will say that the power lies in real thrills. In the play with perfect ping. In the runes and crystals. In every frag and gank. In your personal winnings. Lock and load for PGL Arlington.
Entity come out guns blazing in our game one to be able to take it over Na'Vi. And then what do we need to look forward to here for the lads on Na'Vi? How can they adapt to what we saw out of Entity in that game one performance?
Take away their main strat. That's the thing. You only have a certain number of bans. You can't ban everything that's going to push. Something's going to slip through. They tried on Na'Vi in game number one. They made sure to get rid of like your Visage, your Beastmaster, like all these early push style heroes, but the Chen slips through. Fishman was always going to pick it there. Again, probably the shallowest hero pool of any player this tournament. That's not a bad thing. Like if you're able to play it every time, and it's not like he's like a two hero, like two trick, I guess you could call it. He's got 4 that he can go to, and so that's enough. That's enough, and I think just draft something that's going to be able to put you in a good spot to respond to a multitude of things. For me, it's Wyvern. Wyvern is what Na'Vi need to pick first. I honestly don't even think banning it's good enough. Like, Katami can play other heroes. It's not like you can just say, oh, well, they beat us with this last game. Wyvern was the issue because it stopped us from fighting into them. Sure, it was a factor, but it wasn't what decided the game at the end. Like, with the last 2 or 3 fights, he didn't even curse. Like, it was that... They were just that in control of the game on Entity that it wasn't even a difference maker.
And we do have a draft underway here for game 2. And for me in particular...
Dire team ban. Radiant team ban. Dire team ban. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Radiant team pick. Dire team pick. Dire team pick. Radiant
Winter Wyvern.
10 seconds remaining. Radiant team ban.
Zeus.
Dire team ban. Radiant team ban. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Dire team ban. Radiant team ban. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Or the position 5 ban on Entity?
I mean, the Chen isn't as strong anymore. Maybe the Clockwork is something that they need just to be able to... I mean, it's not great against the Zeus, for sure, but it is something that they need to just use to set up for something like the Lasso. Again, Rocket Flare is going to give that little bit of extra vision. It's going to... You're not trapping the Zeus in the cogs, is what I'm saying. You're like hookshotting in, cogsing him back into the Lasso, killing the Zeus. Because I think that's going to be a big way to be able to turn team fights into your favor. Even if it costs a couple of ultis, Zeus is just so impactful. Doesn't even need to be mid. It is going to be this game. So if you're able to take out a core to begin with, it just goes such a long way towards securing you the win.
Do you still see, though, Na'Vi put some respect onto Fishman's Chen, and even some Toby heroes as well, because we are looking for his heroes to be picked up. So this could be a bit tricky if they don't, I think, pick a way to potentially deal with Enigma in the 16th, 17th, then I feel like Entity could just go down Enigma at the 18th and then protect it with some bans. So that is something Na'Vi have to keep in the back of their mind.
Sure, I understand that. It is Toby's favorite hero, for sure. Also thinking of other avenues, like it's not a terrible Brewmaster game either, although they have gone a little bit, again, this aggressive style. They ban away the Chen. There's that Clockwork that I was talking about. So now, how do you respond to this? Like, you've got 3 different ways to be able to catch. So basically, the thing is, what's going to be able to potentially save you? This is a game where I wouldn't hate to see something like a Marcy come out, just because you've got that Dispose, you've got the way to just buff up your team in a lot of these early game team fights. I think it'd be certainly doable, although it doesn't really pair together well with any of the combinations, so probably not. There's offlane in position 1 that they need on Entity.
Solo doesn't play the Marcy. If anyone's going to play it, it is Sweet and Strong, so more than likely... I'm trying to see what the route Solo wants to go down. He both, 2 of his most played heroes are the Winter Wyvern and the Clockwork as well. So I don't really have that.
Maybe a Nyx. Maybe a Nyx could start to come through. Makes Batrider's life a little bit harder.
X5
gives
though?
You a little bit of that vision. Yeah, that's Solo plays it. I mean, when you look at Solo's other heroes, Wyvern's picked, Clocker's picked, Dawn's banned, Enchantress not banned, but we saw that it wasn't amazingly effective that last game. Jakiro, you don't really have anyone to combo with, and you don't need another backliner for the early game. Zeus is already picked. CM, again, not another backliner. So, yeah, I think something like a Tusk isn't horrible, but Nyx is what I would do. It's passive, man.
Oh, God.
It's passive.
Oh, no. Dude, CM into Clockwork Batrider? Oh, my lord. All right, this is... You're looking to really dumpster this lane, which CM's an incredible laner. You're not going to be pairing it with like a Juggernaut. They really like... you're not going to go CM Lifesteal. It's not a good combo. A lot of BKB piercing stuns as well. This is... Oof.
Viper's not banned, so I think you need to reveal your position 3 now. Like, even though your core hasn't revealed, you don't want to reveal your position 1, because I think you need to keep the option open of, like, a Bristleback. Bristle Maiden is strong, but if you just Bristle on its own, then they're just going to Viper into you. I like this Brewmaster, though. It gives them a lot more team fight. It already pairs together reasonably. Like, Tiny is going to be able to poke that Cinder Brew from afar.
Can you do here, though?
Yeah, you probably can.
10 seconds remaining.
Great against Zeus, great against Brewmaster.
Yeah.
The lane isn't like super pressured. Yeah, Doom feels like the go to me.
I'm either looking at a Doom or Enigma here, because you can run Clock Enigma and you can put Katami in the safe lane, which they do often. So you've got a melee hero to protect him. There's no way to go through Black Hole. I mentioned it earlier. You can now use the next phase to protect it. I definitely feel like there's multiple routes you can go down. And Na'Vi, they secure a little bit of team fight with the Brewmaster, so maybe Entity want to kind of help supplement that, because it's really only the Wyvern at the moment. But, oh god, is it a good Night Stalker game as well.
It's a damn good Night Stalker game. I mean, hold on though. Is it a 1 Night Stalker?
No, it'll be 3. What are you
think
thinking?
you can go 3 Night Stalker with the CM? I feel like CM plus the right kind of core destroys Night Stalker in lane.
5 seconds remaining.
You can protect it here now though, so what, probably Monkey plus... Monkey into Bat's a bit awkward though.
Monkey, Ursa, Lifestealer, what else is good? We were just talking about it. Not Juggernaut, something else. Oh, the tip of my tongue.
I
lost it. Bristleback.
Yeah, there we go. Yep. Bristle into Bat and Wyvern support.
It's fine.
They have answers to him. I think they can deal with him, but I think the big thing you're looking at is that you just want to you have to make sure Night Stalker doesn't have a good lane, and Bristle definitely will do that.
And you've got, in my opinion, the best hero to enable that for you in the Crystal Maiden. Like, if you are not stomping this lane, there is something seriously wrong. It is a hero that Solo has been playing a lot more. I believe they were just chain losing with it, though, in the ESL Malaysia qualifiers, so that's not ideal. But, yeah, there we go. The Doom is removed from the pool, thankfully, for Na'Vi. But, okay, so now what can they do into this? Maybe a Nature's Prophet or something along those lines?
On Na'Vi, I was going to mention that, but on Entity, okay, sorry, yep.
10 seconds remaining.
You could put it in multiple roles as well. Like, I'm actually still considering this Night Stalker can be played as a 1 on Sableye.
Yep.
Like, you could just go down this route where, again, we mentioned kind of Pure kind of does it. He doesn't really play your conventional carries, and I feel like Sableye could fulfill a very similar role where you could go like Agshard Scepter, you go team fighting hero for Toby. I mean, the Enigma is still there. Really, this ban is going to tell us maybe if they're considering flexing it or not.
Yeah, you could even go something else that's good at taking towers, right? Like a DK is still in the pool, so if Na'Vi don't pick a good hero to be able to respond to that, then DK is perfectly fine for the off lane, running a Night Stalker 1. What else could they look to go for? Like, the Nature's Prophet isn't horrible either. It would just mean that you run the Clockwork in that lane instead of the Wyvern. Just, again, giving you the extra push, giving you that global presence. You've already got a Bat Rider and a Clockwork and a Night Stalker giving you vision. That's something that a Prophet just thrives on.
Both sides don't have the easiest way to take objectives, so it's probably something they're going to need to look to address here with the last pick. You mentioned that Entity are going to have this vision advantage, so maybe Na'Vi just need a hero that they can group up around. I don't think you can Medusa because the CM. You need a stronger lane.
I think. Luna, okay. It's all right. Like, it is that tower pusher. But I was thinking that maybe they were wanting to really use that Radiant advantage to its fullest extent with being able to take Roshan. It's a good answer to Clockwork with hopping out of Cogs, good in lane against Night Stalker, good later against Bat Rider if you get the shard. But what can they do now to respond to... I mean, can they just Terrorblade on Entity now for that late game presence? I mean, against the Brewmaster, it's kind of bad, and the Zeus, actually, so probably not. Darkseer is in the pool.
Oh,
not a horrible Darkseer game. Pair it together with a Clockwork.
Yeah, you do have issues getting objectives, but I think you just get kills if you go that route, and they will go into it. So, I mean, we were asking for... I was asking for a majority of this draft. I think it's... You get the flex coming through. I'm really intrigued on what Sableye is going to look to itemize, honestly. I wonder if it's going to be... We see a lot of the offlane Night Stalkers at the moment. It's the Ag Shard along with the Armlet. You are a position
but is this
one.
an offlane Night Stalker?
Yeah, it's not.
There we go.
So maybe you feel like it could be the Ag Shard Scepter, which is another route that I see at the moment, a little bit less popular than the Armlet build, but it's... I'm a bit concerned for Na'Vi in this, honestly. What are your thoughts on the draft?
About?
Well, I think Enigma's... If Toby gets a BKB Black Hole off, then the fight's done. How are you killing him? Like, Luna can't really right-click. There's no cancel. They do definitely on Na'Vi have this capability to stop and make it difficult for Enigma to get the jump because of the Zeus. Like, this is always the big thing about this hero, that smoke pops, you get Thunder Gods instantly, you stop that counter initiation. Toby's got to be really patient with him jumping in. So I'm just concerned that Na'Vi, how they can address the Enigma as the game goes on. I feel like they're going to be very active with BKBs on Batrider and Night Stalker. I actually feel like if Entity are not behind by the time they get triple BKBs, but more really I'm looking at the double BKB from Stormer and Sableye, I think they have firm control of this game when they get that.
If this was a pub, it could certainly go the way of Na'Vi, in my opinion. If it's a pub, but it's not.
What does that mean?
Well, I'm saying most of the time you want your offlaner to be the one like going in and making the action happen, right? That's not this game. You've got a Batrider that's doing it, you've got a Night Stalker that's doing it, you've got a Clockworker that's doing it. So it just frees up so much space for the Enigma to play that role that you're talking about, you know, going into that the BKB, the Black Hole, you know, if he gets a Tumbler's Toy, might not even need to go down the route of a Blink Dagger early on. It just makes it so you feel so much more comfortable playing on Entity, and even just the lane, right? Level 1, it's a little difficult just because the Eidolons have such little HP. I guess they only gain 20 per level, but CM, Luna don't deal amazingly with that. It's all magic damage, essentially. So I feel like they might suffer a little bit, and it's going to enable the Clockwork to be able to make some rotations as well.
All right, where we put in the chips, brother? We on to the Entity side, or do we feel like Na'Vi have what it takes?
I think Entity can do this.
Yeah, I'm in agreement. I'm just trying to see what Na'Vi can do with this lineup. Is there any strengths that we can see them look to really try and use to their max potential?
All I'm thinking about is, like, what do they need before they can fight? And how are they going to get there? CM needs nothing. Brewmaster needs not much, right? Boots, earn, and then you can start to fight. Tiny really does need that. He needs levels and a Blink Dagger. You're not going to get the Blink Dagger gold unless you're winning team fights and taking towers. So, to me, it's just a little bit awkward. Like, you might be able to find a lot of these objectives, but then... find a lot of these kills, but then not be able to transition it into objectives. So really, for me, it's just on Vichun. Like, where is he going to be positioning himself this game to enable his team to actually open up the map a little bit more for themselves? And I feel like if you're committing super heavily, Entity, for sure, have a lineup that can punish you. Like, you start diving towers and doing all this sort of shenanigans. One Winter's Curse, you're all dead underneath the tower. You know, slows, all this sort of crazy stuff. So Na'Vi's ideal is to play this game a lot more passively. Entity doesn't want to let that happen, and they're not going to. We saw that they wouldn't in game number 1.
I do think the early game might be a little bit passive, though, because I'm still under the assumption that Entity, like, BKB on Night Stalker and Batrider is their biggest timing, I would say. Sure. Maybe, like, later on, you're looking at potential double refresher, crazy like that, but I feel like really this double BKB is where they get firm control of the game. And I don't think Na'Vi can really stop Entity from spellcasting. Like, how are you going to get onto the Wyvern? I think you have to be ahead for this to work out, but with Zeus being able to D-ward, with Sweet and Strong getting a much faster blink timing, Na'Vi, they tried to give him that bottom lane for quite some time in game 1 to get towards the blink, but Entity did a really good job just to kill him multiple times to slow that one down. So I think it's really going to come down to just no one giving the vision, and from Tiny being able to jump, you should have the burst to be able to get the kills, but I just question how fast and how actually reliable it's going to be to kill the supports, because I think Entity are going to be able to do way too much with these heroes.
Okay, so now I'll pause my thought because there might be a fight breaking out again at this top bounty rune. Not going to be too bad for either team. So basically, what I want to see coming up from Na'Vi, if they're going to stand any sort of chance, we were talking about it towards the latter end of the draft. I don't want to say they have no push if Night Stalker's dead, because they got the Enigma, but it's very lacking, right? So I feel like I want to see that be where Na'Vi make a lot of their early movements. They need to be playing towards the top side. They need to be killing Saberlight, because he is the one that's going to be, I would say, most capable of invading the backlines and making Zeus, Tiny, Pre-Blink Dagger, CM's life horrible. So as soon as Zeus hits level 6, I want to see like a rotation coming through from solo up towards the top side, and maybe they can get a kill onto him with that Thunder God's Wrath. 3 heroes plus a Zeus ulti, use that to take a tower.
Yeah, I think for me, Na'Vi have to use a lot of their ultimates early they kind of can't be luxurious on when they use them. You just gotta, as soon as Slice gets level 6, you need to use it straight away to be able to slow them down. Because if you're unable to work around with the catapult timings, and I don't think Luna is really going to look to rotate. I mean, Luna's gonna have a pretty good lane down bottom.
I don't think Luna's rotating.
Yeah,
at all.
So it's
Luna's farming jungle creeps while Zeus ultis with the solo rotation, as what I was saying before. Maybe when you transition up towards the top side, Luna could just park herself inside of a triangle once that tier 1 tower is gone. But again, that's based off that rotation actually happening and being successful to open up a huge portion of the map for that Luna.
It looks like we do have almost the all clear. Still Na'Vi having some issues. Some of the connection, but hopefully that one will be sorted out shortly. We do see there's going to be a bit of a lane swap actually coming out. Not really surprised with Entity with putting the clockwork down with the Enigma, but Na'Vi, they've got Sweet and Strong currently playing in the Luna's lane. What are your thoughts on this?
They want the right-click damage from the tree to be able to deal with the Eidolons early on, because CM just doesn't. 60% magic resist, it's way too much. And if you're just spamming abilities to kill Eidolons instead of heroes, it really takes away the purpose of that CM. Also, just with Lies, I said before that the Tiny has the capability of proccing the Cinder Brew, but CM just is so much better at being able to do it.
Alright, well, we are back underway here in our second game. Entity was a very, very dominant Game 1 performance. They've got some similar heroes to be playing with as well, but the important thing is just the comfort that we are seeing once again for the lads on Dire.
Those Eidolons go away. Sweet and Strong could look to get a little bit aggressive, but might be saving his tree on the bottom side just to make sure that it's in place to be able to start to deny away a little bit of the impact of that second use of the Eidolons. At least Vichun will be able to be there to get the deny experience away if Toby uses it.
Thank you very much. It's another lane where Vichun has gone for these stats as well, even with a support that's not really able to help out too much with some of the sustain.
You talk about those value, like, small item pickups. I was talking about Dubu in the previous series with his Wraith Bands, with his Null Talismans. Katami last game did go the Wraith Band on his Winter Wyvern, and he's doing it again. Really just wanting to be a little bit more annoying in a lot of these engagements. The attack range on Arctic Burn is kind of nutty, especially now that it lasts for 10 seconds. So just a few more hits can try and dissuade. I prefer the Null Talisman personally, but I can see the value of the Wraith Band as well.
I just feel like it's going to be a pretty passive laning phase, and I think the action will ramp up. You mentioned no one with that level 6, so probably going to be all eyes onto if no one can find that at a pretty decent timing. I mean, I can't imagine the Batrider is really going to be able to deny a lot of creeps away from the Zeus. So mid lane should be a a pretty decent time for them. We do see once again down bottom lane, Na'Vi putting the importance in trying to deal with the Eidolons, but Fishman recognizing this well. As soon as Sweet and Strong steps on forward, he's got the battery sword at the ready to put some harassment into the Tiny.
Yeah, I mean, Luna's almost never going to be in a position to be right-clicking Eidolons, right? Toby's good enough on the Enigma that he's always going to be able to get that micro off, and, you know, if you do go too far forward, Fishman's right there.
Sweet and Strong is going to be in a little bit of trouble at the moment. Still got a third duration left of the battery sword, and one more right-click, but great timing of the beam from V-Tune. Fishman unable to get the kill, but we're going to see as soon as they get... Well, actually, hold that thought. Katomi inside the top jungle here, playing around with the Arctic Burn, and that will be enough to get some distance away. Solo, just out of range.
Saberlight's totally cool with this, though. He's like, what's that? I'm a Night Stalker and I'm being left alone in the laning stage to last hit? Thank you very much. Currently topping the net worth charts again this game. Really showing his talent across not just that off-lane role.
As we see mid lane as well, Stormer struggled a little bit versus the Queen of Pain. Nothing crazy. He's putting a lot of pressure onto no one at the moment, and no one's going to need... He might need someone to rotate, actually, to be able to secure the rune. I think with all the sticky napalm stacks, actually lose it at the moment, but Stormer might be able to pressure no one where he doesn't get either of the water runes, which is going to be really important, because he's relying on just getting the CS off the back of the Arc Lightning.
Oh, you're really Oh. Okay, bot side. I mean, that's what you're playing for, right? You're level 3 on the Enigma, making sure the Eidolon split. It's just an overwhelming amount of damage, especially considering Tiny still has that 0 armor. So it's a lot of right-click damage to have to contend with, for sure.
Yeah, we saw they were barely able to deal with the Eidolons at the level 1, and now once you get that extra level, it doesn't make it any easier at all. I feel like this is now going to be very difficult for them to play. Meanwhile, top lane, Saberlight. A little bit of harassment between Lice and Solo, combination together. Yeah, I don't know if this bottom lane gets easier now once Toby finds his levels. Fishman's got 2 points in the battery sword as well, so I don't think Sweet and Strong can be as aggressive with his position to try and deal with the Toby summons.
Oh, it absolutely does not. Like, again, as long as his micro is fine, like, he gets one Eidolon there from throwing the tree, but he's never going to get more than 1, maybe 2 in these creep waves. Good toss back, though, onto Fishman, but he'll be able to get out of there. Not wanting to commit just yet with the battery assault, even though he did have the magic stick to be able to do so.
Solo's going to be in some trouble. Instantly with the nighttime hitting Saberlight and Katomi. Beautiful recognition of when they can get aggressive and look to find the kill. One more right click. In fact, Saberlight rely on the Void to get it instead. But meanwhile, we've got the Thunder God's Wrath to help out down bottom. V-Tune is able to find their first kill of the game. Toby will not be able to answer back those, lacking the men off for that Malithus.
Again, that is just 2 spells used instantly. I really like that. Obviously, the Night Stalker just wanting to get super aggressive, play with the Nighttime, and then the Thunder God's Wrath just coming through, being able to clear up that kill and make the lane a little bit easier for Vichu. Because right now, he is suffering.
Okay. I say, it's not a good position for the Crystal Maiden to be in. It might continue to be that way. Fishman stalking the prey. Stormer doesn't have the resources, though, to be able to follow off. Very hesitant. But the damage that no one can put in, and even no one considering about jumping. This is big,
just trying to scare him off. Trying to alpha up against him, you know?
An alpha against a Batrider can be not the best way to play. Top lane Lice is also in a bit of trouble. Not going to get the kill, but this pretty much puts the Brewmaster in a position where he will not be able to contest the next wave.
It's a little bit awkward, you know, all those rotations happening from your team means that you're lacking on that region for himself, Solo, just with the 1 Tango remaining, so yeah, even from afar, not able to use the Cinder Brew, Thunderclap to be able to secure anything.
We have a TP down bottom as well from Stormer. Playing with the Invis. V-Tune is a high priority target, and they should be able to find it with ease. Not going to even require the lasso out of the Batrider. Great rotation coming out from Stormer. It was all enabled thanks to that power rune as well. The Invis just enabled him to get on top of the Luna. And look at that. Even Fishman's going to TP mid as well. I mean, this is some valuable experience that the Clockwork I love to get.
Oh, absolutely. Like, he is the one that needs to make sure he's the... I mean, it's not important for him to be the backline disruptor. You've got other heroes that are able to do it, but it just becomes, like, way too overwhelming for Na'Vi to handle at a certain point. Lies at least able to finish up his Tranquil Boots now. Not too often you see a Brewmaster go that. Typically it's down a sort of different route, but he just needs something to enable himself to stay in the lane. But as soon as he walks on forward, this is what happens. Oh, he's so close. How many... 3 experience away from the split.
Oh,
Maybe
no.
he could have done it, but... Ugh. Alright, so how are they responding now? Like, I feel like this is at the stage where Vichun, he needs to rotate back towards the jungle. He needs to be farming, making stacks and farming them for himself. He's luckily just in range to be able to get rid of that Observer Ward. Oh, Saberlight's actually come down bot.
Alright, they're going to try and target down Vichun. Let's see if they're going to be able to get the kill. Continue to hunt him. Meanwhile, mid lane, no one will end up going down, and they catch up to him, and they've got a black hole as well as Toby steps in. They'll run into the Tiny. 3 down on Na'Vi. As Danog, we are starting to get to a scary territory here for Na'Vi. They are a lineup that they need farm, they need time, and I don't think Entity is going to give it to them.
They're not. They're not indeed. And, I mean, maybe this is the timing now that everyone's getting sent back to base. It's a bit of a godsend. They can TP wherever they need to. Again, solo, if he goes top, joins together with this Brewmaster, maybe they can make something happen. But I think going back towards this bottom side of the map is kind of suicidal. So we'll see what Sweden Strong opts to do. He buys up a smoke for himself, TP's mid. Just wanting to, I suppose, go for a pick-off or a gank if Stormstormer goes a little bit too far forward. But again, without something like the Tumbler's Toy, I don't think he's ever going to be able to get in range for that. Although, he is walking around effectively... Considering it's nighttime where Entity don't have vision, no Observer Wards to be able to find out anyone that might be just extended a little bit too far. Of course, you can't really walk out between the lanes because that tier 2 tower is going to stop them.
Oh, Solo. Oh, God. No. What a rough game. Sweden Strong. It's a pretty good avalanche. The positioning from the Tiny holds back the Clockwork. They get the toss into the river from the Night Stalker as well, and even the rotation out of Lice. A decent start to the fight out in Na'Vi. They've done a really good job to hold back Entity, and they're going to be rewarded. 1 kill, looking to move this into a second. They even cycling up Katomi as well as Lice. Beautiful micro coming out of the Brewmaster. That's what they require. Some individual brilliance to bring them back into this game.
Oh, and he didn't actually get right-clicked there on Fishman, so the Tranquil Boots out healing the Cinder Brew plus Urn combination. Oh, regen as well for no one. All right, they needed that sort of thing. Oh, no.
Dude, Fishman, you're nutty. What was that?
Feels bad, man. Oh, you hate to see it.
Oh, man. I'm not sure if we saw it on cam. I wasn't watching where the feed was, but... I got the rocket flare, perfect timing to stop the regen. You truly hate to see it. That would have been huge. No one could have stayed across the map, continued farming. Down by the bottom outpost, though. Fishman once again is going to be in a little bit of trouble. But Entity, they want to take the fight. Dark Ascension's at the ready. Saberlight's going to turn to Sweden Strong. He's getting close to the T2 tower. Looks like he won't be tanking. Maybe? Okay. Be true with the beat. They'll turn to the easier target. They'll get solo instead. Why not?
He ate the tome as they were chasing under him. He gets underneath the tower for the regen and has enough to level up the grow, just so that he has the extra armor to survive that. That is so close.
Alright, what is going on while this is happening? You got Lice shoving in top. That's a catapult wave, so it will force Entity back to be able to defend this lane. It's some really important gold as well. You know, this Spirit Vessel could definitely help out, because we do... They're going to have the potential to burst series down. Spirit Vessel into the combo from Sweden Strong, into the Zeus damage. They could maybe get rid of the Night Stalker or the Bat Rider before these BKBs. So this is pretty important that the Brewmaster's finding farm, but... Oh, unconventional miss out of Fishman with that hook shot, and now Stormstormer. He's going to be put in a position where he has to drop the lasso, but no one rotates. Vichun's going to be here as well as Na'Vi. A couple of really nice sequence of events for them, being able to put themselves in a position where they are, you know, holding out this net worth lead on Entity.
Follow looking to go for more. Catch Fishman here.
Oh, this Crystal Maiden here is just so funny. Oh god. What a
Just
bot.
walking menacingly.
What a bot. Not the player, the hero.
Creep maiden.
Creep maiden. Yes, yeah, beautiful way to put it. Creep maiden.
At least now they've got Vichun playing up here on the top side, so they could look to put a little bit of pressure onto this tower. Right now, Vichun, of course, just wanting to maximize his farm after a pretty disastrous laning phase. But he can just very easily look to connect through. Obviously, Wyvern would love to be set up to be able to stop this from happening, but it's just not in the cards today. Vichun really just putting so much emphasis onto this. This is going to free him up a ton of space to be able to farm around his triangle, and with that Mask of Madness, he's going to have the potential to just stick around himself and be able to pick this up. So that's where I'm really looking to see Na'Vi come back here. That acceleration coming through from Vichun, which is going to be far and away ahead of Saberlight, at least until he picks up that Aghanim shard for himself.
It's really operation from Na'Vi, defend this tier 1 tower mid. If you lose this tower, it's going to be so easy for Entity just to sweep into the triangle. Because Luna plays off the back of being ahead. You flash farm, and you need to really have this item advantage. The moment Vichun, we're not seeing that because of how his lane kind of shaped up, but if they can give him some time, he will farm much faster than the Night Stalker.
Mm-hmm. Opting to go the Blink Dagger on Enigma instead of the BKB, and already sending it towards a tower that he wants to TP to.
Fishman is gets a freebie. Solo just charging up the high ground. You know, wanting to run into a Clockwork without a 4-staff to play with, and Solo is not going to get that anytime soon, and even Sweet and Strong is really struggling to find this Blink. Again, they're putting him down bottom, but 13 minutes in, and he's only got 930 gold in the bank.
It's not horrendous. I mean, we've seen Tinies pick it up at like the 18-minute mark, but it's going to rely on him just being given this
mid lane. Black Hole's out.
Mid lane.
Onto the Zeus. Toby jumps in with the Blink reveal, and no one's out of their count, and that's the tower. It's a lot of importance getting rid of this, and really nice read out of Entity. They're happy with just using the ultimate onto one so they can secure this.
Even just checking this high ground for some of these stacked camps is going to be enough for Saberlight. He's just going to see, all right, what's the situation? I can back off. Luna's not going to accelerate too far ahead of me from now. Maybe they could have responded to that if they still had the glyph, but it was an aggressive usage previously. Vichun.
They're using the vision coming out from the Dark Ascension, but it's a pretty deep attempt, and the nighttime has run out from Saberlight, so going too greedy is going to be the lads on Entity. They've got the Primal Split as well to be able to block the escape avenue. And Stormstormer, he's not playing with the BKB just yet, so once again, Entity making a couple of mistakes. Lice almost catching up to Toby. A blink at the last second, he might run into Fishman instead. The rest of the team, do they look to go for this? Sweet and Strong's going to wrap around. They can toss him away from the reinforcements.
Tumblr's toy.
Oh, he almost got some distance away, but that's not the case. Beautifully done from Na'Vi, a 3 for nothing. They don't have Luna nearby, though, to put some damage into the tower.
It's fine, though. I feel like they've got... do they have enough creeps? I guess they really don't.
No one?
Maybe if it was just...
Oh, he should be alright. He was into the jump over. Oh, wee! What an ability. They're hunting, though. He's got jump in a couple of seconds. Dude, Toby might get the stun beforehand. Oh, no, he's gonna go down. Na'Vi, they're nowhere seen to be able to protect no one. Really nice read. Ultimate's on cooldown. It means Na'Vi cannot take these fights, and Fishman's in. Look onto Lice. The +1s that Entity are so good at fighting. A lot of these European teams are always hunting to get that extra kill, and we're seeing it again out of the lads on Entity.
Look at this battle down on the bottom side between the POS 4s as well. Just saying, oh, well, I want to go in, I want to get my Blink Dagger, but that's the downside of playing against a Winter Wyvern. Everything just sets up into a kill so effectively, especially when you've got someone carrying that Boots of Travel. So, looks like it's going to be Katomi finishing his up a little bit sooner with that assist gold coming through, and well, you've even got a siege creep on this bottom side that's going to start pushing into your tower. Again, they still don't have the glyph available, so someone's going to need to come and address this.
It really feels like for Na'Vi, these team fights just have to go perfectly for them, where dive a little bit too deep, you don't jump the Brewmaster to start, because I think this is a really difficult game for Lice. He's up against a a Clockwork, which is not fun to play into with the mini stuns and the battery salt. It's very difficult for you to get your ultimate off. The Night Stalker with the information, the silence as well. There's really, Brewmaster wants a game where there are no instant stuns, where you can kind of run into the middle, get a clap, get a Cinderbrew off, and then pop that ultimate. But this is not a game where that is a possibility at all. So Na'Vi are really just banking off the fact that Entity overplay their hand, maybe Dark Ascension aspires, maybe they dive too deep as... Oh, that's going to be soloed once again. I mean, this is a... Alright, well... How many deaths do we feel like this Crystal Maiden's going to have in this game? He's up to 4 right
I was
going to
ask you that before the previous death, actually.
Okay.
Let's say 10.
Yeah, I'm going to say 9. I was going to say 8 or 9. I don't know if the game will last long enough to get 10. That's my only concern right now. Because we got BKBs. Stormstormer just picked his up. Saberlight's 2 components away, but they're going to be ready to go very shortly on Entity.
I think you're underestimating the effectiveness of this CM for dying. It's very capable.
Well,
Vichun is farming well, though. That's
yes,
the thing.
very
He's
much.
gone from 5th on net worth all the way back up to the top. And that's what taking that tier 1 top does. Like, just a single tower means that it's so much freer for you to be able to just sit back and farm. And it's exactly what he needs to do. Ooh, he's actually purchased... did he just get the recipe? Okay, good. He can look to disassemble the Dragon Lance and maybe take an engagement here, but no one really needs his mana. He needs to make sure that he's part of this next engagement because they are still at a stage where they're going to be lacking in damage. Oh, maybe not actually. Sweet and Strong, level 10, Blink Dagger. They can make stuff happen for sure. No one... Almost feels like he should be baiting here in this. Like, they obviously want to kill the Zeus. He's such a big component of their damage, but they've been missing off the map for way too long. Na'Vi eventually forced to break their own smoke and continue the farming. But look at this, Entity. Lies might be forced to ulti early.
It's a key component. This is a really key component if they can get rid of the Brewmaster. And the chain control along with the silence is going to enable that. And now Storm with the vision. They'll run it to solo. They see Vichun as well. Saberlight's going to turn to try and chase down the Luna. Can he get in range? Oh, he does. Saberlight just cancels the TP. Vichun, he's going to have some reinforcements coming in. Oh, Storm, he's out of it. He's like, no way. I'm going to blink to the left and say there is no chance we can help keep you alive as Entity once again. They're just looking unstoppable in their team fights when they have their ultimates.
The definition of the +1 there coming through. Yeah, I mean, obviously you don't want to just drop the Brewmaster ultimate because then they might just be able to run away from you, but at some stage you got to understand, like, what else are you going to lose if you actually end up going down, and you know, if Vichun's not farming, you have no way of coming back into this game. So the fact that he got picked off at the end there, pretty damn big deal.
Oh, yeah, what, the odds are not looking too good for Na'Vi. Look at that.
Yeah, but no lasso, no Dark Ascension, hookshot in 10, and a DD bot. So if you're able to get that on the Luna, maybe you could look to make something happen. No one's going to reveal himself in the river and pick it up for himself, but you need this tier 1 tower gone. You need to try fighting. It's even daytime, right? Like, something has to happen right now on Na'Vi. If they don't win the next fight, I don't see them coming back into this game.
They get the jump onto the Clockwork. Oh, nicely done, though. Hookshot. He's going to be a little bit closer to Stormstormer, but again, there is some hesitancy from Entity of entering this fight. They know their ultimates are on cooldown. There's a window, like you're mentioning, for Na'Vi to look to try and take this tower.
They should be able to get it. I mean, Vichun's got to just understand that he is the one that needs to take it, right? Like, even if it means tanking a few of these tower hits, it's not happening otherwise. He's
going to get the jump in on the Wyvern. They're going to make sure they don't group up on the toss location. And they're going to do a beautiful job at doing that. But it's going to be a possibility. They'll chase down Stormstormer to be forced out from the Batrider. And Lights will make sure that Toby's not going to be a threat in a fight as well. So, some nice spellcasting coming out from Na'Vi.
It's exactly what they needed to do, right? They get multiple targets, they only lose one, they take a tower, Vichun's able to go back farming. Like, that
Lights are going to be in some
the most
trouble.
Ideal.
Toby jumps in and Saberlight, he's got the Dark Ascension to be playing with, and Soul is like, peace, brother, there's nothing I can do to keep you alive. Can you get out of this Dark Ascension, though? Probably just...
They know Vichun's there, they know he TP'd up top.
Uh-oh.
Saberlight's on the prowl, but he's under vision.
Seeing what's the call though. Black Hole's at the ready. Toby's gonna jump solo instead. That's a freebie.
Solo.
Oh god. What are we up to? Up to 6.
It's looking good, Aries. It's looking good. My double digits.
We might go over though. I don't know. Then
Yeah,
I guess we're both
closest
wrong.
without going over.
Oh,
No. Price is right rules.
What? No, you have to be on point. It's exact.
No.
You said 10. If he goes over, no. What is his? This is not it. I
Have
don't.
you
I
never
didn't
stayed
agree to
home from
this.
school and watched The Price is Right?
I don't know what you're speaking about, to be honest.
Bro, this is the Arlington Major. You got to experience and respect American daytime TV.
What's the Price is Right?
I hate Zoomers so much, man. You don't know what the price is. It's a game show, okay, where you need to give the price of something. Like they show you about
1972. What do you want me
That's
to
when
do?
it came out. It's out now, still, dude. Wait, is it?
Yeah,
maybe
yeah,
it
no, it
finished
is.
up.
4th of July, 2022, season 50. Jesus Christ.
Anyway,
God
the
damn.
rule is you got to guess the thing without going over the price. That's why everyone, like, if they say 600, someone says 601 because you've just completely destroyed their chances of winning unless they're dead on.
Well, you got to be dead on.
Radiant's
The,
bottom tower
no Price is Right rules. None of this crap.
Normally, no, but we're in America, so
Alright, fine. We'll see. I know it's a Navi though. They got to be.
the price is wrong for them.
The price is so wrong for them. Unless they under a ward, sweet and strong. They are pinging him out. Beautifully done. The flare into the jump. Stormstormer recognizes at the time he's dead, and he's hunting
Sees
for
the
more.
CM.
Oh no, Solo! Dragged back into his death. Fishman as well onto Lice. They're going to be able to get rid of the clockwork. Lice, can he get the ultimate off though? The Silence going to look to prevent this. Nicely done from Entity, just swarming to his location. Now Toby in with the black hole. No answer to the ultimate. There's V-Tune chased down. Katomi as well, looking for the curse. The hold back, no one but Saberlight. He's on the prowl, chasing behind the T2 tower. Why not even go up to the high ground as well? As nothing will stop Entity in this second game. Towers will do naught. And up they go to find another kill as Entity have firm control of the second game.
Just another great draft coming through from them. It allows them to just like not have this sole avenue of going forward. Like who actually starts fights on Na'Vi? That's my main concern, right? Like the only time where you can do it is if you have vision already, which you're probably not going to because you've got multiple heroes with like flying or free pathing. You've got rocket flare. So right now the map, just if we can get our lovely observer to have a look at it, just from both teams' side, Entity don't really want to be down bottom. So, like, they kind of do, but Na'Vi don't really have control of the map, is essentially what I'm saying, which is damn rare when you're playing with a Zeus. Like,
No
Zeus is the one
way.
to give you a lot of that vision.
No way they're gonna try this. I don't hate the call. I mean, oh well. Beautiful read, man. That is a beautiful read from Entity.
Smoke coming out. Just turned to nighttime, so Saberlight, even though he doesn't have the Dark
Sweet and
Ascension
strong.
available,
The ward on the high ground,
Maybe
but
in a couple.
Toby has got the opportunity to get the BKB off. Lies with the primal
Okay.
split as well,
Crew
but
actually
instantly
ulted.
Saberlight looking to the backline. Oh, what a curse! Katomi onto the Zeus along with V-Tune, and they're just going to look to kite the Luna. There's nothing he can do, and up to the north they go with Stormstormer still looking to survive against the primal split. It's going to be soon to expire as Saberlight jumps in, preventing the clap, and meanwhile V-Tune as well, surrounded by 3 heroes. This feels like it's game. I can just see nothing left. No steam from Na'Vi in this second game as they look to make that Q play, moving into the pit, but Entity read them like a book, and there we go. The G's are dropped, and a stand-in from Entity means nothing. This team have come to play in Arlington.
love it. Love their style of play. Just constant aggression. A single chance to be able to play this more passive style of game that they were wanting on Na'Vi. Just identifying the main targets. Unfortunately for both of us, it was 8 deaths onto solo, so neither of us were right, but...
I said 8!
Entity.
What are you talking about?
You said you were thinking 8 or 9, you went with 9. But, yeah, like, Perfect picks all around, just being able to find the key targets. It looked a little better with Brewmaster finally able to get off that split, but they were split. It was another fantastic curse coming through from Katomi, taking out no one on his Zeus, and that's all she wrote. Dominant performance coming through from Entity.
We are not in, of course, the camp of Na'Vi. We don't know what their prep was for this series, and we don't know what the communication was also post game one. So I'm a bit hesitant to say that they, I think, didn't respect the Entity lineup, because again, this was another game where it's a purely Entity lineup. Like, this is Entity through and through game one and game two draft. So I don't know if it's not enough respect. Maybe they felt like they could have addressed it and deal with their comfort heroes, but this gives me a lot of confidence here for Entity, because I did feel like Sableye, if anyone was going to be able to fulfill the shoes of like a stand-in, I thought Sableye might be able to, because again, Pure plays some very unconventional position ones. Sableye coming from the 3 might be able to fulfill that kind of similar role, and we saw that. This gives me a lot of confidence for they have a key strategy in the Doom. They're going to be able to continue playing with that throughout the tournament. And this Night Stalker could prove to be a big issue. You know, it could just be similar in a way where we saw Neon at the Singapore Major with the stand-in, where they were just running over games, like picking the Nature's Prophet constantly. They had that kind of key strategy that they were still able to utilize with those plays coming in. So I think just for me, in regards to Entity, this is a really good sign for them and how they're able to have their run through the Arlington Major.
Ban Wyvern against Entity. Katomi does way too much on it. And even this game, like, he was a little bit more sacrificial, just wanting to go the Blink Dagger, obviously, but wasn't greedy at all. Made sure that all of the farm that was available on the map went to his cause so that they didn't have to be greedy, that they could beat this timing that Na'Vi had. And yeah, it was just way too strong. The flexibility coming from the rest of the picks means that you can be a little bit narrower on people like Fishman and Katomi. And it's going to be a 2-0. One of the, I'd say it's a pretty rare 2-0. We've seen a lot of 1-1s so far throughout the tournament, but that's going to be it for this series. I think we've only got, with you and me, one more series. We've got Talon taking on Tundra Awaken next. So I'm going to be really excited for that, because Tundra Awaken and Talon both using a single stand-in. We'll see who's able to come out on top.
Yeah, it's going to be an exciting series. Our third series of the day as well. So we're going to send it over a break. When we come back, we got Tundra Awaken taking on Talon.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant structures are fortified.
Power can be found in any number of places. Scientists will tell you that it comes in newtons. Gamers will say that it can be found in silky skills. We will say that the power lies in real thrills. In the play with perfect ping. In the runes and crystals. In every frag and gank. In your personal winnings. Lock and load for PGL Arlington.
We are back for our third series of the night. We got Tundra Awaken taking on the lads on Talon. Denog, this is going to be a series where both sides will be playing with stand-ins, of course. For Talon, no Q, unfortunately, at the Arlington Major. They've got Zephyr, an incredibly experienced player, fulfilling that role. And for Tundra Awaken, unfortunately, they will not be playing with Dark Margot, and Alone will be stepping in from Infamous. So overall, both sides playing with some stand-ins, but how do we feel about this series in particular? Do you feel like maybe one team might have a slight edge, or is it still going to be relatively even?
It really does go both ways for me. Obviously, Tundra Awaken had a very impressive showing at the Stockholm Major, finishing in 6th, but it's not the full lineup that got them to that stage. We also have Zephyr coming in, who, yeah, he's played with 23 Savage plenty of times before, and honestly, he, from what I spoke to him about, it was nothing to do with him or even Whitemon. The stuff that happened with T1, where he wasn't on the team anymore. And now it kind of feels like Zephyr's been pushed to the side a little bit as well, with SMG letting go Raging Potato to play with T1 in the most recent ESL Malaysia qualifiers. So the thing for me with Zephyr is that the meta doesn't fit his heroes that well. You know, when you think Zephyr, you think like Treant Protector, and you think like Phoenix, and that's not really where offlaners are right now. You know, not offlaners, position 4s. That's not the same style. Maybe something like a Nyx Assassin he's able to make work, but it really does feel like I don't want to say he's not adapted to the meta, but it's just not suitable for him. It happens. You know, some teams win a major, or, you know, get top 4. Like, let's use Game and Gladiators, for example. They got top 4 at the last major, and they almost got knocked out of Div 1 once a small patch dropped that nerfed a few things, right? So it might just be not his day. Then again, they played one series so far against LGD and lost, but it's LGD. You know, they lasted as long as Team Spirit did. So it's we'll have to wait and see. These two teams are a lot more evenly matched.
Yeah, definitely, without a doubt. As we do head over to the draft here for our third series. And as well, real quick, just to mention, you get a creative.
Savage.
Yeah, good old 23 Savage with a little bit of farmer's hat on. So I respect it. You're doing your homework.
He had a Nerf gun in his belt as well. Just really, you could see right in the corner anymore, but there was an American flag there, so he's leaning into it all.
You love to see it. I saw a couple of the teams posting some photos from Media Day as well with all the Nerf guns, and yeah, there's definitely some good content going to be coming out as expected from all the wonderful players. As we'll see how this one's able to shape up though. Tundra Awaken, Brewmaster, and the Dawnbreaker banned out a lot of emphasis onto some of the flex on Talon, and also just respecting KP's hero pool. And for Talon, they've gotten rid of the Weaver so far, and a big reason why the Weaver needs to be banned out is because Tundra Awaken, they play this hero in a very interesting role. They are someone who likes to play the Weaver in the position 3, Sacred, He's got this one up his sleeve. He's played the Weaver 4 times in 2 or 3 with a 100% win rate. So the South American teams have definitely got some interesting meta picks compared to anyone else.
Yeah, I think they're getting rid of the Timbersaw on Talon, with leaving Thunder Awaken the first pick. I mean, Thunder Awaken, I said it before, I'll say it again. They are a team that love the Snapfire. They are willing to throw it into multiple different roles as well. 2, 3, 4, and occasionally 5. So I feel like that might be something that they're going to prioritize. They even pair it together with a Mars sometimes, just so that you're able to obviously get that obvious combination. But if, for example, it's a bad lane for a melee hero, they'll make the Snapfire position 3, put Mars position 4. If it's the opposite, just switch them back the other way. So I can certainly see them going out. What are you going to say? You promised me.
You're right.
No. What? You promised me a yeehaw, Aries.
Oh, no, hey, he's got a voice line. Hang on. We got to wait for the voice to... Relax.
No, there's just conditions upon conditions coming through.
Well, I mean, that was the condition, but if you don't remember it, that's not my fault. That's on to you, brother. And, well, what do you know, Talon? They are a team that absolutely love the Death Prophet. The DP Marcy, an incredibly strong lane. KP, if he doesn't get the Brewmaster, he'll make sure he picks up something else.
Yeah, I mean, to me, KP has always excelled on these heroes that are able to bait a lot of movements coming out from the enemy team. You know, over the years, we've seen him do it on his Omni Knight. We've seen him do it on the Legion Commander. Those heroes not really in the meta right now, but Death Prophet, Doom, of course, the Brewmaster, certainly capable of that sort of thing. So I really like this Death Prophet pick. Marcy is going to be able to pair together with it well too, just providing you with a little bit of extra movement speed once you pop the Exorcism, even just getting away from a lot of the early aggression, allowing the Spirit Siphons to have full impact. So yeah, I like this opening coming through from Talon. It doesn't reveal everything either. Hyde is capable of playing the Marcy, but I'd say we're much more likely to see Zephyr pick it up.
And what do you feel like the answer is going to be here for Thunder Awaken? Do you go down the route of more magic damage to blow up the Death Prophet before BKB? Or do you consider someone with a lot of physical damage because DP does have some armor issues?
I was going to say something that the ideal world would be like a BKB piercing disable that is able to deal a lot of burst damage. You know, something like, I don't know, a Beastmaster kind of fulfills that sort of role. And considering you were playing it in this position, the 8th pick of the draft, you would have been able to protect it. But instead, just going for the puck. Tiny hasn't been banned out just yet, but really wouldn't surprise me to see Thunder Awaken remove that one from the pool. Makoto plays a very good position to Tiny. We're even seeing the Ember Spirit given some respect. Thunder Awaken, I mentioned it before about Entity. They're another one of these teams that they just pick and ban what they feel is good. They don't care about what the meta is. Maybe this game they're giving a little bit of respect to KP in particular with that Brewmaster. But like, their most picked heroes are also their most banned heroes. So they're just like, these are good. We want to be playing with them and not against them.
I'm intrigued to see what Talon look to do to address the puck, because they actually really like this Death Prophet into the puck, which in some of the games that I look back on, they were very comfortable with picking this hero, even if the puck was like first phase and they go DP later on. So they don't care about this matchup at all. They also kind of like going down a Tiny and a Shadow Shaman route to address the puck, and well, Tiny just got banned out, so they're gonna have to look to deal with it in another way on Talon with the 15th.
I'm really expecting Talon to look to come out with... They're either doing it now for the laning stage, and they're going to pick Faceless Void right now, or they're going to do it at the end of this phase, because it's something that Savage loves to play together with this. I mean, this honestly feels even stronger towards that route, right? They've got a lot of damage that can go inside the Chronosphere. They pick Marcy, Death Prophet, Faceless Void together a lot. Yes, you have the vulnerability early on against the puck with the Dream Coil, but once you get that BKB, it's just an overwhelming amount of damage and control that Puck's not able to avoid. 2 silences plus a Chronosphere, it's a lot to have to deal with.
We're going to see what the answer is going to be for Thunder Awaken. I mean, the Clockwork is definitely a potential. It's something that they actually don't have as much emphasis on, which was something I was a bit surprised for Thunder Awaken. It does still very well with the heroes on Talon, so maybe they're going to look to switch it up or continue with some of their comfort heroes. And Looks like Dazzle will be the call. So a strong laning support gives you some sustain and potential to draw out team fights, which can be nice. But
10 seconds.
you need a hero
remaining.
to go in right now. I guess you have that kind of in the Puck, but you're looking for...
5 seconds remaining.
Puck Dazzle's not the greatest. So you're looking for kind of someone else to...
Monkey King or
really get-
Alchemist is what they're looking for, I think. Like 2 heroes that
Dire
are able to
team pick.
either go in through the use of the Primal Spring. Okay, CK kind of fulfills that as well. Good amount of minus armor coming through from Thunder Awaken as well, which is what I really like. You know, this is what I was talking about with the Death Prophet. I wanted that BKB piercing disable. They don't have that, but they do have the capability of just being able to burst someone down from 100 to 0, especially once Dazzle hits level 6 and you get some of those bad juju starting to proc.
Boy, not a Void Spirit, not a Mikoto Void
10
Spirit. This is
seconds
not going to be a fun time at all. Void versus the Puck. It can
5
go
seconds
back and
remaining.
forth, definitely
Yep.
without a doubt, but Void definitely as a great answer with the Yours into Remnant, with the Scepter as well. You're going to be able to catch the Dazzle on the back line. I'm looking for how Talon look to address, though, the draft that we have in regards to Savages here. I feel like Medusa is definitely one they're going to be looking at. Medusa Disruptor lane is a bit awkward, but you could probably just spam from afar and make it difficult for Thunder Awaken to deal with the double range. But Medusa has some very, very good matchups, core matchups into the Chaos Knight and the Puck.
How do we feel about a Sven this game?
It's a pretty good Sven game.
Dire
I like
team
it a lot.
ban.
You know,
Yeah.
you're going to be able to deal with the Phantasm Illusions. You're going to be giving a lot of armor to the rest of your team, which, again, they've got multiple ways to reduce it. I feel like KP still needs to play that, like, baiting style because, I mean, I guess Void Spirit can do it, but Marcy and Disruptor don't really want to. And it feels really awkward to put almost any other position 1 on the front lines as well, so that all of that burden isn't onto KP.
Just looking to see how Thunder Awaken are trying to set up their draft as well.
Dire
Often they
team
really
ban.
like Sacred being on some ranged offlane heroes because of Matthew's hero pool is predominantly melee. These traditional, like, roaming melee 4s. We're gonna see how they can flex it.
Turn to pick.
Just like you mentioned, South America always have this capability to run the Snapfire in the offlane.
Mm-hmm.
See what is left. What do you feel like they need to cover with this last pick? Is there anything that they really have an issue with the draft so far?
It really does depend on what they have left
Dire
to be able to
team
pick
pick.
on Talon. Like, could they tusk? They Pango instead. I don't hate this. It's just a lot more of that frontline dive. Again, it's more minus armor that they're just going into. It does make Sven's life a little bit difficult if they were to go down that sort of route, but what are the other options? Maybe a Terrorblade isn't horrible here. Just someone
10
that,
seconds
you know,
remaining.
might have... I guess against the Dazzle, it's pretty terrible, right? Just gets
5
that Aghanim
seconds
Shard, and
remaining.
then your life is not very good. They go with the
Now
Medusa.
select
Okay,
your
just someone that's
heroes.
able to withstand a lot of that damage, but really until you start to build up a lot more of that armor, your life is going to be pretty difficult. And not the strongest lane either. Disruptor Medusa, especially against a Pangaea Snapfire. I feel like that's going to go Thunder Awaken's way. So this is on Makoto for me. If Makoto can come out of
Yeah.
that lane in a really good spot, abuse the fact that he's coming up against a player that doesn't have a ton of that LAN experience in alone, you know, only 17 years old. I don't want to put it all onto him, but he was part of that infamous 13-minute GG during the ESL qualifiers against Beast Coast. He got ganked like twice in lane when the net worth was even, and then he just rage GG'd out. So, yeah, maybe that's the name of the game for Talon. Look to try and get under his skin a little bit.
Do you feel like they have the supports to be able to maybe do that? Like rotate to Makoto and annoy the Puck early on? Or is it going to be a little bit more difficult leaving Savage alone and KP alone in the side lanes?
I think I don't think it's going to be difficult leaving KP alone necessarily. Maybe it is actually. Like level 5, you could look to perhaps make a rotation with Zephyr, but what's Zephyr really going to do against a Puck, right? Unless Puck's already low and you get the perfect Aether Remnant combo, Puck's not going to die. So I think you need to make sure that you're waiting until, let's say, level 6 on the Marcy, let's say Disruptor level 6 as well, Yule Scepter on the Void Spirit before you're really capable of doing much with this Talon lineup. And of course, you've got a Medusa, right? You're happy for the game to delay out.
Yeah, it's a concern though if it can get to a stage where the game is going to be delayed. Because I feel like for Thunder Awaken, you have a lineup that realistically you have 3 heroes that can start fights. CK, he might feel like he doesn't need to blink this game just because honestly the Puck and the Pengu can fulfill that role. But whereas for the lads on Talon, it's really on to Makoto to start these fights. I suppose you could be playing off the back of the Marcy jump as well, but I think for me, really the early game, it's all on Makoto, like you said, but I'm just concerned that if Makoto doesn't have a good game and Thunder Awaken, and I think they've got really strong lanes as well, so Thunder Awaken should be fine, and once you're able to get out of the laning phase, maybe get that first item, then I feel like they're just going to look to control the map, and Talon, if they're not perfect with their ultimate usages, then they could really start to fall behind. It could be a case where just all the farm is given over to Savage.
Yeah, I'm favoring Thunder Awaken with this draft, just because they've got that potential to just absolutely annihilate a hero. And then it's not, again, one of these drafts where you kill someone and then nothing happens. You know, Chaos Knight wants to be playing aggressively on the map, wants to be using those phantasms to be able to assist with a lot of these pushes and converting that into towers. But yeah, like you said, if Talon execute correctly, then they are able to obviously take a lot of these aggressive movements through as... Another smoke. I really want this smoke to be given a cooldown, man. It's too much.
Yeah, I know you were mentioning that a while ago, saying that these goddamn smokes, everyone just uses them straight away. You always, what do you say? You don't want something to be like you have to do it. It feels like teams right now have to smoke to get out on the map and get the wards down. If they don't, then they're in a position where. I mean, you just see perfect example. Like Thunder Awaken, they smoke out, they get the ward on the cliff. Talon weren't just on the edge to scout out Thunder's position, so now Thunder have this ward and they're able to see Hyde place the Observer down, so there should be a free D ward.
Wonder who they're going to give that one over to. I think Alone would massively benefit from being able to pick that one up for himself. Maybe they just give it over to a support. Hyde has to be careful with his positioning. He's getting wrapped around on a little bit.
So you could look at him swash through. We get some body blocks coming out, in the case, and I'm probably going to reveal their own ward up there as well, so someone eventually will be able to D-ward. Hyde's got a sentry right in. Yeah, Matthew's going to make sure that's not a possibility. Pandamu's even going to block him out as well, so already off to a good start for Thunder. What were the bounties looking like? It was a 3-for-1.
I wonder if they're even just going to leave this here. Nah, he eventually does get rid of it, but maybe just thinking... Maybe he thinks we D-warded it.
The mind games.
And then we could actually just keep the vision. Yeah. Nothing even leveled up just yet. You actually got the headdress coming through for Matthew, so making this lane a little bit more stable. I mean, it's level 2 onwards that it starts to become a lot more difficult for Talon up here, but until then, Medusa, Savage, obviously a very individually skilled player, is going to be able to get the most out of this.
Do you feel like top lane really revolves around the pulls for Talon, just so Savage can be farming in a safe location?
Potentially, but it's not exactly the easiest time to be able to do it, right? Like, if Hyde was a Dazzle instead, if a Snapfire comes forward, you can just pressure him away. Disruptor doesn't have that same level of oppressiveness. Well, I say that, but he's got 5 mangoes, so maybe he does.
Spam out abilities. Really does seem to be the name of the game. Kind of something we brought up in the draft. Maybe it's just Snake and Thunderstrike spam, and that might be something that they can't really contest. It is going to be a little bit difficult to close that distance. If they do, then... Of course, Talon being 2 range heroes is going to be very awkward, but take a look at our other side lane, bottom lane. Death Prophets under a little bit of pressure at the moment. KP trying to fly into the tree line thanks to the bonus movement speed from the rebound, so KP will be okay. It's looking like this lane is not going to be too easy, though. A CK and a Dazzle, and it's an incredibly strong lane combo.
Yeah, and the important thing is they hit that level 2 first, so KP, just with the Crypt Swarm, obviously needing it to be able to secure those range creeps, is certainly very vulnerable. But the fact that they're able to dodge that out means that now he's got the Spirit Siphon available for himself. If he does get gone on, you at least can sustain for that little bit longer if the rebound is on cooldown, for example. But I would say that Zephyr's probably going to be holding that one for as long as possible. Oh, actually pulling the cars back underneath the tower, and they're making an aggressive move here. Might be the first blood.
Kaz has got some stick charges to play with. Pandamu, can he get in range for the heal? You bet he can. One more right click does the job. Beautifully done. Pandamu just getting nearby. to offer the heal that will give them the opportunity to find that first blood. Yes, the Chaos Knight still goes down, but at least they find the bounty.
What a massive heal bomb coming through from the Dazzle there. Hit it onto 3, and it was amped up as well because, surprisingly enough, it's physical damage. So that Reality Rift is going to provide that minus armor that you need for it to really be buffed up.
And the Death Prophet is a hero that has really big issues in regards to armor. So I like this read from KP. It's gone pure stats to start, and then into the Ring of Protection as well before any other components of the Soul Ring. So recognizing that there's going to be some big issues in regards to the physical damage in this lane.
Yeah, it gives them a whole lot more effective HP than the
Top lane? Hyde might be in a bit of trouble. Nothing Savage can do to protect the Disruptors. Thunder, great read from them, capitalizing on just the Disruptor being slightly out of position.
This is how I help you get better.
Important thing for KP, though, is that he didn't die in that previous engagement. So he's already up to level 4. He's built himself up a nice amount of experience. So now you do have a little bit more freedom of Zephyr being able to rotate through and secure these power runes, which Makoto obviously wants to have protected with Alone here. Although it looks like everyone's focused on this bottom rune. Looks like Alone won't be able to be completely greedy in this.
Something that Thunder will always put the emphasis on. Matthew will always rotate. They like Pandamu rotating as well. You know, it's a different position too. It will not matter. It's a very similar game between Alone and Makoto. These are heroes that need the power runes. They need the runes to be active early. And Matthew will always make some stacks as well at the same time. He's already got a stack going at the hard camp, which is going to be nice for Puck to work towards a faster Witchblade.
Savage up on this top side. Isn't having the easiest time, though. Sacred doing a great job. I honestly think he's one of the more skilled players within South America. Really just always seems to have a great time in lane. Makes the carry's life certainly much less so.
A lot of people mention that Whisper probably the strongest position 3 in South America, but Sacred definitely puts an argument on him to be able to be in contention as well. We're seeing that be the case. Sacred and Matthew in combination together, a lot of damage onto Savage and Hyde. Whenever they overstep their boundary, whenever Savage is not farming directly in front of the tower, it's so difficult for them to play. And you recognize this as well. Hyde's like, all right, we just have to drop a ward down. We need to see where Matthew is so we know if Savage is positioning safely or not.
And this is the thing, like, you've gone this lane together. Oh, actually, this is going to reveal the siege creep ended up hitting through onto Matthew just from the sidelines. Just so they've got some kind of vision here. Matthew trying to get into position.
Well, TPing mid.
Actually, movement coming to mid. Actually, a pretty big deal. I mean, Alone doesn't end up dying here, but it's a lot of information revealed on the map. Actually ended up canceling the TP on Matthew, and it might cost Savage.
Savage going to end up going down. All right. Meanwhile, they got the coil mid lane as well. Makoto's not going to be an easy kill. He's not playing with some ultimate charges for the moment. Alone just with the pure right-click damage and the help of Pandamu nearby will get the kill. And they've got the early grave as well. Pandamu with that level 4 just picked up. Alone's even able to find a rune and might consider chasing down Hyde. It looks like he wants the bounty. Isn't sure of Hyde's position at the moment. Unfortunately, he will not be playing with the bounty though.
See him there now. Ooh, he's getting a little hungry here on Alone. He wants to go back for Hyde. Matthew might be able to get this, and most likely will.
Beautiful spell casting. Matthew in prime position. It does give a lot of space to KP. Is he going to get this kill? No, because it's going to be alright. But we do see KP. I mean, often, especially when KP's playing the Death Prophet, he is a bit more of a...
Sacred might be in trouble. Oh, 5 HP he was able to survive on there. Just making sure to run back underneath the tower in time. Let's show this threat, and there we go. Oh, actually went for the deny of the Observer Ward, but Matthew ends up getting it denied back in his face. This should be a kill being able to be picked up for them, unless he's able to get away with another great instance of spell casting. This should be enough.
It's a big kill to find. Savage is 3rd position in net worth at the moment. It's going to free up Hyde as well to... Going to look to try and de-ward the jungle, where we saw that kill prior with the Observer Ward. Maybe even might get a stack and help secure the 8-minute power rune, which will really enable Makoto to maybe get active. So I like this. Not only do they get the kill, but they're also looking to maximize what they can get afterwards with the kind of the +1, with an extra hero not being up top.
Look at how much emphasis they're putting into making sure that they're not just getting chain stunned on KP. There's the first item BKB after the Soul Ring. He's just like, I am getting off my Spirit Cyphers. You are not stopping me as long as someone else is scouting out for me.
He does like this first item BKB. I see him do it very often when he's playing the Death Prophet alone. I've been a bit of trouble for the moment. They've got the sentry nearby, and Matthew as well. He's going to be in some trouble. Pandamu might be able to get in range for the Grave, but I don't think that's going to be enough to prevent them from getting the kill. A glimpse back into the river, but Makoto has got an ultimate charge up in a couple of seconds. The rest abilities as well to play with, so they might turn to Pandamu instead as Zephyr.
Back on the low ground.
Oh, what a beautiful dispose. Chucks the Dazzle inside the river as Makoto's going to pounce on that opportunity, but there is a threat moving on over because doesn't have the Phantasm to play with. A Remnant's going to hold him back for the moment. And even Zephyr tossing Makoto away. So beautifully done as Talon bring multiple supports mid to help Makoto get off to a good start.
Dire's top tower.
Yeah, and all three of their cores sitting on the top side of that net worth bracket, but it's going to start going back the other way, of course. 3 people having to walk back together as a trio just because they used everything in that recent engagement. But Savage at least has been able to get a lot of space. Same sort of thing with KP. This is exactly what you want if you're Talon. You want that BKB and you want that plate mail picked up on KP ASAP.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
I really want to see them playing with KP.
Dire's
So Zobwad is going to scout out Makoto though, but I love this. You got Exo, you want to pop it, you want to force rotations down bottom. They've done just that. Let's see how aggressive Zephyr gets though. He's going to jump in, coil. It's only onto one. So it's not going to be the greatest to hold them back. Even Sacred's going to look to rotate as well. But the threat of the Rolling Thunder, it's going to be difficult for Talon to take this team fight. They need to wait out the ultimate from Sacred, and maybe they can reinitiate off the back of Makoto's jump. KP's hesitant for the moment, backing off towards the T1 tower, but Makoto's in. The burst is too fast for Pandamu to react. The Grave not coming out fast enough. Now KP is going to chase down another target, but it's got to be cautious. Alone with the damage is starting to stack up. Orb's going to be up in a couple of seconds, and KP will recognize this as the Death Prophet repositions back to safety.
Okay, pretty even trade. You know, 2 for 1. The 1 was a core though, so means that Talon are going to be feeling okay about that. And of course, Savage continuing to farm. He's just going to keep this scaling up, but of course, early on, because he is more capable than anyone of just making these cores that you think shouldn't be able to scale quite as effectively a factor. I know whenever there's stand-in possibilities, because he's always towards the top of the list, even if he's from a lesser appreciated region, I would say.
This one was not for you.
So do we feel like this is a bit of a window here for Thunder Awaken to make some plays across the map, knowing that Exo's on cooldown?
Maybe, but I guess the Rolling Thunder is about to come back up. I mean, that's the advantage, right, of mid lane. Dream Coil being used, so that kind of takes away from it, right? They were just trying to get one of those free kills. Matthew as well has the level 6 who makes sure Violet's home immediately after the 10-minute mark, just so he can convert with the Mortimer's Kisses. This is always what you want with a puck. You want someone that's able to make the most out of your Dream Coil before the BKBs are a factor, so that you yourself can start to scale a bit more.
See what the play is going to be from Talon if they're going to react to top. Let's get the Static Storm at the ready. In combination with Makoto. But Radiant, they also have some ultimates to play with in this lane. Who's going to get the jump though? Makoto. Moving on forward. They're instantly going to try and pounce on Sacred. Oh, what a beautiful Static Storm. But Pandamu is able to get out of range. So the Grave is going to be there in the nick of time. Even Savage looking to rotate to pump the damage in. But they don't get the kill fast enough. Sacred has an opportunity with the Rolling Thunder. It is actually going to go back in. Sacred offering the control. So now the rest of Thunder can consider about diving under the tower. They know that Savage TP'd in. The threat of the rotation off the back of KP joining up top. That will hold Thunder from getting any more out of this.
KP at that time was also able to take the tier 1 tower plot.
KP might be in some trouble. They've got the call to work with. He's definitely a tanky boy, but with the scatter blast, point blank from Matthew, already 4 points in it. Look at the rotation. Bakaz as well enters the outpost, drags back Zephyr. And he wants a high five for good measure. I love to see that from Bakaz, one of the more active position ones in the South America region, always trying to find an avenue for him to get involved in the early game. And even if it just is a kill onto a support, it gives him a lot more control and farm that they can find now up top.
Has fallen.
It's honestly right now, even though it's only a 1k differential, it feels like Talon should be more ahead. The difference right now is spellcasting. It seems like Tundra Awaken, they're just perfect with every single little bit of execution. And Talon, they're almost there. They're like 90% there, but just little things like not catching the dazzle inside of that static storm for another couple of seconds so that you kill off the Pangolier means that you just give up 2 or 3 extra kills for no reason.
I brought it up before as well, but I'm very concerned on how Talon now are going to be able to scale, in particular with the Void Spirit. It's a great Void Spirit game, but this is a hero that you do have difficulties with keeping up in farm. And Mikoto went for 3 points in Aether Remnant. He went a 3-1-4 build, so his potential to keep up in farm is a little bit more difficult. You really need to find these kills. So he could definitely do that in combination with Zephyr. You know, Zephyr unleashes on cooldown at the moment, but it's going to be a lot more difficult with how Thunder Awaken in position. I've been very impressed with Pandamu and Matthew as well. It just feels like the supports are always playing with their cores, making sure that it's always a difficult kill.
Looking high. I mean, it's optimistic, but it kind of is what the game needs, right? Those BKBs, he wants to try and counter them by going for a very early Aghanim Scepter. But it's going to be quite some time until he's able to get to that point. Right now, what Talon they're looking for the BKB on KP. They've nearly got it. I don't even know if they want to make plays with it yet, though, until Mikoto actually has that Yule Scepter. I think he needs it. He needs to make sure that he's able to dive in onto the backlines, lock down the Dazzle, KP pops the Exorcism, and just runs in. Probably with assistance from the rebound, just to give him even more movement speed.
Yeah, I really feel like Talon... I want to see them playing reactionary, because I think if you use Exo and you only get 1 kill, or you might not even get a kill, then Thunder Awaken is just going to instantly go mid and take this tower. And as soon as you lose the tier 1 tower, then Savage, the triangle is...
Can't farm as much.
Exactly, it's a lot more accessible for Thunder Awaken, and they have a lineup that's going to run at you. Like Medusa, I believe will carry them late game, but it's a question of can you get there. So Talon, I think their main objective for them, if you get pickoffs in the side lane with Marcy and Void Spirit, that's perfect. But I think you need to keep your ultimates to defend this tier 1 tower mid.
Yeah. Well, they're going for a smoke. They want to try and catch these higher priority targets.
KP's huge. KP is huge. And a beautiful coil is going to be able to set up for that. A Sacred is going to be in with the combo. The team fight from Thunder. As soon as they get their ultimates off, there's going to be no competition. There's 2 down. Let's see what else they can get out of it from Thunder. Instantly looking to evade into the jungle.
That's just a bit of poor positioning, to be honest. He had the BKB coming out to himself on the courier. Would have been able to turn around if he had a pop. But, I mean, you were inside enemy lines. They had all the vision, and you had absolutely nothing to be able to play around. So just a little bit too overconfident there from KP.
And it looks like they won't be able to protect the tower. It would be beautiful if they could. I mean, KP is going to be back up shortly with the threat of the Exo. They know that Radiant did use multiple ultimates, but looks like the tower nonetheless will still go down. So that is a huge win for Thunder Awaken.
He cancelled it. He cancelled the TP.
Oh.
He's all the way back in base. So, I mean, maybe he just didn't want to reveal himself potentially, but I mean, every time that your movement around the map isn't super effective, this is going to be a free pickoff that might even just convert it to Roche. Like, no points in the little shredder just yet. I want to see 1 point in that, and then it can absolutely just get shredded. Never mind. They're not even going to wait.
You got the Reality Rift maxed out mid lane. What's going on? Matthew in a bit of trouble at the moment. You can get a freebie, but Pandamu's going to really make him work for it. Because gets the coil. It's holding the Void Spirit into place for the chain control afterwards. Mikoto, he can't get out. And meanwhile, look at this KP. Oh no. An Exo and a BKB, but Talon, they've got no way to turn this fight back around. So this is without a doubt a free Roche for Thunder.
Yeah, that's disastrous. They need to do something about Pandamu. The man is playing amazingly right now. So many clutch trades. He's only got the 1 point in it as well. Just looking to really max out the effectiveness of that poison touch. Does he have Old Mage Shard coming out to him just yet? No, not quite, but it's the 15-minute mark and he's got that poison touch at full levels. So, yeah, this is looking real good for Tundra Awaken so far.
Radiant's bottom tower is
Excuse
under
me,
attack.
what, since when did this Shell of Grave... Since when was this a component? The heal amp per 10% missing?
Recent-ish.
Okay, I did... Well, I never knew that. What? Damn, there's too many
Gotta
Dota
play more
changes.
support, brother.
Dazzle is it's a relatively fun support. If you have a good lane, it's fun, but it can then be, if you don't have heroes to play in front, then you can also kind of just get chased down. But they do have that this game. Pango to make some space. Alone's had a very good game. 6-1-5. This is what you're hoping for out of your stand-in. Like you said, young gun, 17-year-old. If you can build some confidence, and with the start that he's had, I feel like he's going to be flowing in confidence in this game one.
Well, they got the ult set.
Drop the kisses to try and give some vision, so Alone be put in a position where he has to use the coil to be able to cancel that TP.
Oh, have to be careful here, Hyde. You're up against a Blink Dagger on a CK. Alright.
Now, the rest of Talon are going to be in trouble. Makoto, he's got one more ultimate to play with. Assimilate up to the north. They're still hunting. Picard is in, and oh, you just said it. It's the Picard show. Mega kill streak for the Chaos Knight. Really, everyone else as well for Thunder Awaken. 18 kills. They are on a roll in this game one.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
How's Savage doing with his farm? He's got the Manta style. He's looking to build into the Skadi. Of course, once he gets to that point, he'll be a lot more formidable, but he's already fallen a couple of levels behind the CK because of all these team fights not going so well. I like what KP's doing, though. He's just staying up on this top side. As soon as people start to do something on the map, he's going to continue to try and pressure in this lane, trying to force rotations back, or at least make them make a more difficult decision. Instantly, as soon as he shows, he gets pinged out on the map, but yeah, I think if the next team fight that Talon take with KP, popping that XOB KB doesn't go well for them, I don't think there's going to be a coming back into this game.
Double damage.
Great position from Thunder.
Smoke.
See if they can get Alone. Zephyr's going to start with the Blink and the Static Storm as well. Beautifully done. I think that was the Blink reveal as well. See if they can chain this into anything else. Thunder Awaken. They might lose Pandamu. Once maybe his position, he's going to be caught off guard because will do nothing to keep his Daz alive. They're actually looking at TP, and so they want to take the fight. KP, great reactions with the BKB. They're going to be able to hold back the Chaos Knight for the moment as well. They're having some difficulties with right-clicking, but Sacred, look at the target prioritization, just straight towards Savage's location, and Picard's will pump in the damage as Savage has no opportunity to right-click down the Chaos Knight, and now Makoto is next on the agenda. A Yule Scepter maybe to buy some time. He's going to be able to dodge the Chaos Bolt. An Astral Step in a couple of seconds, and Sacred does the dirty work with the shield crash. And meanwhile, KP and Matthew playing tag, and well, Alone's going to step in. A little bit unfair with the +1, but Thunder Awaken. Another incredible sequence of events for these lads.
Man, Makoto's actually playing pretty well. Like, for a 0-4, like his spellcasting in all of these team fights, his ability to evade and escape is pretty good. That time around, it was just a case of Talon didn't use their ultimates. They used the Static Storm to be able to pick off the puck. Savage wasn't able to use his. KP was too low on mana. This is what happens when you go like Boots of Speed, Soul Ring, Black King Bar. You just don't have the mana to sustain yourself during these longer team fights. So he literally spent a good 15 seconds chasing after a position 5 Dazzle without doing any damage to him.
You still got the Aegis advantage on Bakaz as well, so 50 seconds left. And they're going to make sure they eke out any little bit of gold they can get with this second life. See just how they're posturing across the map. Talon really can't get out. They've got some pretty decent wards to play with. Maybe they'll look to smoke with the Aegis expiring shortly.
Got a Blink Dagger as well onto KP, so it's about playing around that vision. But again, it's mostly in areas that, I mean, Thunder Awaken don't want to be in right now. Smoking up. I don't think they saw that one, though, because they made sure to be hugging to the closest side of their own Observer Ward. So it seems like these two teams are going to connect right now.
Radiant are scanning.
Leads are off the mark. Radiant scanning down bottom. They're going to see
they'll
Matthew.
Take Matthew at this stage.
They'll take whatever they can get. kill to buff them up. KP's going to look to jump the Dazzle as well. They might not be able to get Matthew for the moment. Makoto's going to look to fall with the damage. Meanwhile, on the river, though, KP with the Exo just charging down Pandamu is going to be forced to Grave and TP out. Talon, if they can get any more out of this, looks like unfortunately they won't be able to, because he's even threatening about jumping back in because they got alone as well with a combo. Coil leashing them together, but they're not able to deal with Medusa. There's a decent fight for Talon. It's Savage. Stonegaze is out, controlling Bakaz. They'll get rid of the Chaos Knight. A big streak for them to be able to fight, but can they keep Makoto alive? It's Sacred. A swashbuckle from afar, but again, Zephyr's in with a combo. Buffing up Savage's damage thanks to the sidekick. Some much needed gold that Talon are able to pump into the Medusa.
They might just catch a glimpse of him, but speaking of glimpse, he won't be able to get it off, even with those full points into it. Man, Savage is the one person keeping them in this game right now. Great use of the ultimate, making sure not to get a little bit too excited. Made sure to hold it to the very end. First down for Kaz for his only second death of the game. A whole lot to be able to bring him back into this, as looks like he's going into a Mage Slayer as well on Kaz. I don't hate this. I wouldn't hate to see him go a Bloodthorn either, just to get more of that burst damage. You've already got some of those silence potentials coming through from
Sacred.
Radiant structures are fortified.
Rolling Thunder is actually not going to use it. KP doesn't see anyone else on the higher gun though, so a little bit worried about Thunder's position.
There's an avenue for Talon. I mean, 400 gold away from the Skadi for Savage. He's level 18. Once he gets up to that level 20, just for the extra, I would say he's probably going to go the Stonegaze duration.
It's really a question if Savage can right-click in the fights. We saw previously where KP put a lot of importance on jumping the Dazzle, and that meant that Thunder Awaken kind of had to play it. Jump in. Alicia to 2 with the Mortimer Kiss. That's a lot of damage with a fork from Sacred. They chain control Makoto perfectly. And now Sacred, he can roll on forward to catch out Zephyr. A beautiful jump all off the back of Alone's Park.
Yep, immediately pinging out afterwards as well. Makoto saying there's vision up on this high ground. That's how they're able to jump us. Probably shouldn't be the case where you're just walking around when you have a Sentry Ward already placed down previously and you've got Aether Remnant, Kinetic Field, plenty of stuff to be able to reveal some pretty obvious Cliff Wards. But that time around, I think Makoto was gone for the style play. He wanted to get to the very edge of the Coil Leash and use the Yule Scepter, but just wasn't able to land it. I've tried it. I've tried it even when it's not in a pro game. It's so hard, man.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, this is where pro players are just testing out, practicing, I should say, on a consistent basis. You know, all the Manta dodges, they got the little arcade games for them as well. Manta illusion dodges, mischief dodges, and everything like that, and making sure your mechanics are perfect. But let's see, Matthew, this is a great position for the Snapfire. Look at this. Smoke's gonna pop. Oh, a great blink out as well from Matthew.
I almost feel like they smoked underneath that ward as well, like with one hero up onto the top of the stairs there. But well, again, it's all about the spell casting. That's what's setting Thunder Awaken apart right now. It's nothing overly strong about strategy. The draft is good. It all synergizes together very well to blow up these heroes that need, obviously, to be able to get off their Stone Gaze, their BKB, their Exorcism, their Spirit Siphons, their, you know, elusive spells in the case of Makoto. But right now, it's really just they're finding the right targets and they're executing better.
Battle for the haste.
Very tempting.
Makoto's gonna take the bait. Jesus Christ, the bashes it out. Oh no, Makoto. He's gonna be in some trouble here. And yours maybe to the dissimulate, but Sacred veers back towards the Void Spirit's location. And now Savage is going to look to use the Stonecase defensive. They need to buy back to protect the Medusa. You can't let Savage go down like this. Bakard's going to be in, jumping the Medusa for the damage. Savage not pumping enough out for the moment. The rest of Talon are nearby to try and protect it, but they haven't dealt with the dazzles of Bakard's playing with the Grave. The BKB as well, soon to expire, so they get rid of the Chaos side, but that's all they'll find. As now they'll turn back to KP. Forward down on Talon, a buyback forced out as well. And all they get is Bakard's life.
Means that they're not able to do too much extra pushing, but Yeah, they took the bait. It's as simple as that. You know, Tundra Awaken, they hadn't revealed on the map in a little bit. That Haste Druid feeling a little bit juicy, especially considering, again, how well Pandamu is playing and so evasive. But yeah, ends up costing them so much more. It's the third death on Savage, but oh no, they found another.
Oh, Lord. Have an opportunity to take a look at that previous fight as well. See how it broke down between Talon and Thunder. It's just, I don't know. Whenever you're getting to the start on the Void Spirit, it was crazy how he almost was able to stay alive through it all as well. But you mentioned Thunder and their spell casting. It's really been the big factor for them to have this lead.
Bro, Sacred is 13, 1, and 11. Like, he is just doing everything perfect in the lane, in the team fights, with the control, with the disarms onto the Medusa. Like, everything is on point.
Really... So the one fight that Talon had success in was that fight in the mid lane where we saw KP jump the Dazzle and forced Thunder to turn their attention to protecting the Dazzle, which meant they weren't just swarming into the Void Spirit's location or swarming on top of the Medusa so she wasn't freely right-clicking. That is something that Talon, they need to replicate because Pandamu's doing way too much. We saw in that replay as well where Panda got the Grave off onto Bakaz. Bakaz was able to stand his ground, which often TKs towards the later stages you can't do versus the Medusa. So Panda's got to go. This hero has to be the first to die. But now with the Aegis picked up on Bakaz, he can just position a little bit more aggressive to make sure the backline is protected. And look at KP, man. They're so greedy. BKB, but there's no hope he makes it out. Sacred's got a bash. Beyond godlike is their offlaner, man. Thunder, what a way to kick off the tournament.
Yeah, absolutely. Any fears that they were going to be perhaps a little bit weaker without Dark Margot is certainly not founded alone. Looks like he's slotting into this
bottom
team
lane,
just fine.
because is completely split. I don't think they can get the kill anyway. Alright.
They're going to see this here, the sidekick on the Medusa illusion. Just know that he maybe can't come back into the lane. Ooh, because he is a
he jumped straight on Savage. He jumped straight onto Savage's location. The Stone Gaze into the TP out, and yeah, they got a Delta split. Hyde to the left, and Zephyr to the right. Rolling Thunder will be used from Sacred to try and cancel the TP out. Meanwhile, top lane though, Makoto's going to be in some trouble as well. Alone and Matthew also get another kill across the map.
All right. This is just... it's just playing so well, man. I'm trying to think of an avenue for Talon to come back into it that we haven't already mentioned. Like, it really is that simple. They need to find Pandamu, and they need to find Tundra Awaken behind him. But he's just so disciplined. His positioning is always on point. That's never going to be the case. And now you've even got these supports starting to scale. Aghanim's Shard on both the Snapfire as well as the Dazzle. Like, how do you deal with this? It's just so much control.
Oh, alert! He's going for it! Oh, this guy's crazy and he'll get it. Oh, well, Alone is feeling himself this game, and I don't blame him. 10, 2, and 15.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Boy. So going high gun, I think, is going to be... Maybe that is the thing. You've got an 18,000 lead, you've got the Aegis, but still high gun is a different beast. The Chaos Knight is not one of the prime carries that you would think of as the best high ground sieger.
I mean, you've got a Skadi though, so he's very, very durable. I feel like he can sit himself here, especially considering they've got that siege creep wave.
Radiant structures are
All these units, like the siege creep isn't even being hit right now by the tower.
And top lane, KP is going to be really cautious about this TP. Matthew, oh my lord, he was so close to cancelling that. Dude, Hyde's almost dying in the shadow army. Glimpse back. See what they can, if they can poke down Bakaz. They'd like to force out some abilities. They're doing a really good job to not put themselves in a position where Thunder can catch them off guard. A deep attempt from Sacred. And my guy's chilling. Nice escape.
Well, Aghanim Scepter nearly finished on the Void Spirit. That will certainly give them a little bit of a hand. They're going for a smoke right now while the Rolling Thunder is on cooldown. Most of the time, I would be like, man, just farm up that extra 100 gold, but it feels like the second you reveal yourself on the map, Thunder Awaken are going to have a response to it. So right now, they just want to take away a big part of that team fight.
Drop the ward, but there was a sentry. Ooh. DD, do they have a bottle?
They do, but he just ends up picking it up, not wanting to waste any time. Feels like he needs it right now. It's in, it was in Savage's backpack.
Alright, Talon, they have to take a fight in a choke point. They've got a ward, the perfect spot for them to fight, but it looks like Thunder read this perfectly. They're going to get mid shoved out, they're going to get top shoved out.
I mean, they got the vision, right? They got right on top of Hyde and Zephyr. They know exactly where all of Talon are positioning themselves.
I didn't even see that.
Yeah, they can play with complete freedom right now. It feels like a little bit of a Hail Mary right now, but they need to... It almost feels like they need to get a gem on Talon. Like, they're in a losing position, but they can't play the map.
Hear me out.
Radiant's
Hear me
middle
out.
tower is under
We got
attack.
Philosopher's Stone on a Hyde. So you need 20
Dire's
minutes.
top tower is under
But you'll
attack.
get the GPM. This
Radiant's
Scepter,
middle tower
it'll
is
come
fallen.
out. It'll probably come out way too late. But
Sure, if you wait 20 minutes, Talon have a chance, but are we going to get to that stage? Probably not.
The positioning.
No glyph available, so...
Zephyr, this is a really big kill if they can find it. Sacred, he's going to go down. Makoto gets the streak, and now he's going to move over to Matthew. The rest of Radiant, they were towards the T2 tower up top, so they're going to be slow to connect to the Snapfire's location.
Can't be too keen, though,
KP, this is... You got to be cautious. You don't see anyone else on Thunder. It's going to jump up forward. Glimmer's going to protect him for the moment. They'll drop the ward down as well for the vision, so they've got firm control of this area now as Pandamu's going to go down. So, alright, Talon, look, get a couple of kills. You lose the tier 2 tower up top. You'll reclaim your jungle. So, some small victories for them.
But that's the difference of having that Aghanim Scepter on the Void Spirit, right? You're actually able to instantly jump on top of the Pangolier, get that silence through. Can't do anything about it. No roll-up, no nothing. So right now, it's not even putting Thunder Awaken in a bad position. I mean, obvious, 18k net worth lead, but he's only 400 or so gold away from being able to pick up the last component of the Aeon Disc as well for the Pangos. So it almost feels like there's nowhere that you're going to be picking off outside of him maybe getting stone gazed and Medusa just right-clicking him down.
KP could be in some grave danger here if he sticks around for a bit too long. What do they got? They could gobble up. I think maybe the only way they get him is gobble up Chuck and CK. Because KP's going to clear this wave and probably blink into the tree line and TP out.
Him having Shivas would be pretty huge, though. Just providing a lot of that attack speed reduction, particularly for the CK.
And even just the healing reduction versus the lifesteal versus the dazzle is really important. I know they're behind 9,000. Sorry, I should say 9% for Talon at the moment. There is an avenue back in this game without a doubt. This Medusa will carry them. You got to get to that stage though. And Savage he's getting there. He's going to be working on a Silver's Edge next item. It really just comes down to, can you take a fight in a choke point where Medusa can stand his ground and right click, where really if Thunder get the jump, Talon are really in shambles. So Talon, they need to take a fight around a choke point where you have a ward, where Deuce is playing with sidekick, and where KP is able to get vision of the support and look to force Panda out of the middle of the fight. If you can take Dazzle out of the equation like we've been saying, and have Medusa continue to do the damage against the cause, Medusa has some very good matchups here. So they can do it, but I think really it's going to be another 7 minutes. I think they're looking really for them to be able to find their items around that next Roche. I don't think you can let that Roche go for free.
It's just so hard though, man. Like, even more so once these Aeon Discs start to come out. Like, Pango's nearly got his, Dazzle's building into one as well. And what do you do once you get to that stage? The only one that's able to poke on the back lines is the Void Spirit. Like, if anyone else commits, they're in. Like, they have committed to the team fight. So it helps a little bit that Makoto, of course, has the Aghanim Scepter, so he's got a couple of charges of the Resonant Pulse, and he's got the Spell Amp talent as well. So you should be able to pop it, but you need to go in, pop the Aeon Discs, and then disengage, and then hope that the second time when you don't have the element of surprise is still going to go your way. Like, it's a lot to ask for sure.
Without a doubt. Without a doubt, indeed. But I'm just looking to see what the items are soon to be completed, though, for the lads on Thunder. What they need to be able to close out this game with a 17,000 lead. We are closing in on the Bloodthorn for Pakaz. Did Alone? He just did he? BKB just completed? I think so, right?
E-Blade, I believe.
Well, he's got a 9-second BKB as well to work with, so it's going to be very difficult for them to deal with the puck. Let's see. There's that gobble up into the toss in KP. Oh, they get the stun as well. Zephyr, though, buying some valuable time, but that time is not long enough. My lord, because...
What, 1 second?
What the hell was that damage? And they're under a ward now as well. They're going to see Hyde along with Savage. You got to get out if you're Talon.
It's not looking good for the C fans, that's for sure. But yeah, all credit needs to go to Tundra Awaken. They're just playing this to perfection. Really feels like they're just trying to dance around the map as much as possible with Talon. They feel like these wards that they're placing are gonna last 2 minutes tops, and they're just like, well, where can we safely farm for Savage in this next couple of minute window? All right, let's just try and do that. And they're just moving around as a team, because outside of that, again, the pick off for Tundra Awaken is good, the synergy is great, the spell usage is excellent,
bottom tower is under attack.
the cohesion is just on point.
Because first to reach level 25, that is actually something we haven't really addressed as well for the puck alone. He's 24 and almost a quarter, so once he's able to get that BKB piercing coil, that is going to prove to be very difficult for the Void Spirit. Really the Death Prophet as well. That's a hero that needs to be mobile in these fights, so all eyes on if Alone can pick that up at a decent time.
And Talon are waiting up top, assuming that someone's going to come up here and try and defend the tower, but Tundra Awaken are just way too disciplined for that. No one's going to come on their own. It's all going to be as a team. They know how strong the strengths of their lineup. It's all in the pickoff. So it'll be a tier 1 tower, but it's a tier 1 tower that they don't really care about right now on Tundra Awaken.
Now waiting.
Again, Pakaz just farming on his own, but he's got 2 wards really helping him out, so there's no way that he's going to get ganked here. Completely unknown. And he's got the DD bottled as well. What more could this guy want?
They do have a really good ward to play with though on Talon. What up top by the cliff, next to the Roche Pit. Do you need
it
the
is
illusion?
definitely a ward. It's all they got though.
Yes, but come on. What we mentioned now, a choke point with a ward, and that is a prime location next to the outpost as well. They're probably going to need some buybacks if they're going to be able to take this fight. And well, they have the outpost controlled to be able to do so. The only issue is that they will have to address some of their lanes, in particular this mid lane, the super creeps. Gobble someone up.
Comes down to Savage, like he's just moved the flicker in for himself, so wants to be able to disjoint a few of these projectiles coming through his way, get out of the silence from the puck. A lot of little things right now.
Is there what? Makoto's in. They don't have Savage nearby. Trying to force some reactions. Static Storm's going to get laid down as well, but look at the side. Pakaz with the double damage room. Rips apart the Disruptor, but Savage has entered the fight. A decent amount of damage for the moment. They got the Stone Case as well, but Sacred just rolls on forward. A slight control out of the Abyssal Blade means that Pakaz can reposition. In fact, they'll toss it back in. Why not turn towards the Medusa next as the mana is starting to be drained away? And the health pool will soon follow as Pakaz is on an ultra kill. Why not look to give this man a rampage? But goddamn Matthew, he'll take that one away, and they'll give him some tips as well as Tundra Awaken. What a team fight for them.
And Thunder's given all the tips over to Matthew. You got to give that one to Sacred. I really want to see a replay of that. We might not have enough time to do it, but that was just on point from him. I'll show you what I saw if we get a chance to see it, but they're pushing these tier 4 towers, so we might not get a chance to.
Buyback on Makoto. They got Glyph as well to work with, and well, they're not even going to try and hold this. Tundra Awaken will take game 1. An incredibly convincing game 1 as well, coming out from the South American lads.
I'd like to see a replay if possible, just so we can talk over it, because the big thing that I was looking at in that engagement was Sacred again. Like, what was his score to end that on? He was 14-2 and 14. In that team fight, literally the split second after the Stone Gaze was pushed, he's rolling through, he Abyssal Blades the Medusa. So he's not able to get full effectiveness out of that Stone Gaze, chase down Pakaz, because Pakaz was in a really vulnerable spot with the extra movement speed from the rebound, the Stone Gaze, the Skadi. He probably would have died. But just that small play, he did everything perfectly that game. I couldn't be more impressed.
Yeah, without a doubt. Couldn't be more impressed with Thunder Awaken and how they're able to set themselves up. It does seem like we do have the capability to watch that team fight. So we'll see how, of course, Sacred was able to set themselves up and secure that fight.
I mean, it's the Aeon Disc coming into the equation as well, right? It ends up popping. He breaks out of the silence because of it. He's like, oh, okay, well, I don't really care about all of this damage coming out onto me. And this is it. Savage is in. He finds Pakaz. He ends up being able to pop a BKB in a good spot. There's that Abyssal Blade coming through at the perfect time. You can't chase. He gets the backlines. He's this constant disrupting of force. And that just means that Pakaz is free to do whatever the hell he wants in these team fights. Like, that was excellent gameplay coming through from Thunder Awaken. They are one to watch out for sure.
Yeah. Doubt. I mean, a lot of people were mentioning how there's always a question mark, of course, with the stand-in coming through. Alone looked really, really good in this game. Was incredibly impressed with his performance on the puck, and not just him, everyone. Thunder Awaken felt like they fulfilled their role to the maximum potential, what was required out of them to be able to take this game. So for Thunder Awaken, they're in prime position now. A game one lead, of course, it is a best of two, so Talon, they will have an opportunity to be able to react and see what they can do differently in a game two to be able to try and tie up the series. But Thunder Awaken with the momentum heading into that game. We'll find out what is in store for us after the break.
Radiant's bottom tower has fallen. Dire's Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
power can be found in any number of places. Scientists will tell you that it comes in newtons. Gamers will say that it can be found in silky skills. We will say that the power lies in real thrills. In the play with perfect ping. In the runes and crystals. In every frag and gank. In your personal winnings. Lock and load for PGL Arlington.
Well, Thunder Awaken, they had all the answers to Talon in that game one. Just a beautiful performance overall from them, and it really felt like it wasn't just that one individual player that got them over the finish line there for Thunder Awaken. It was just an incredible team performance overall, and now we're...
Oh, yes, it was. It was all sacred, baby. It was all sacred. He did it for the boys. My new favorite offlaner. Well, FBZ, you're kind of up there, but... yeah, if he's able to put performances like that out consistently, I mean, the sky's the limit for this team because he was phenomenal. I think kind of similar to the Na'Vi Entity series where I said Wyvern is the key hero. It's a hero that's played across both teams, but also more highly prioritized by Entity in that one. This game, Snapfire is the hero for me because it's something that Thunder Awaken play across 4 different roles, so much flexibility. You saw they first picked it this time around, and it's something that I think both Zephyr and Hyde are very comfortable with playing. So if I'm Talon, that's the avenue that I'm looking to go down. I believe they might have second pick though, so it's honestly getting to the stage where you need to ban it out in the first phase, which never feels that good.
Yeah, and I feel like we're going to have a little bit of importance coming out on the puck as well in this second game. We saw Thunder Awaken alone played a very good puck where it was an 8th pick puck, and they dressed it, but it wasn't enough. The Void Spirit, the Disruptor can be pretty nice sometimes as well. They like picking the Death Prophet into the puck. It's something that they're not afraid of in regards to that matchup, but now we'll see. Talon, you said they had second pick, right?
Yes, Talon have second pick.
Okay, so they don't have the 8th pick, but maybe you can go for... Maybe you can go something like if a Tiny's available, you said Snapfire. I'm trying to think, what could you go then? Snapfire plus something to be able to deal with the potential of a puck being
I feel like
picked up.
Thunder are just going to pick the Snapfire first, though, right? Like they're not going to puck first. I think Snapfire is a higher priority for them because of that flex. Like we saw in God, what series was it? Was it Fnatic game 1 where they were just able to they dealt with the puck, right? And once you've put the puck, once you've picked it, it's going mid. It's not going anywhere else, right? The last time I saw it be played anywhere else outside of maybe the position 3 was like TI7 sort of days, like that long ago. So yeah, I really feel like the flexibility, the versatility, particularly when you're playing from the first pick, is just so much more impactful for Thunder Awaken to have.
Well, a team at the major in Beast Coast, they do have that potential. So Whisper does play the puck in the offlane. Of course, we're not watching Beast Coast at the moment. So that's the only team that I've seen even try and run the puck in a different lane. Like you said, though, it's really been set in stone as a position 2 for quite some time. As we are hopefully getting ourselves into the draft shortly. We are having some more issues with in regards to the lobby. But do we feel like Do we feel like Talon need to go for a little bit of a different lineup in regards to tempo to maybe combat like the early game aggression that we see often out of South America? I mean, we know Southeast Asia, they are not shy at all of lineups they're able to take fights early on. So do we feel like that might need to be the case instead of this maybe more hard style late game carry?
You know, I'm going to call you out on that one because the Southeast Asia aggressive meta is not a thing anymore. Like it is a long past. When you look at the teams that play fast and the teams that play slow, Talon average game time over the past 2-3 months, the slowest by far. Like it's about 41 minutes, I believe, and I think Thunder Awaken are like third fastest, only behind LGD just because they stomp people so quickly, and I think Aster is number 2. So I really feel like you need to change up your strategy a little bit. Like you're not playing with Q, you're not playing with someone that you're super comfortable with, so just try and pick up the pace and make Thunder Awaken have to respond to something that you're doing, because I don't feel like the counter engage style really fits Talon when they're going up against these teams that are just going to push you forward so heavily.
Sure. And then maybe some heroes that you feel like they need to put importance on just to be able to get the initiation and start these fights that we've seen them prioritize in the past?
Just honestly, anyone that's able, like combos, basically. Just some easy combos, easy to execute engagements, like Puck, Snapfire, even like a Dazzle does it a little bit, a Razor. This style of gameplay that's just able to work very easily. Dawnbreaker is another one that's just a skillless hero, pretty much, where you're just able to make it work with not too much effort. Wyvern sets up for a lot of kills as well. Yeah, it might just be another case of, again, this just isn't... We're a couple of games in, but it doesn't really feel like Talon have adapted to the meta. This feels like games from 2 months ago, to be honest, when from what I've seen them play.
Which is always... It's always a difficult thing heading into a major and into a LAN in general. Each region's going to have their own individual idea about what is strong and what isn't strong, and they're going to look to head into it and with full steam and in their belief that they are correct. And then sometimes it can take a little bit too long to be able to swap it around and be able to adapt to what other teams are doing and pull little pieces out of there, but continue to try and also implement them and somehow fit them into your own strategy. So something that is always a difficulty, and really you see teams, if they can...
Thunder Predators turn to pick. Ten seconds remaining. Dire team pick.
Tiny.
Dire team pick.
Dazzle.
Run through 2 or 3. Hyde has not got a game on the Dazzle, so
10 seconds.
They're up in the tempo, man. This is it. This is the way to beat Thunder Awaken, or to stand a
5
chance
seconds
against them.
remaining.
Because if you're just coming online like 5-6 minutes later than them, you're not gonna be able to play into this. It's just not possible. I think Zephyr did a fine enough job with the Marcy, to be honest. Like he was good with a lot of these he went the Blink Dagger first item, so Blink, Dispose, being able to find out the right target. It's just that Thunder Awaken were always on the same page or close enough that they were able to make these connections through to the rest of the team. Flexible as well. Don't hate this, but even if they do choose to give it over to Savage, I think it's like his 3rd most played. It is, again, some very fast-paced Dota. Not the easiest for a Puck to lane into, not the easiest for a Tiny to lane in. Sorry, not easiest for a Puck to play into, and not easiest for a Tiny to lane into as well.
It definitely gives them a lot of flex in the early phase, and this is kind of what you want as well. Like, if it is going to be a Dazzle Monkey lane, it's a really strong lane setup, but it's also some flex that you can look to fall back on with the 18th and 24th pick. So I like the opener from Talon. Looking to see what Thunder do, though, in regards to their 8th. They have the potential to go down the Puck route if they want to. Of course, Tiny Puck is a very, very strong combo.
They might choose to do something like a Razor here, and then ban out a few of the bans.
Thunder
They've got good
Predators,
flex on
turn
who's
to
able to play it. Yeah, I don't hate this either. I mean, they're not feeling super confident with the puck, just wanting to... I mean, this feels like a game to me where Thunder Awaken want to be a little bit more passive. You know, Talon say we're going to bring the game to you. Thunder Awaken don't think they're ready to be able to do that.
Remaining.
So if Tiny is able to sit back and farm, get his Blink Dagger, if Zeus is able to, have a lot of impact from that mid lane. Again, it's not guaranteed that it's going to be a mid Zeus, but I would say it's most likely. Like, this is an alone comfort hero.
Something he didn't run into a 3 though, so
that was what he was playing when he rage GG'd in 13 minutes.
Okay.
So
well, I did not look at the ESL games from Infamous, so just the 2 or 3 in general. But I like it in... I like it as a response to Dazzle Monkey. I feel like you have this potential now to see wherever the Dazzle is playing across the map, and we put a lot of importance on that hero in game 1, how you need to kill this hero to start the fight, so the Zeus vision can really enable that. And also just the burst as well. It's something that it's very difficult for a Dazzle to be able to predict when that's going to come out. Like, often you want to save the grade to the last second, like maximizing their initial health pool, but a Zeus can make that a little bit more tricky.
yeah, for sure. I wonder if Talon are going to go down the route that Entity did, and it was pretty late into the draft, but picking up something like the Doom, good against the Zeus if you're able to get it on top of him, the Infernal Blade. You know that Tiny isn't going to be able to make as big of an impact early on, which is where it feels like, Doom's at his weakest. And I feel like KP could probably get away with going a Midas this game if he is able to pick up that Doombringer for himself.
Yeah, it's definitely, I think, a hero that we're going to see rise in popularity, because I think Entity is going to really shine light on it, and that's something that Talon overall, I mean, we saw through the qualifiers. We had, we just saw the capability of them to be able to run it into multiple lanes. Savage will play it, so I wouldn't hate it.
These bans lead me to believe this Monkey's a core. I was already thinking it, but wonder if Thunder Awaken might look to change up their banning strategy now that the Viper's also been taken away. Feeling like it's a pretty decent Pango game for Makoto. Another hero that he's been playing a lot in pubs in recent times is the Wind Ranger, and he's been absolutely dumpstering on it. So could also be a possibility. But the downside to that is that there is this window where you're not doing quite as much, if that makes sense. And I wonder if this might even be the Tiny now being flexed to that mid lane, really wanting to take away a little bit more of that high physical damage against the Tiny in the laning phase. Because Zeus doesn't really care. Zeus has 5 or 6 armor to be able to start the game
10
with.
seconds remaining.
You also maybe just taking Makoto out of his comfort as well, because Ember being one of his best heroes, and we do see Talon often thrive when Makoto is having a really good game and being able to make that space for Savage.
Puck's still in the pool, which is good against the Zeus, but the Tiny kind of discourages that. That's really why I was going Pango. I'm thinking Pango, because Tiny, Zeus both do absolutely nothing against it once you've got that Rolling Thunder going. And you're going to have a Dazzle for the defensive capabilities as well, so yeah, I really wouldn't hate to see it for them. Probably, maybe a little bit too early to be wanting to pick it, but I wouldn't hate it.
Do you even consider going for Zephyr's hero here, or you don't want to pick it just to reveal the flex of the monkey?
Okay, if they end up going the Puck instead. No, I really value the flexibility of the Monkey King. I think that's something that they need to keep in mind. And against these heroes like the Puck that are just great at being able to go on onto the backline, I think heroes like Ogre are seriously undervalued. Ones that are able to always do something in team fights, because you're going to have the Bloodlust running, and you're going to make sure that it takes a little bit longer to kill you, so at least you get something off. Your spells might not be as good as a Curse or a Warlock Golem or the Fatal Bonds, but you're going to get them off, and that can often just be the difference maker.
Henry's got a 6 games on the Ogre through 2 or 3, 100% win rate as well. So Thunder, one of the few teams, pretty much the only team that really value the Ogre, but they play it at a very, very high level. Just intrigued to see what carry they want to pair with it, though, because you're kind of mentioning this as a team that will look to play some fast-paced lineups, but Ogres can enable like a hard carry with that farming, thanks to the blood loss and even just the damage output later on.
Yeah, I mean, Pakaz likes Nature's Prophet, TA, Morphling, Luna. Venomancer coming through. Okay, this is something a little bit out of left field. Something that Entity likes to play in their off lane, but certainly not something that you consider... you do consider it a little bit when you think of the SA region, but it's more Beast Coast. It's more like Whisper and Chris Luck that like to lean into this one.
All right.
5 seconds remaining.
I'm trying to... I don't think... PL has always been a really good answer to the Veno, but into a Zeus can be a little bit awkward. Also, that hero is just kind of trash at the moment. You're probably looking for a different carry matchup in general. I don't think you want to lane the Monkey into the Veno, so Jug could be something.
Well, don't hate the Visage pick. Again, it's just all about it upping the tempo, right? But when you think about what's actually going to happen in the game, you've got lots of damage instances coming through from the Veno, the Ogre, the Tiny, so that Gravekeeper's Cloak can get shredded pretty damn quickly. So it's really just going to be on the back of a lot of these aggressive movements coming out from Makoto's puck to make sure that the Visage isn't just food in lane. But it feels like this Monkey King now needs to be the front-lining position 4, and they're going to need to go down a different route that's going to be able to deal with the Venomancer. I think Lifestealer, it's been banned out, but really wouldn't be surprised to see the Jug go as well.
Yeah, I'm trying to see what else they could consider if the Juggernaut's banned out. I guess we should be looking at Thunder. They got the 23rd pick. Yeah, they're going to be looking for their Pakaz hero, so a little bit of respect
I think
it's CK.
Luna. I think they're going to pick Luna.
5 seconds remaining.
It's someone that doesn't really care quite so much. If you get Dream Coiled, you can just stand and fight. You're going to have the Ogre buffing you up, and it's really good against the Visage. Like, if you get those familiars clumped up next to each other, the bouncers just tear through them.
Thunder Predators, turn to pick.
I do like that TA ban, though, as well. It is something that they played multiple times on Pakaz. So they've 100% win rate for that. And now without that potential, yeah, I really would like the Luna to be picked up. Trying to see if there's any other crazy. You brought up the Nature's Prophet before. How do you feel like that's less likely now seeing the Visage?
Well. They could pause one Doom. It's not something that Pakaz does, but I think they could get away with it. You're up against a puck, hates being doomed, lots of damage over time against a Visage, Ogre to enable you even further. I know it's dual melee, but I think it could really work.
I do think you have issues, though, with chasing down heroes in Doom. Like, you can use Wukongs defensively, the coil to hold them back, and defensive support is really nice. Oh.
Wasn't expecting that. So maybe it's a tiny one. Could be a Night Stalker one, but who knows?
What is going
10
on?
seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Puts them in a really awkward position here, I feel, for Talon. At least they have a lot of reserve time to play with.
I'm just trying to think. Like, give me an Ursa. I like Ursa this game.
Don't you just... If the lane into the Venom is not the greatest, though.
It's not. But the mid game is great. Because you're just going to use the Enrage, and then you don't care about the Venomous Gale at all. You're going to get the Aghanim Shard. Yeah, you're playing on Dire, so it makes it a little bit more difficult, but I think it's fine enough, because you've got the Dazzle as well, and the Dazzle is going to be something that's going to enable you in that laning phase, with the slows coming up from the Veno that you kind of like want a man fight, but you can just turn it around.
Oh.
All right.
I mean...
like it. Oh, he's got the set as well. Man's looking good in his spacesuit. All right, let's go Savage. It is a 4 Zeus, it is a mid Tiny, and it is a 1 Night Stalker coming through here. 3 Veno.
It is not a free sniper game by any means. You are against a position 1 Night Stalker. You're going to have there is no doubt in my mind that Thunder Awaken will not have a vision advantage for the entirety of the game. Zephyr has to play out of his mind to scout out whenever Thunder Awaken are looking to get aggressive. It's not a free game as well, for Puck is against 2 very, very heavy counters in the Tiny and the Night Stalker. so it's going to be difficult for him to play in front of them. I like Thunder's lineup a lot. They're trying to get crafty with this last pick sniper. It's an incredible laner, double range into the Veno. Like, Sacred's not going to have a good time, but I just am really concerned on how Talon are able to keep the sniper alive through like 20 minutes in. I feel like, again, looking at BKBs, once Bakaz picks this up, like Armlet, Shard, BKB, no one is safe on Talon.
I think their mentality was, look, we just want to win these lanes as hard as possible. What is going to enable us to do that? Something else with a slow, something that's just able to outlast this Venomancer. We've got a Visage. He's going to be able to do a lot of this early pushing for us, and we're going to get enough gold from these towers, this map control that, yeah, it's going to be scary going up against the Night Stalker for sure. We feel like we're going to be far enough ahead that it's not going to be enough.
Prepare for battle.
Hello there.
Do you feel like that is enough of a reason to give Talon a bit of an edge here in this second game? Can they tie up the series, or Thunder giving us our second position 1 Night Stalker today? Do they have what it takes to be able to 2-0 Talon?
All right, let me have another think. I feel like mid lane is going to go the way of Thunder. I feel like safe lane... I mean, you've got some kill threat for this Visage, but I mean, I guess until nighttime, it's not really going to be realized. I don't know. I feel like Talon could maybe draw one lane, win one lane, and lose one lane. So it's pretty damn even. I'm going to have to back Thunder's execution, because they were almost flawless in that game number 1, and there were a few shaky moments from Talon. So you got to go with the evidence that's in front of you.
And it definitely feels like they have a lineup to be able to play very aggressive in this second game as well, which we saw Thunder looking incredible on with that lineup in game 1. So I'm just... For me, again, I've mentioned multiple times today, I always look forward to at a LAN just how the meta is able to develop. And now this is our second time seeing a Night Stalker carry. So it's going to be interesting to see how other teams look at this. Like, maybe they change their ideas about the Night Stalker and the meta in general. Maybe we're going to see a little bit more faster pace and carries that aren't your conventional kind of hard carry. So this is really interesting for me.
I mean, that's Dota these days, right? Oh, that's honestly every game. I remember back in Hearthstone, the control style just doesn't work. And the equivalent of that in Dota is like full protect 1, try and get this giga farmed position 1. Well, it's just all about the zoo meta right now. Not necessarily a lot of different units, but just try and end the game in 35 minutes seems the main play that a lot of these teams are going for. I mean, it's working so far, so until someone's going to be able to find a way to be able to counter this, it's going to stay. Thankfully, we're going to be getting a new patch in about, what, 3 weeks?
Let's go! Not just a measly old patch as well. It's a
number patch,
boy patch.
not a letter patch. We love those.
It's a map change patch, baby. You already know it.
You're like 3 days before TI qualifiers, and they're like, you know what? Let's change the map entirely. Let's see.
Well, I mean, you have to. Hang on, you have to. If they don't change the map, it's going to be done. People will riot.
Depends when the patch drops. If it drops before Malaysia, like 22nd, then maybe. If it drops literally like 2 or 3 days before TI qualifiers, I don't think that's going to happen.
You're going to have to change the map eventually. You got to do something. It's like... And you got to work out your dates on when you're dropping stuff, because we've had this map for quite some time. I would like some new objectives to be able to talk about. And in regards to the bounties objectives to start, will be a 2 for 2. Nothing looking too crazy.
Like my venom.
Kick us off. Decent shenanigans going down bottom. Zephyr with the Orb of Venom. Picard's going to give him a high 5 as well. So we'll see. Is it do a double melee here for Zephyr? So the Monkey King is going to get a decent amount of value out of this.
Yeah, Zephyr is what's going to win T1 this game. Like, he needs to, like you were saying before, be the one to put himself on the front lines, pop a lot of these smokes, trade well in lane. So, see if he's able to accomplish that. It's a big ask to be able to give to your stand-in, but it's just the state that Talon are in right now.
Zephyr is definitely the caliber of player who's able to stand up to the task, though. We've seen him do it time and time again on T1.
I love these little things that Sacred does. I'm becoming a Sacred fanboy here.
Fanboy, what the hell?
I mean, oh, Savage top side, taking a little bit of damage here. Trying to get a bit of turnaround happening, but you're not going to have the attack range to be able to convert onto those slows that Hides provide. Just things like Venomancer, his attack damage is horrible, right? So you're never going to be able to reliably deny over a sniper. So he just made sure to hit the creep as the tower was hitting it, just so that guaranteed at least Savage wasn't getting the last hit. Just little things like that just set him apart for me.
Slowing down whatever little farm Savage is able to find, being a nuisance as well, getting to his heads, and you see, they've got the level 2. Savage, he's gonna go down here. There's nothing Hyde can do. Savage will try and get as much damage in as possible, but now they've got the creep wave going under the tower as well, so they can continue the dive onto Hyde. Sacred will be hesitant though. Hyde able to duck into the trees, and the creeps are soon to be killed off, and Savage is respawning as well, but First Blood picked up Mr. Matthew.
Could have maybe got the deny on Hyde, but if he did that, then probably would have just been a little bit too out of position himself. He just needed to keep running so that you weren't feeding a couple of kills over.
I was going to say, do you have to go boots first on Savage? And yeah, looks like that's going to be the call. The double slows they're going to have in this lane, Savage's position has to be pretty goddamn perfect, and well, the boots will be able to help out. How are the other lanes looking though? Is there, between mid and bottom, is there a lane that you feel like is more exciting?
Not exciting. I mean, this mid lane is just all about Makoto shoving out the lane and alone trying to harass him as much as possible. Bot lane, all about Zephyr's positioning. I don't think KP's in a position to die before that 5-minute mark, but we saw what Entity were able to do immediately after it turned into nighttime. That was when Saberlight looked to try and take a bit of more of an aggressive stance, so I'm sure it's going to be the same coming through for Tundra Awaken.
We do see because is okay in regards to the last. It's nothing crazy. It's an interesting lane down bottom though, because you see, like, the Visage is a hero that level 1 you're incredibly strong, but all the other levels before 6 you are very weak, and teams often will be able to manipulate that and find multiple kills. But that's kind of similar to the Night Stalker as well. Like, this is not a hero that's very good until that first night time. So I really wonder how bottom's going to shape up. We do have some action top lane though. Matthew just runs back into the shrapnel, so Savage able to find the kill. And bottom lane as well we go as Panda move. Another round of the soul assumption from KP. Because he's trying to stand his ground at the Zephyr. He doesn't have the Void to play with. I don't know because he's going to win the man fight. Beautiful mischief from Zephyr. And he's got the Zelv to top up the resources as well. So Talon, I should say, off to a good start down bottom.
Nice up top though. Hyde ends up going down. At least they get the trade for that. And that was not a fresh TP. That's actually Matthew that's probably going to land this kill. Double kill being picked up by that Zeus. He's even holding on to a few Sacred's items in his inventory right now. Just looking to keep him warm. But things going well on this top side for Thunder Predator, for sure. Thunder Awaken, excuse me.
What a nice guy Matthew is as well. Keeps the creep wave out of the tower, making sure they're at least able to hold decent equilibrium, which is always important, again, against his double range lane. They might get aggressive straight away, but it's actually going to be Talon on the front foot first. Sacred taking a lot of damage inside the shrapnel. Matthew, does he have the potential to turn this around? An early level of Grave out of Hyde, and it'll make sure that Matthew has no way to rectify the death from the Venomancer.
Nicely done there by Savage. He does what a lot of people don't do when they're a target of a lot of these engagements. They just hold on to their tangos. He made sure to pop that one instantly when he was getting gone on. So it was actually just so much more effective HP that he had to be able to turn around and make that fight happen. But there we go. 5 minutes, KP. Immediate target for them to go on to. A couple of seconds until they're mischief.
See if he's going to be able to play around with it. Not the case. Because finds the kill onto Zephyr. They even got Matthew down bottom as well. They might be able to scout him out shortly. AP playing pretty far back towards the tower. Matthew's going to be able to find an opening, and Because instantly follows in pursuit under the tower. So Thunder, beautifully done, continuing to enable Because as soon as that nighttime hits, are really looking to get him rolling.
They see where Sacred is, just farming up this camp though. Savage doesn't want to just let range creeps, siege creeps go underneath the tower for free. It's still important that he looks to scale, but they can get onto Sacred, this would be a big win for them. He has the option of just TPing away, but doesn't look like he's going to take it. Should end up ticking out here.
Hides like, yoink, thank you very much, my good sir. Meanwhile, mid lane, Mikoto. But damage and he needs another right click onto Matthew, and he will not be able to find it. Top lane, though, like you were mentioning, kind of maybe the thought process was Talon was just going for a really strong lane where they could bully the Venomancer, because this is a hero that does have some difficulties when you fall behind.
Oh yes, you do not farm. The scaling is better than it used to be. Alone might be looking to go for the toss here into Matthew, but Kodo has to be a little bit careful.
Can you get the jaunt up? Oh my lord, Matthew still has the vision for the Arc Lightning. Beautifully done. Alone even gives up a tip over as well to Matthew, saying, thank you for the rotation, my good sir, helping out in the middle lane.
He seems to think that there's some kind of vision there being pinged out by Makoto, but no, my good sir, it is just that lightning bolt that ended up being your undoing. But yeah, at least the Venomancer's big weakness in, like, what do you do late game is resolved with that, it's not even a recent patch anymore, but the Poison Nova doing the percentage damage. I don't think it's as big of a factor this game. No strength heroes on Talon's side, so it's really just about landing it onto Puck and the Visage in particular, that Poison Nova.
How do you try and recover for the Venomancer? Do you... like, what's the game plan here for Thunder Awaken to be able to give Sacred at least a decent game now?
Just watching the bot side, I think you need to be waiting for this Zeus level 6.
Does go down, but bottom, we got the combo out from Alone. Rotation in, does secure the kill, but meanwhile mid lane, it does leave Makoto in a position where he's also able to bring down another support, so throws off to a pretty decent start here for the Puck.
Yeah, certainly doing a...
Lane, they're on Sacred again as well. Oh boy, this is so difficult for the Venomancer to play in. They're going to look to try and TP in on Pandamu. That Savage not even requiring the assassinate. Now might be able to get Pandamu as well. They're going to need another TP out of Matthew, but that'll be too late. And hang on, Matthew? Okay, they got no shrapnels to play with.
They're just like, is it nighttime? It is nighttime. Let's be a little bit careful. Because his level 6 hasn't put the point in just yet. But certainly has the capability of rotating. If they got a little bit too antsy, this is what I was talking about for the Venomancer. You've got level 6 now, picked up on the Zeus. Maybe... you still kind of need to wait for the Tiny to have that BKB for himself.
Should have healed myself.
Or hide. He's got a bit of a streak that he actually gave away, but...
important
Matthew
for Alone.
Yeah, without a doubt. Getting some much needed gold. Was he 2-0-1, third in net worth? If you can get that blink at a decent timing, then kind of gets the ball rolling. I mean, this is definitely a snowbally position too.
That allows you to, like, set up on a top lane, basically, with the Venomancer. That's when the lane is nowhere near as invadable and punishable. That's when Sacred's really going to thrive. Although, I gotta say, I do hate seeing him on one of these more, like... Veno's not a playmaker. Veno is like an area denier, I guess, and like he's just an annoying hero, but you don't have the toolkit to like outplay your opponents. So see if not playing to his strengths is gonna bite them. As we see another rotation come through, this time to bot lane. Makoto and Hyde really wanting to open up that map a little bit. As it's approaching the daytime, maybe trying to force out the use of the Dark Ascension from the cars. Just hit someone to... Never mind, he's not even level 7 yet.
In some trouble, Pandamu. Nothing the Ogre can do off to the side. Thunder, they're starting to bring some numbers down bottom to maybe set up for a turnaround, but they're not going to be fast enough. Matthew and Alone, not enough to be able to take this fight. Talon bring all 5, and they should be rewarded with the T1 tower.
I'm really liking the way that Zephyr's playing this Monkey King. Like, he just dominated the lane with his presence, and then he could have got very greedy there. He could have said, well, I want to make sure that we secure this kill onto the Ogre Magi after the Night Stalker goes down, but he made sure to stay up in the trees. He realized his role in this game in that protecting the relatively squishy cores that you've got in the Sniper, Puck, and Visage from any kind of rotations. So this is the style that I want to see him play now and continue to play all throughout the tournament, because it seems like it suits him really well.
He's going to be working on the Atos as that next item, so a really nice way to be able to kite the Night Stalker from afar until he gets the BKB, even enabling you to get on top of the Zeus, which is going to be really important. A decent chunk of the damage from Thunder. We do see moving over into their own jungle. Mikoto doesn't have too much mana to be able to take this fight, so he's going to be cautious as Alone. Drop the combo, but it's not enough to get the kill. In fact, he just tosses Mikoto closer to the Ogre. And meanwhile, Matthew has won to the tier 2 tower. Look at Talon. Relentless pressure. They're going to go for Sacred as well. Maybe starting to come out, but yeah, that's all on the back of Zephyr. Just dumping into the tree line, scouting out Alone's position. He's going to go for a TP, but Alone a little bit too late to be able to cancel that attempt.
And with that, Mikoto immediately looks to make his rotation towards the mid lane. So this is what I'm talking about. If Talon play quickly, they've got the skills to be able to take it to the very best teams. Previous draft just didn't enable them to do it. I'm much more impressed with this style. You can tell that Thunder Awaken feel that little bit more panicked, right? It's not like Pakar's having a totally free lane to play around.
Lane Alone. The blink reveal, but not enough to be able to blow up Mikoto. That is a lot of information that Talon can now look to play with. They have the confirmation that this blink is now completed, so they can play accordingly across the map.
Witchblade as well, finished up for the puck, so a little bit less vulnerable to getting gone on by Night Stalker. The combos coming through from the Tiny a little bit.
Speaking about the Night Stalker, Pakaz is going into a Midas this game, so might be in trouble though from the smoke. A little bit unsure on Talon and what direction they want to go for. They saw the lightning bolt, considering about going towards Matthew's location. Pakaz is doing a really good job to play in the trees, so they will get nothing out of the smoke on Talon. Matthew, and Makoto's alright. He's going to drop a coil for this. Pakaz is nearby with the Dark Ascension as well. He's going to use the ultimate to see Zephyr in the trees. He's not going to have too much damage by himself, but the Void is back up to cancel the TP. That's a big kill. Matthew's going to be the one to find it down bottom lane though. Alone and Sacred in combination together, they get a big kill onto the Visage, and meanwhile top lane we go. Pakaz beating back onto Mikoto. He's got Hyde playing nearby. The Grave should always be a potential to keep Mikoto alive, so he's going to turn to try and deal with Hyde instead, but the Dark Ascension has expired, and the Assassinate from downtown, Savage is looking to rotate and put his stamp on the team fight, and he does so with great success as Talon find a third. Mikoto getting some much needed golden experience onto the puck as well.
Savage is balling out of control this game. The very start obviously was a little bit more difficult, but ever since then, just getting up a couple of levels, getting that attack range differential, it feels like very few people can look to approach him. So it's going to be quite some time until Pakaz actually has that threat too, because he needs a BKB. If he doesn't have it, you're just going to get Grave Chilled, you're going to get Dream Coiled, and then you can't make that aggressive movement in onto the backlines with Savage.
Mikoto, be cautious. They might be blown up along with Matthew nearby, but Mikoto infuse raindrops along with the strength threads, and that is just a minor thing, but so important for position 2s and anyone in general, I should say. He knows he's in a dangerous part of the map. Intel Treads is going to do nothing for the puck. You know, he's moving over, trying to get the power rune, even just seeing if it's there, and recognizing he needs that little bit of bonus health to make sure he doesn't get blown up.
Nicely done from Zephyr again, completely scouting out this movement. You've got the Visage playing nearby, so KP, we know how vulnerable he can be super early on into the piece. What's he buying here? He's just got the Vlad's Offering going straight into the Hood of Defiance after that. Not sure what Zephyr's doing jumping down.
He Alone cut the tree. I don't know how. He saw him. I kind of looked away and then came back bottom. Yeah, we'll go with Spidey senses. So they're going to look to this. They see Savage at the triangle. They've got a really good ward to play with. Let's see if they're going to have to burst. They're going to go for the Dazzle instead. And now with the Dazzle out of the equation, it'll give them the opportunity to control the triangle. So they don't kill the sniper, but you are just slowing down his farm. And that is important enough.
Slowing down his farm, allowing the Midas to start to get some value on Pakaz. Next item, Armlet, and then I'm sure the BKB is going to be following after that.
I wonder how much damage Pakaz is actually going to do in a game like this with the bonus attack speed from the Midas, from the Armlet. You've got the Bloodlust as well with level 2 in it. So I really wonder what item build Pakaz is actually going to consider this game.
I wonder what item build Veno's considering as well. Right now he's got the Vlad's Offering queued up for himself, but I wouldn't hate seeing a Crimson Guard against this. able to avoid some of the stuns looking to come through. This is a heavy commitment
And
just from
Alone's
position
nearby. Look at the
5.
jump from the Tiny. The toss back onto KP. They're able to get the damage over time. Zephyr's going to be able to drop the Wukong to try and control the team fight. KP, though, he just TPs out. They've got no way to counter that. Meanwhile, though, Thunder will still turn their attention to deal with Zephyr on the Monkey King. So a 2-for-1 favoring Thunder. They saw the positioning of the orb. Alone, they get a glimpse of Makoto as well. The Dark Ascension still... Bakaz is playing with the ultimate, so they know exactly where Makoto is going. With a blink coming up shortly, Alone should be able to offer the control. He's a little bit too far away. The toss on forward. Bakaz has got the silence now to work with. And the avalanche from afar. Beautiful fight coming out from Thunder.
I mean, that was just a little bit too deep by Talon there, right? They committed so much just to try and kill a position 5, and they even succeed. I don't think they did. Oh, they did end up taking out Pandamu, but I really feel like before you do that, you got to make sure you're taking this tier 1 tower. They have the potential of being able to play around where Alone's pathing right now. They just need control of this this high ground hill, and then use the Visage Birds to do a lot of the work for you.
See, KP in particular with the Visage is not having the greatest time. Lowest net worth out of the cores. Struggling more than the Venomancer has 4 deaths onto Sacred, so it's going to be a difficult hero for KP to be able to have some impact. Through the qualifiers, he was really liking this Wraith Pack build early. Looks like he wanting a little bit of at least damage mitigation out of the hood. Would not be surprised if he goes the Wraith Pack afterwards.
Hyde ends up putting a smoke for himself, just wanting to get some vision out on the map, and I understand it. I mean, you're up against a Zeus. You need to make sure that every little movement that you make, I almost feel like he wants to reveal himself on this mid lane. Just looking to walk into it together on Talon. Tower sitting kind of low. Sacred just looking to set himself up here.
And with a lovely ward on Radiant. Again, this ward around the triangle. So going to see a decent chunk of Talon's movements. But it looks like we've got a bit of a break in the action here. 1,000 net worth for Talon. A lot of kills in the second game. But again, we always have to kind of pan our attention back over to Bakaz as Midas is paying off. Armlet completed. It's going to be the Agshard next item. Nightstalker, it really feels like it's whenever the Dark Ascension's on cooldown for him, he's just back to farming at this top side.
Savage feels like the rate of fight though. Oh.
Is under attack.
Well, that's going to fill them with a lot of confidence on Talon, not having to... Oh, hide. There we go.
Yeah, I was watching that.
Not having to contend with the Thunder God's Wrath just for that little bit of extra damage in some of these team fights. I really want to see them start to make a move through the jungle if they can, or even just fall down mid. I guess they can't into the Venomancer, so using Zephyr as a little bit of that scout, but some great wards set up already. They're just reading each other so well. Zephyr making sure to take the path that's not going to get scouted out by the vision, but he just jumps into it.
This is a good spot to fight if you're Thunder. Yeah, there we go. There's the ward you were speaking about. Just the toss back under the tower. It's going to reveal the ward up on the high ground, so they don't get a crazy fight out of it, which would have been lovely for Thunder because of the positioning on Talon, but yeah. Look what's happening across the map, though. Savage, early BKB picked up from the sniper, top of the net worth. What's he going for next?
He's got the Dragon Lance. I mean, it's important against the Night Stalker, right? You always want to make sure that you're able to evade as much as possible. Even just things like getting away from the Zeus if your BKBs run out could be a pretty big deal.
Even just some extra stats as well. 200 health, a bunch of strength, which is going to be really nice. Just making sure he does not get blown up.
Sacred's a fairly tanky boy, having the Spirit Vessel, Bracer, Essence Ring. Almost feels like a guarantee that he's going to be able to get off this this Poison Nova. Look at how much importance they're giving over to making sure that this tower gets retained. So some kind of clever movement needs to come through from Talon. That's what they were going for previously, but it's getting a little antsy, not respecting the fact that Tundra Awaken know the important high grounds to be able to control.
Nightstalker doesn't have a TP to be able to connect to this fight. Savage going to be able to get the BK up, but Falone as well will turn around with his own magic immunity. Need more top lane though. Bakaz is trying to solo kill the Puck. Zephyr's going to be nearby to be able to offer some assistance, but Bakaz just, he turns it back around, cuts the tree once again as At least Zeph is able to keep his core alive. Meanwhile, the River down, KP's going to be in trouble as well. A Grave coming up the last second for Hyde. Another TP up for KP. Not again. TPing up directly in their face, but Hyde, he will not have the same fate as Thunder find 2 for the price of nothing.
They're going to have a window now, though,
Dire's
on
middle tower
Talon.
is
Like,
under
you
attack.
don't have the Dark Ascension, you don't have BKB on your Night Stalker. He doesn't want to fight. Like, he just cannot do it. So, as soon as these respawns start to come up, we're going to see a big movement start to come through. But Sacred already in position to maybe stop this up. Never mind, the tower got taken anyway, but I really want to see Talon playing on the Thunder Awaken side of the map, just because you've got the potential to find some of these easier kills. No Thunder God's Wrath, no Night Stalker presence. You got to make something happen. Looks like they will. They'll go for the smoke. Not scouted out by any of the Thunder Awaken vision right now, but they should know this is coming. And look at Pandamu's positioning. It's just fantastic.
He might even get away with his own life. Oh,
Yep.
Beautifully done on Pandamu.
And that's what I was saying it during the draft, right? This is what an Ogre offers you. Like, this wasn't specifically talking about stopping ganks, but you just put yourself on the front lines because you know that you're going to be harder to kill. That attempt on the Ogre Magi in the mid lane previously is kind of spooked Talon. They don't want to take the fight into it. This is a much better option for them to go for. Just attempt the Roshan where they still don't have Thunder Gods, they still don't have the Dark Ascension available. They should be able to take this.
Might be able to get Zephyr again on it. Oh, Alone, he jumped into the river. He's got the BKB to play with for the moment. They haven't been able to bring down the Tiny into a threshold where that's required. KP might be in some trouble though. It was a solo Poison Nova. The Gale's not going to be enough to tick KP out thanks to the Hood and the Sustain coming out from Hyde, so...
I mean, he just doesn't have Gravekeeper's Cloak stacks as long as this Poison Nova's on him, though. Like, he's constantly getting it ticked away, and well, Thunder Awaken, they've stalled it for long enough. Dark Ascension's available. Thunder God's Wrath is available in 5. Tiny doesn't care about these cooldowns, so yeah, I feel like they're in a really good spot now to take the fight straight back to Talon and maybe take that Roshan for themselves.
Do they have a smoke maybe to wrap around? Matthew does have one. Did you feel like they need to kind of... Can they just run head first into Talon, or do they need to smoke around and kind of find the back line?
I don't think they need to. I think Thunder Awaken are happy with the current state of the game if they're just sitting back and waiting for stuff to happen. Like, they know they're not roshing. You've got Veno wards in there. They know they're not moving around to their side because you've got good high ground vision. And you've got your Night Stalker with a Midas that still needs his BKB and is level 18 now. Like, you can go, but you don't have to. Let's see if Zeph's positioning's on point. It can't be Savage that gets caught first.
Oh, they're going to see Savage. He's got the Hurricane Pike and the BKB to use defensive. They need to deal with the Dazzle and instantly the Night Stalker jumping the position of Hyde, making sure he can't get anything off defensively. But hang on, this Night Stalker's got no backup. Makoto drops down the core. Now the rest of Thunder in a compromised position. Sacred's just going to put his body on the line alone. Hang on, he's in with a combo. The damage, it might be enough to get a couple of kills before the consequence of his own life. But a BKB in alone is able to escape to the left side, and Talon, in the end, they actually lose 3 and alone. Oh, trying to jump Savage just off the mark with the Avalanche, but now Makoto, he's got an avenue to enter the fight. They know their stuns are on cooldown. There's going to be no way they can control the puck for the moment, and this will give Savage an opportunity as well, just to beat down onto the Tiny from afar. Savage, godlike streak, 24 minutes in.
And this is the time where they can go back into this Roshan. Like, Savage is incredibly farmed at this stage. You know, he's the one tanking up a lot of these Roshan hits, so it's going to feel a little bit awkward for him. They also saw him walk into it. They've still got this high ground vision up here from Pandamu. So, be a little bit careful. I'm sure he's thinking, but did Zeus ulti? Did he use that at the time? Pick it up for themselves. KP's birds. Hopefully for Talon's sake, he's using them to scout out this high ground. Just a fresh Sentry Ward placed down there. So, very nicely done by Talon. This faster pace is really suiting them while, you know, Savage just doing Savage things, continuing to farm at a rapid pace.
Top of the net worth, 5,000 advantage over the second highest, which is because on the Night Stalker. We've got 44 kills. A lot of action here in this second game. Do we feel like Thunder, though, down the Aegis advantage? Do they have the items and maybe the levels to be able to combat the Aegis, or are they looking for something else and then maybe they can take these fights?
I'll say it again. They need the BKB on that Stalker. Like, it's just so simple. Like, if you went forward further like that previously and he had the BKB, he just gets away. This Dream Coil is really making his life miserable. And are they going to be able to catch him out? That Dream Coil making sure to wait.
There's nothing they can do. He's going to try and play around with the armlet Tokus, but that will do nothing as Talon bring multiple heroes. Savage beyond godlike gets the double kill, and you're going to need to be able to find this BKB now, but is a decent chunk away from it, and
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
I've been talking a lot about the BKB on the Night Stalker. It's actually Makoto that's going to finish up his first, so it means that he's not going to be anywhere near as scared of the crippling fear. You just really look to go balls deep into a lot of these engagements and set your fight up for your Visage and your sniper. They're invading the triangle now. I think that Plague Ward got vision of Savage as he was walking up onto the high ground. They give very little vision. They're just looking to take away some of that control. Some nice items as well. Mindbreaker for Savage, just providing that little bit of a silence, very effective. The increased damage, attack speed.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Yep. And Zephyr's doing his job. He is the vision provider. Not wanting to pop the glyph just yet, because they know you're going up against an Aegis. Not that it's super common to go high ground on the first Aegis, but you know, if you don't have that glyph as a backup, then you might end up losing a lane of racks that you really shouldn't be.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Are scattered. Dire structures are fortified. Radiant structures are fortified.
Summoning the familiars there on the Visage. Hasn't put the point in there. We put the armor corruption onto the towers. I don't think he should be dying here. He's too big.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Silence, hook out!
Right now, Savage, he's just trying to use the rest of this Aegis. Like, if they can take the bottom tier 2 tower, great, but his main goal right now is just finish up that Satanic. He wants the Dispel for a bunch of different damage over time, doesn't want to be forced to pop that BKB before, you know, a lot of the chain stuns, or if Zeus is in a good position to fight. Really, outside of that, it's just going to be making sure that KP gets into his next item, gets levels, still only level 15, not having the greatest game, even though Talon are in a much more advantageous spot. Can't go too deep. Oh, haha. I refuse. Until you give me a yeehaw, I am not doing anything that you tell me to do.
Okay.
There we go, look at that. Satanic picked up with 5 seconds left on the Aegis. Very nicely done by Savage.
What an Aegis as well for them. 2 T2 towers. About a 5,000 net worth lead they've been able to grow it up to. With that advantage, so Talon in prime position, but of course it's still going to be scary. I mean, you see Alone scaling relatively well in the Tiny. Crystal's completed, going to be working to the Aghanim Scepter next as well, so we'll be offering a lot of damage inside these fights. It does feel like it's going to come down to a lot of the vision and who gets the jump first.
They're trying to use KP as bait here. Previously, I would have been like, well, I don't know about this, but he's freshly picked up the plate mail, even though for me, the tool chip doesn't show it. But it means that he's just not going to be butter for a lot of these engagements. He needs to make sure that he's able to tank up a couple of seconds of those engagements, allow the Dazzle to get in position to be able to save it. This game is all on Talon. The important thing for them is they don't want to be getting too antsy. There's no need to go up onto the high ground against a Venomancer and a Zeus, two of the most effective ones at being able to defend a high ground push. And it's going to get even harder as well, as Alone, he's actually getting close to picking up a Aghanim Scepter for himself. He's also level 20. He's got that Chrysalis already. It's scary to have to go up into all of this, plus a Bloodlusted Night Stalker. So the pickoffs need to happen first. I think the much safer option is just take this last remaining tier 2 tower after you place down a bunch of vision, get that second Aegis, and then use that to potentially get another pickoff into the high ground push.
And Die having, I was going to say, have incredible wards to help with this push. It will go down though, but it looks like regardless, they're not in a position to defend. Savage find that last outer tower, and again Zephyr. I'm continuing to sing his praises, but just 8 deaths does not matter. Monkey King, with what he's doing and the amount of vision he's been able to create, is incredibly important for Savage to be able to position safely, for Hyde to be able to position safely as well.
He's a moving observer ward right now. Like, when you think of how many wards die in a game, 8's not bad.
I mean, all right, sure. If you wanna put it like that, I've never heard it like that before. All right, well, we got the scepter completed now for Alone. 20.
Bottom tower is under attack.
So we're able to enter the fight. Dark Ascension, but this is gonna... It's gonna reek of a smoke, Talon instantly looking to retreat back to their side of the map because does give them the information alone. Oh my lord, what a combo! Savage, he gets the Satanic off, he's trying to stand his ground. I don't think he's going to be able to do enough. As Thunder, they are back in this game off one team fight. KP is going to be in some trouble as well, but hang on, Mikoto has been able to put the works in because they're able to jump back into PKP, preventing the chain control. Mikoto is out to the right, but they don't have the same capability out of Zephyr. As Unknown, oh, he does it perfectly, jumps in, they were all grouped up, and that was off the back of the vision thanks to Pakaz.
That tree volley is just so much damage, man. Puck still doesn't have the greatest armor pool. He's got the Witchblade, sure, but he's still incredibly squishy if you're able to get him down low. Even just Savage being brought to that incredibly vulnerable level as he's just trying to bully a little bit here, but that was what was needed to bring Thunder Awaken. God, I keep saying it, back into this game. Looking to still chase though.
Dude, Mikoto. Hang on, is Pakaz in trouble? What do you do here? You might be able to TPR. Are they actually going to turn it around? Matthew's nearby. Can he dodge the orb? Mikoto goes for it. The armlet toggles. No way. Okay. Mikoto. Scary stuff. Hopefully this gives us a...
hanging around. Yeah, I think we should have time. Puck's level 25, by the way. But let's have a look at that replay. That damage was just insane coming through from the Tiny.
Oh no, it's all good. Oh,
fresh tree volley pickup as well.
Oh.
Calm down.
Dude, I'm just... Alone, I'm very impressed with his performance so far. Of course, they're stand-in, and a big reason of why they're in this position now. Might have some action breaking out. Sacred's trying to posture up the high gun. They're going to get the jump.
Can't be doing that.
Sacred should be able to secure the kill. The Ghost Scepter to buy in some time, and the magic damage actually isn't enough, and not because the Dark Ascension out. They want to head to the higher ground, but tell them they do have firm control. Zephyr on the tree, the ward placed as well. That's what you need against...
Big win for Talon. There's a big win. That Dark Ascension's got about 20 or so seconds left. Roshan up in 20 seconds, so they need to make a move now if they're wanting to try and use this vision to be able to contest into this. It's such a big damage loss to not have it. It's got the overwhelming blink available as well, useful for interrupting some of these blinks that you've got on Talon's side.
Dire's middle tower has fallen.
Alone's going to be in, looking to blow up Zephyr, but the Grave will buy him some time, and now Alone's going to be stuck in the middle. They haven't gotten on top of Savage. The sniper's damage starting to ramp up, and now with the coil as well, Mikoto leashing 2 heroes together. Savage gonna try and move on the high ground, protected with the BKB, and look at the damage is starting to pump out. Thunder, they cannot stick around to take the fight. They've lost alone, they might lose more as well. Mikoto up to a killing spree, Sacred as well, stuck out in the river. As Talon, just a beautiful read. They kite the Dark Ascension. They protect Savage perfectly. The vision from Zephyr helping out. Mikoto gets the jump in, and there was just nothing Thunder could do once the formation was broken.
Use that to go into that second Roshan. This is the timing that they were waiting for. Top lane's pretty pushed in. Someone's going to need to have to deal with that because you don't. Tiny's still dead for 40 seconds. You have the potential at very minimum to force out a glyph, but instead
because this is incredibly deep. You're a carry, you can't be making these plays.
Oh, he doesn't have buyback. I was thinking, okay, that move can kind of make sense. You know, bring a lot of distractions away if you've got the buyback to be able to turn this one around and just come back into the fight when the high ground siege is happening, but not like this.
Not like this at all. Well, I mean, is he close to it?
Nope,
is nowhere near it. It's at least a full set. They do have very good high ground defenders, Zeus and Veno, but probably a full set.
You got very good high ground jumpers as well, particularly Mikoto, level 26, was able to get that level 25 Dream Coil through. Just jump the backline. You're not going to die against this. Like, where is your physical damage coming through outside of the Tiny? So as long as you get to pop that BKB, Puck has free reign to push forward.
See if Sacred's able to get these Plague Wards set up.
3. I mean, you've got the potential of just rotating through the mid lane if you feel overwhelmed by this. Yes, he's got the attack range Talon.
Jesus Christ.
Hurricane Pike. Isn't even taking aim just yet. Only thing that's gonna give him a little bit of an issue is the lack of vision. He's just waiting on the shrapnel charge to give him vision for that high ground push, so might be able to defend this. They might just get the tier 3 tower without too much more because Nightstalk is coming up in a couple of seconds time. You can see Matthew in position to constantly be scouting out those trees. He wants to make sure that Zephyr's not up there giving a lot of that vision.
I think what we saw from Talon previously was perfect as well with how they're able to kite that Dark Ascension around mid. Like, as soon as it was used, they just beeline towards this high ground where they have the ward set up and fighting in a choke point where you can lay down the Wukongs, where you have all the information of Thunder just running up the high ground. It is going to be incredibly important for these further fights and how they can address the Dark Ascension.
Coming out to these guys now. It looks like a Silver Edge coming through for the Sniper. Just a little bit of that value, you know, make yourself harder to catch. KP's gone for the same sort of route just through the ninja gear that he's got coming out to himself. And of course, again, it's just this, I'll say it again, the nuisance of pushing up onto this high ground against a Venomancer and a Zeus. How do you do it?
It's also the threat of the tiny jump as well into the toss back, because he's going for it. There we go.
Got the Aegis.
Savage. Oh, they're going to force stuff in further inside the base. The grenade's going to get some distance, but the backline, this is important because they're able to deal with the dazzle. You get rid of the defensive factor, but because he's going to be controlled for the moment with the coil, but they're buying some time to deal with the sniper. First life still yet to be addressed. How do they set up for round 2 though? They're going to need some buybacks to be able to turn this fight around. Alone, he's in once again with a toss onto the high ground, but Savage, look at the mobility. He's able to reposition. They're going to try and deal it with the tree volley, but that's barely any damage. A Savage, under the cover of the Glimmer, up to the north, Satanic to play with. They still haven't dealt with the Sniper. There's just nothing they can do. Savage, he's got so much mobility to avoid the numbers of Thunder. And now they're back onto Bakaz on the high ground. He just brought back prior potential of a dieback here, but Mikoto is going to jump down to the south instead. Even Tiny's in trouble. Hang on, alone. He jumped into the middle, feeling like he had the damage to deal with Talon, but that was not the case. As Talon one fight away, that might be in fact enough to take this game.
Oh, I think it will be. 18, 3 and 14 on 23 Savage. He's looking to make it 19. Just pushing in onto this, and well, Talon, they're going to get their first win of the Arlington Major. It's a big confidence boost for them after what happened in game number 1. TA just looked way too strong, but this time around it was Talon's day. It was all on the back little bit faster. I like the fact that they've been able to adapt to this meta. The stonks are rising for SEA as, well, it's looking pretty good across all the different streams.
Yeah, without a doubt. It's we were hesitant, I would say, in regards to how they would be able to execute this draft, because it definitely felt like Thunder had an advantage with their multiple ways to be able to jump the sniper and even the dazzle as well. Heroes that are very reliant on their position. You had the Zeus and Night Stalker for the vision advantage, but you mentioned maybe a real big reason why they went this sniper was just looking to dominate the lane, and he did just that. With the early, it started a little bit rough, but we saw it was like 8-2 at some stage, incredibly early on, and they did a really good job as well. And Zephyr in particular, I know we really harped on Zephyr, but he was a big reason of why they were able to succeed in the second game.
Yeah, everyone played well on Talon, to be honest. I think KP not as familiar with the Visage, but he still did his job in the game. You know, made it harder, build all these aura items, and then was just super elusive, eventually buying into the Aghanim Shard. This honestly might just be a case of something like the Night Stalker not necessarily needing the Midas. He ended up going the Aghanim Shard anyway, which is kind of the substitute for it. Just being able to stay out on the map, speed up your farm that little bit. But yeah, unfortunately, the lack of the BKBs really ended up costing them, allowed Makoto to get up to that level 25. He certainly got his revenge against Alone from that game number 1 performance. And yeah, Talon get a win on the board. So good to see. But for you and me, Lockie, that's it for today. We have another series coming, Tundra against Team Spirit. I believe it's B-Cop and Black covering that one. Yes. But yeah, we'll be back tomorrow, and I'm excited to see what series we get to cover. We don't know. We're under the same suspense as you guys.
Yeah, it's going to be exciting to see what is in store for us and in store for the last series of the night as well for the C stream. It's going to be an incredibly exciting series as well. But in regards to this one, Thunder Awaken against Talon is going to go a 1-1. We're going to send to a break, and when we come back, we'll have our 4th series of the night.
Dire's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Power can be found in any number of places. Scientists will tell you that it comes in newtons. Gamers will say that it can be found in silky skills. We will say that the power lies in real thrills. In the play with perfect ping. In the runes and crystals. In every frag and gank. In your personal winnings. Lock and load for PGL Arlington.
And howdy, welcome back to the Arlington Major. I am here with you guys, joined by Bill Dotrieve, aka Black, to my left. I always forget if we're mirrored or not, but you are to my left. You are joining me as Bill Dotrieve. That's how I've chosen you to be here, and we're going to be going over the next and final series of the day on this stream, which is Tundra against Team Spirit. So,
what is that?
Bill
You have to
Dotrieve?
enlighten me first. Yeah.
Well, he's a character on King of the Hill. That's
A good one?
sure. Yeah.
People told me, have you ever played the what's the game called? Yakuza?
Yeah.
Yeah, they said I looked like the main character from there at when we casted at Riyadh, when I had like the red shirt on and the bling out
and the vest.
yeah.
Yeah, you had your magician going. That's for sure. You looked like you could show me a couple magic tricks. It was definitely it was a good look. I thought it was a good look. And now I feel like you're Bill Dotrieve. It just makes sense. We're Texas. It's in Texas. You're vicariously in Texas through us, chat.
Yeah.
And you get to feel like it's I don't know the Celsius, but I'm gonna assume 40, maybe 42. I have no idea. I think so. I mean, I don't know the Celsius. It's 37. It says it's 37 in Houston.
Yeah.
It's weird because my computer is now set to Celsius, and so are my like Googles in the back.
Maybe it's a sign, my friend. Maybe
could
it's
be.
time to let go of yards and feet and what else do you have?
Centimeters. We do that as well.
You do centimeters?
Yeah, Fahrenheit. I don't know. I don't know what else we have. But what we do have is odds below us. Tundra, a slight favorite. Do you agree with that? Now that they've got 33 back, it's not the Riyadh Masters.
I mean, at Riyadh Masters, they looked really disorganized and
They didn't have 33.
not super strong. That is true. 33 is definitely, in my opinion, the most vital piece to their game plans.
Mm.
So, yeah, I think slight favorite is fair. Maybe 45, 55.
Okay. So pretty close to those odds. Pretty even. We have feet. I don't know if you said feet. That's one of them. Yeah, I could give that all up. We could bring it all over to meters, and apparently it being cold when you only have, or being hot when you have 37 of something. That makes no sense. 37 of something is like an okay amount, but like 100 of something, that's a lot. It's a lot of temperature. And you want to know what we do have? We have ourselves a lot of draft. We got ourselves a draft between Tundra and Spirit.
And Team ban. Team Spirit's turn to ban. 10 seconds remaining.
Yeah, they did very well in the draft. They executed very well.
5 seconds
On the other
remaining.
hand, we have Tundra, who drew 1-1 against Boom
Radiant
Esports.
team banned.
I didn't personally get to see the games, but I would expect that Boom came in very prepared as well.
Team
So
spirits turn to
I don't know what that says about Tundra, but they have the work cut out for them. Now with Team Spirit, we'll see what they go for though. And the bans are very, very targeted towards 9 as well as 33, who probably are like the two most important pieces of the team, right?
10 seconds remaining.
Yeah, I would say so. I would agree with that.
You have like the innovation coming out from the mid lane and the micro god that is also super greedy but aggressive at the same time from the off lane.
Radiant team pick.
It's always a joy, honestly, to watch Tundra. They're kind of like the LGD of the West.
Radiant team spirits.
Do you think they're the closest comparison to LGD in terms of just the way they draft?
Yeah, I would say so. They're always pretty out there. Like, who picks up Marcy Weaver first two?
That's true.
Like, no one. Now, this is probably going to be a carry weaver. Could be a support still, but I assume it's a carry weaver because it's a pretty good matchup into the Razor. And I mean, Team Spirit felt the power of Razor firsthand at the Riyadh Masters. Like, everybody first faced it. Especially Chinese teams are masters at it. So lots of teams started copying their playstyle with the Razor. And it's just so strong.
So now that you're up against Weaver, you're up against Marcy, you kind of have to consider how they're going to be set in lane. Is Marcy going to be a 5? Is Marcy going to be a 4? We've seen it on 5 on teams like RNG, where X-Nova really enjoys playing the Marcy. We'll see if, even Weaver may be a support. Who knows? This is definitely a pretty open first 2 picks. And Spirit, I'm going to go to the Rubik second pick, and it'll be interesting to see how they play with that.
That's a very strong Rubik pick already. Like, the spells he has right now are amazing to steal. And it's a pretty decent lane too. Like, Razor Rubik isn't the strongest lane ever. You rather have like a frontliner with a Razor, like some Tusk or Clockwork, something like that. But the lane is still decent. Double range, double nuke. Not terrible.
Radiant team ban.
You know what the strat is to deal with a Rubik that has too many good spells? Pick even more heroes that he can steal spells from. So he'll be too greedy. He'll run in, try to choose the best spell every time, be out of position, then you kill him. No axe.
No, he buys an axe because he wants to be greedy.
Yeah, but
he won't get as many spells as... Yeah, exactly. So he tries to build it for so long that he just never gets anything.
Right.
Because you've
but they're
shown
also
him
pro
so many
players.
spells.
They're not that silly.
Fair enough.
10 seconds remaining.
You're not wrong.
Now,
Bloodseeker's getting a lot of bans. Wow.
Yeah. I mean, Bloodseeker is really strong, right? When you're running like a carry weaver or anything that's really movement based, which a lot of the heroes are. Bloodseeker is a perfect counter to that. Also, a very hard laner to lane against for any off lane. And again, like if you're 33, you want to be set up for success, whether it's on your Beastmaster or on your Visage, maybe even Brewmaster. We'll have to see what they want to go for.
10 seconds remaining.
Now, I gotta admit
5
though,
seconds remaining.
I am not a big fan of Carry Weaver. If it is a Carry Weaver.
Team Spirits turn to ban.
How come?
But they already picked it twice today, so it's most certainly going to be a Carry Weaver. How come? I mean, do you remember what happened in China?
True.
I'm scarred. Like they just didn't really crush the lane like you're supposed to. Then the itemization was off many times, and you just don't scale as well as other heroes if you're not aggressive. And a lot of the Weaver games just turn into a farm fest when you're suddenly a Weaver. You don't want to be farming. You want to be aggressive.
So you'd rather see it in the 4 position?
The Weaver? No. It's definitely going to be a carry. I just don't like the hero in general right now.
So you wouldn't rather it be 4, you just don't like the hero in general?
Yeah. I think it's still a good hero and it has a good hero matchup. Just very little room for error, in my opinion. Which is never good. You rather have a lot of room for error. So you can mess up a couple of times.
Right.
Because messing up, it's very natural. Everybody does it, except me.
Mm.
B
10
Cup.
seconds remaining.
Oh.
We already spoke about this.
Sure.
5
Thank you.
seconds remaining.
Of course.
Yeah. Appreciate your kindness. So Void Ban, also very strong against the Weaver. Same with Bloodseeker. They're just protecting the Weaver with all their bans right now.
Days of Weaver carry when you had guys like Mugi who were playing it all the time, and they just constantly Bloodseeker getting picked like right after.
Yeah, it's a great answer. Because you're so movement based, also your time lapse deals damage.
Team Spirits turn to pick.
So
Coddle is back.
Coddle's back, but it does keep it open, right? Like you're thinking, oh, okay, so that's going to be mid Coddle, but it doesn't necessarily need to be with this lineup. This lineup, pretty much every hero is pretty multifaceted.
10 seconds remaining.
Sure, but Marcy 4, I
seconds
feel, is much
remaining.
stronger than a Marcy 5. So I hope what would make the most sense is a Weaver 1, Coddle mid, Marcy 4. Unless they're like really confident in a Marcy 5 then.
Turn to pick.
Now they go to the Kunkka, and this is something that we were talking about in the previous Spirit series when they were playing Beast Coast. We were expecting maybe Beast Coast to pick it, and now Spirit, they're going to the Kunkka. That gives them a little bit more control. You've got X with the Torrent.
10 seconds remaining.
Maybe set up here to have Razor chase with that, or have the extra lockdown of
5
the Rubik
seconds
telekinesis.
It also crushes Kunkka. Coddle in lane. Kunkka does. So they are expecting the Coddle middle. We'll see if they throw a little bit of a curveball in their Tundra and just put that Coddle as a 4 into Marcy 5. What other heroes are there that 9 enjoys playing? Zeus is out. Wyvern is out.
Tundra really need more lockdown after this pick.
Yeah, I'd agree.
Their only lockdown is disposed. They need a +1, and Spirit are going to give themselves more lockdown themselves and get Ogre Magi. Like, that feels like a great... I think that's a great support duo, truthfully.
It is. I'm a big fan of Ogre in general. Just having the option of a support giving you that much information in a team fight is very strong, which is also what Ogre is balanced around, right?
5
Like, his
seconds
spells
remaining.
aren't quote-unquote as broken as like a Disruptor would be, or like a Marcy. Like, his strength is really just walk in, give information for your team, and if they ignore you, you spam out your spells, they will start dealing a lot of damage if you cast them twice, maybe even 3 times.
Looking at this Spirit
Team
lineup. That
Spirits turn
lineup
to
could
ban.
go in many spots
Timber
as well,
Saw.
and they go to the Timber in
Any
the off
stuns?
lane. So, yeah, no stuns, and that's a little concerning. And now looking like they need potentially a 4 or a mid. So I think you kind of have to ban for both, right? Like, you ban the best
10
option mid, the
seconds
best
remaining.
option 4 after the Coddle.
5 seconds remaining.
This draft is very difficult to execute. They're gonna have to pick a carry last that lanes decently against Timber. So there are a couple of options like Ursa, but yeah, they gotta get some stuns.
Radiant team ban.
I mean, you can sort of itemize, I guess. Like, you can get like Yules on Timbersaw,
Could be
like a Gleipnir on Weaver.
It could be 9 mid on the Timbersaw, right?
Could be 4 Coddle.
Because that's why
But
they would have banned the Beastmaster, because they expect potentially
10 seconds.
the Timbersaw to go
remaining.
mid.
Yeah, it still doesn't solve your stun problems though.
5
Yeah,
seconds
you would-
remaining.
You would need an offlaner that gives you stuns too, and Beastmaster with the lockdown. But again, that's just ulti stun. That's not more consistent.
Yeah, no, it's most likely going to be a Timber middle. It's a great matchup into the Kunkka.
You could throw the Kunkka offlane though, couldn't you?
Team
Well, the thing
Spirits
is,
turn to ban.
Spirit has to show the cards first because they're not last pick. But they actually banned out the Ursa anyway. So is it an offlane Timber? Maybe they just want to keep the option open.
Or they make Spirit think that it's an offlane Timber by banning that and then forcing Spirit to pick something that'll give them better matchups. 40 chest.
Really good?
5 seconds remaining.
Anti-mage.
On which team? Spirit?
Yeah. It's such a free aim game.
Team ban.
They have no lockdown. I don't really know what you would do against the...
They could pick Lycan last. That could be very scary.
Team Spirit's turn to pick.
And the TA. Anti-mage doesn't seem too terrible when you're up against no stuns.
Yeah,
I guess
the last
suppose,
pick
but
would be very scary. I mean, AM against Marcy is really good because if you reflected his pose, then suddenly Marcy is just dead.
True.
5 seconds remaining. Team pick.
They go Shadow Fiend. This is
SF.
Second Shadow Fiend we've seen together today.
I like it though.
Is it safe lane Shadow Fiend or is it going to be safe lane Kunkka mid Shadow Fiend?
Flexible. That's why they pick it, right?
Yeah.
They want to adjust where the Timbersaw goes, and that's where SF is going.
Doesn't give Tundra
10 seconds remaining.
definitive,
very smart,
like answers. Okay.
5 seconds remaining.
I like this a lot. 200 IQ pick. Now, what's Tundra's answer? They need some stuns, some control.
Yeah, they really need some lockdown. Do you...
They did a Clockwork middle before. I mean, I wasn't a big fan of it, but he made it work.
Would you be willing to go 4-position Monkey King?
Monkey could work.
I guess it's an anti-synergy with the Timbersaw, right?
I mean, yeah, but you can play around that. I mean, as I said, Tundra is a crazy team. They can just magically get something. They will fit the bill. As I said, they played Clockwork middle before. They played Dark Willow middle before.
Yeah, Dark Willow, Clockwork, maybe Void Spirit if they wanted to go to that direction.
Yeah.
Doom. Okay, so
4 Coddle, offlane Doom.
Yeah, 4 Coddle, safe lane Weaver, mid Timber, offlane Doom, and the Marcy support as well. And it ends up being a mid Shadow Fiend with a safe lane Kunkka, offlane Razor, and then 4 Rubik, 5 Ogre. That lane is pretty solid with the Ogre and the Kunkka, and then I would assume, honestly, so is the Razor Rubik.
Razor Rubik isn't bad, but Weaver Marcy is very strong together as well. Like, that's the lane they should lose. Mid lane should be very easy for the SF. And then Kunkka Ogre should, in theory, also do very well against the Doom. I say in theory, things can always go a little bit differently, of course.
Oh, I'm sorry. They have a Jakiro in the 5 position for Spirit.
Oh, yeah. You got the... I don't know how they're going to improve into the game. So
I love it. I think it's amazing.
It is great. It's just like...
I kind of wish they would do costumes for all the heroes now. Like, Ogre just wears costumes of other heroes. That would be great.
Yeah, I mean, I don't disagree. And the people's wallets probably also don't disagree.
Yeah, definitely. So, do you like Spirit's lineup now that they've kind of shown the lanes, or do you like Tundra more still? Because they're still lacking lockdown.
I like Spirit still, just because I feel the mid and top lane, they're going to be very, very difficult for Tundra to actually win. Like, SF destroys Timbersaw. It's not even close. Then they have 2 pretty well scaling heroes, 3 even. They got the Razor as well. It's very greedy if they lose their lanes, but they shouldn't lose their lanes. That's the strength of the Spirit draft, so we'll see.
You mad? 'Cause I am. Ha!
What has to go right for Tundra, you think?
Oh, crap.
Well, they're gonna win the lanes. Like, they drafted to win lanes, basically, right?
But are their
Like,
lanes that easy?
Weaver Master lane should be easy. Mid lane is going to be incredibly difficult, and top lane is going to be incredibly difficult. It's just the nature of Doom, though. I'm a little bit surprised they last picked the Doom, to be honest. I thought there was going to be more of like an aggressive option.
I do like the bans. Like I kind of thought the Beastmaster would have been a good fit. Having the ability to maybe go in and get that shard, have the dive bomb hawk, and also have the primal roar. Like I definitely really thought that ban was pretty clutch by Spirit.
Step lively now.
Especially it pushes lane really well too. So
yeah, I definitely agree. And he's also a god on those heroes.
yeah. So
we'll pause. What do you think is the reason? Strategizing?
I'm gonna say TeamSpeak, maybe for a second.
Video game with 3 people, you can't just pause it.
You know, I really like the setup they have too. Like X-Mark into Requiem could be amazing. Lots of nice combos. It's gonna be a massive Illuminate.
Oh yeah, it's all 3. Pushes him off.
They immediately leave.
Is this gonna end up just being a 2 for 2? Yeah.
Nope. Yeah. Oh, Skidder wasn't there to pick up the rune.
That is.
He tried to pick up the other one.
Somebody check this man.
No, I think he tried to pick up the other rune, but got out-clicked. Gotta go back to the finger curls.
Get those fingers really, so you know, toughed out. Get some buffs on them. I was thinking you were talking about the axe as well as the Requiem. It's certainly possible to set it up, right? Like axe, you charge it up, pull it back, and time it right, and as long as you've got the communication, you should be able to pull it off pretty much every single time.
Yeah, I'd agree. Like Kunkka, SF also just complement each other very well, right? You got the -7 armor from the aura, so the cleave deals additional damage. That's it, they both scale very nicely into the late game.
Right. So their synergies are kind of there.
Yeah. SF is very squishy inherently, and Kunkka bolt makes it very tanky. Inherently. If you get it off.
If you're able to get that far. We'll see what they're able to accomplish. They've got Toronto Tokyo over mid against 9, and in this top lane, looking good.
Yeah,
Sorry,
the lane they can't afford to lose is the bot lane, though. Like, if Weaver gets shot down in lane, this game is going to get incredibly difficult.
Mira just walking away from Saksa for the moment, who was out of mana, but he also has the Chakra Magic. Trying to throw an Illuminate, spam the wave. He gets himself a CS. It's always nice. This bottom lane is interesting to look at, and you said it was going to be powerful. It looks like the spam, at least top for the moment, looks okay. Bottom looks okay. From Tundra. They're leading the CS in all 3 at the moment.
Yeah. SF is always very weak, like level 1, level 2. But once level 3 hits, like right now, it's a lot of damage coming in already.
Is there any point where Spirit are really going to be looking to go aggressive in these lanes, or maybe they're going to try elsewhere? Like, mid doesn't exactly seem like the best spot to have your supports go if they wanted to help out Toronto Tokyo, but is there a point where they could get it done if both supports came over mid?
Yeah, that's why SF is so strong, right? You have a lot of kill opportunities against that Timbersaw. But likewise, if he was to TP top and you get like an X mark, there's also a free kill. So we'll see when they want to get active and how they want to get active, and what the priorities really are.
Right.
Because both the SF and Kunkka can flash farm the jungle, no problem.
33 using the Chain Lightning, so he's trying to output some damage on the Atero.
Which is X marking himself, refilling, mana HP. Welcome back.
And back into the lane, but bottom collapse, taking some damage, and well, Snake King's in on this, but they don't have the damage just yet to get the kill into collapse. Even with the Shikuchi, he's still at about 100 health.
Yeah.
They're, for the most part, ignoring Maposhka, but that's what you do. Ogre can kind of be pretty tanky and annoying if you're to run at him, so the focus is on the collapse and just ignore Miposhka, especially once he's used that stun.
Radiant structures
This top lane
are
is so
fortified.
nasty. I give infinite mana on the Doom to spam out your Chain Lightning, and does so much damage. Look at that. Double
That
lightning.
is not fun. Was it a 4-second cooldown? And
Yeah, it gets put to
cooldown
0.
reduction just gets put to 0.
Uh-huh.
That is not fun.
I have to be careful with him. Oh, he has no torrent.
Yeah, they've got the X as well as the telekinesis, but that seemed to be a little bit lost. I don't think it's going to matter as they'll chase 33 and they get first blood. It's Mira who gets credit for it. I assume they were trying to get the telekinesis into the torrent and have the juggle, but at the end of the day, once he got under the tower and they had the X, they were able to get the kill.
Yeah, and Timber starts stealing a triple stack away from the SF. That's not supposed to happen. Timber isn't supposed to win middle against SF.
No, not at all.
And Kunkka, as well as Razor, are also struggling.
Yeah, Razor 17-3, the Kunkka 14-7. The CS isn't great, and Mira kind of needs to be careful. He does have telekinesis and another Fade Bolt in just a second. Meanwhile, Yatoro under the tower is getting chased by 33, and he's going to need some help. He's burning to the scorched earth. They've got Soxa in again. This time he's under the tower once more. A couple more right clicks for the Illuminate. He'll get the kill after he dies, and it's Mira in trouble, but survives the Infernal Blade. Had that wand ready to go. And Kunkka is going to leave his courier there as once he respawns, he'll TP in, and he's got himself infused raindrops and a healing salve on it, so nothing really too nuts. Just a couple consumables. Rebound in, there's the dispose. They've got the swarm out. Stun finally hits. They'll use the ignite, but there's the Shikuchi. Skitter not moving that fast, and Collapse not taking that much damage. Snake King was in with that rebound. It's now off cooldown, but they've got the stun. They have the right clicks, and Snake King needs to run. All of a sudden, Spirit was starting to turn that engagement around, and Tundra need to be a little bit careful how far they're willing to chase.
Yeah, I mean, Ogre Razor is not a weak lane by any means either, especially with the Bloodlust. A lot of movement speed, a lot of right-click potential damage.
Middle tower is under attack.
Yeah, Razor's definitely getting back into this lane quite nicely. Same up with the Weaver, who went for an Urn. We have seen it on Armor before, where he took it a little bit too far and went for a Vessel, which I don't think we're going to be seeing here. Urn's a great item if you need one in your team. Like, any hero loves it. Mana regen, stats, armor.
Would you not rather it on somebody else, but other than Skitter on the Weaver?
I mean, I thought Coddle was going to go for the Vessel, to be entirely honest, but I guess they have other plans.
It's not terrible in the net worth committee. Shadow Fiend at the top. Kunkka's kind of sitting a little bit below, and Razor, he's equal with the Weaver. So overall, for both these teams, it's pretty close, considering the aggression that was coming out from Tundra. I don't know if they've capitalized on it enough.
I feel like the laning phase is actually going better than I expected for the top and mid lane. Oh, they're ping in, and the Marcy a little bit too slow though.
Yeah, but rebounds and has the dispose. The range on that's ridiculous. Looking for the Requiem. It does land, and now the Marcy's dead. Miposhka came in potentially to help, but he's unneeded. Meanwhile, Mira, he's got a killing spree as they get a kill up top onto Soxa, and Yatoro kind of wants more. They don't have X, they don't have a torrent, but they did have the control to at least get the Coddle. Mid lane again, they're still chasing. Toronto Tokyo back near the tier 2 tower, but 9, you're in pretty far. Chakram, Toronto Tokyo.
Oh, Region Rune? Oh, it's top though.
Oh god.
If you got that on the SF on the bottom, oof. No, don't we love ourselves some nice, good, freshly squeezed RNG?
Certainly so.
I mean, you've known me for so long, you probably know that if I was his SF, I would have probably lost my temper a little bit.
What do you mean? You got to kill. So what?
Yeah, but I wanted the region one too.
That's greedy, man.
Yeah, of course.
You're giving Mira top. He's gonna have 6 pretty quick.
He's rich.
Yeah. He and Zox are rich. I like this obs, but now it's spotted. Never mind. That's unfortunate. It was a decent spot for an obs. Doesn't end up doing anything for them. And now, keen optic, so that'll be kept on Toronto Tokyo for the moment. Bottom lane, Skitter. He's going to be forced to use that ult, but Miposhka, they're trying to catch up. They've got a couple of sentries. They've also dusted Skitter. Toronto Tokyo was not in the right spot to catch him coming up. And they probably have already, yeah, they've lost him, so he'll escape the potential danger.
Oh, he saw Chakram.
And he's going to be brought back up into the top lane.
You are
Oh.
So
and
he grabs Chakram and he salves. Okay.
Kunkka actually salved him. What a bro.
Yeah, not as good as it used to be, but it is what it is now. Mira telekinesis, and he's going to steal the Scorched Earth. He'll go the other way, but they do have this Marcy. There's the Dispose. Fable comes in. The Torrent won't land. So Mira did have Scorched Earth, but that was only for a moment, and they end up losing the Rubik, so Mira ends up dead. It's still 4-2 for Spirit, but at the time right now, Doom's top of the net worth. What's a little concerning is both Nine and Skitter are falling behind.
Yeah, but at the same time, Razor isn't super farmed either. I mean, the game is still very, very close, but yeah, a rich Doom can definitely cause many, many problems. He's almost into his Midas, want to go the way, and then his net worth is gonna rise way too quick, and if you don't control him at all, he gets into his fast BKB. Could be the difference maker. Oh, Skitter again in trouble. If he gets stunned, okay.
He's forced to use that time lapse. They want to go in, they want to Doom collapse, they want to get this kill. And they're going to use the Doom, but Skitter's taking a lot of damage. He needs to run. Miposhka's here. They've got the dust, but they just don't have the damage. And with Miposhka now under the tower and nearby, they'll stun at the Doom, but they can chase. They've got the help from the Marcy. And Torrent, it lands. He's trying to find it onto Skitter. He got the damage, but he just doesn't have enough of it. The Tidebringer landed, and they've got 4 heroes. They'll go to the Illuminate. They've got the Blinding Light. That sends him back. Here's the Shadow Fiend. Yatsuro not dead just yet, and they're going to have Mira come over with the telekinesis to lock up Snaking for a moment, but they just can't fight into this Tundra side. Stuns or not, they're actually doing a good job at the moment of keeping Spirit away.
Yeah, well, they're also pushing the mid tower. 9 though. Just 2 supports here, so they shouldn't be able to kill him.
Midas picked up for the Doom, and that game's going to go from good to greater, and they've also got another kill on Mira. That one's going to go to 9. Kind of giving up bodies here on Spirit. Tundra look to be in a good spot, and the early game is where they're going to be best. They can snowball from here. Spirit might be in a little bit of trouble.
Yeah, this early game went way too well for Tundra. Doom is too rich, Timbersaw is also too rich. I actually can't believe that Timbersaw actually won the lane against SF. Like, that is somewhat illegal. The only saving grace so far is that Skitter on his Weaver isn't super farmed.
Yeah, compared to the Kunkka, he's a couple hundred gold away, but it's a 2k lead for Tundra, obviously inflated via the Doom. That inflation isn't that, like, oh, it's 2k because of the Doom, but he does something with it, right? Like, he's going to have this BKB. He's got the levels. He's going to gain more gold. Like, it's not nothing.
Yeah, 100%.
Like,
I mean, Rich Doom can definitely carry games. And that's exactly the style that Tundra likes to deploy in most of their games, right? Get 33 Rich, he's going to carry you.
Snaking walks up onto the high ground, and Miposhka thinks about throwing the stun. They'll hold it for now, and maybe thinking they want to go a different way with this and catch Skitter, but unfortunately they can't.
Got his Tsukushi still though, one of the best spells on Rubik in the entire game.
So what does Spirit need to do to kind of come back into this? Are they just opening up space for Yatoro as well as Toronto Tokyo and just wait until they get their next items?
And they're waiting for the BKB timings for sure, but Doombringer is one of the best heroes when it comes to the BKB timings. And Razor won't be getting his anytime soon. It's gonna be a tough game. They're gonna drag it out a little bit until they get their BKBs, and then take a fight or two that they actually win quite decisively. Because Timbersaw right now is also looking mighty strong. Almost Kaya Sanch already. Then he's going to be sitting at 2.3k health, status resistance, casual cloak. I like that a lot.
Is under attack.
Yeah, 9. Going to be in a driver's seat at the moment. Despite the fact that they really don't have a lot of lockdown, they've done a good job of making sure that Spirit kind of feel locked down in this game, and that's due to the fact that the map just doesn't feel as open for them at the moment. Losing that mid-tier 1's a big part of that.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Losing early tier 1 mid towers can really just ruin the game because they have such an easy access to your jungle.
Saksa probably dead. And by probably, I mean he is definitely dead. The 3 raises land. Saksa falls to Toronto Tokyo. And Maposhka still holding the high ground a little bit, maybe waiting to potentially get snaking, but there's nobody here to help him, so he's kind of off on his own, and they're pinging out these wards. They know exactly where they are, and that'll be cleaned up immediately and give him 161 gold. Plus the fact that 33 is here. Maposhka behind the tree, just able to TP out.
Somebody hit this man.
He literally hooked the Razor with a timber chain and then tipped him. I don't know what that was about. Look what I can do.
BKB for the Kunkka. BKB soon for the Shadow Fiend, and that's a jumping off point if you're Spirit, but Tundra, they're kind of looking like they might be ready for when this power spike hits for them.
Yeah, but the Razor is going to be a really big one. Like, Razor BKB timing is one of the strongest in the game, and they're very reliant on that one.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Kunkka one's not a bad start though. I think SF already has his flying out right now. Yeah, he just needs 800 on the Razor and then they're ready to fight.
Triple BKBs is certainly a good point to want to fight in. And you can see, like, Spirit are starting to take a little bit of the map. They're clawing their way back in net worth-wise, strictly farming, right? Like, yeah, they got the kill in Saksa, but overall on the map, they're still finding space to get it done. Not as much pressure as Tundra was putting on before. They got a little bit complacent with what they were doing as well in just farming the map.
Yeah, I do think that Tundra should be aggressing quite a bit more. But they got the Kaya Sanch on the Timber. They're looking to defend bottom. If they get this post-doom on the Kunkka before BKB.
Yeah, he's got the X, so jumping on him now may not be the move. They might want to follow him. They've got the obs, so they see this all coming, and they're going to start to retreat. They got to get out of there. They got the BKB on 33, but they're going to concede this tower. Once they saw them in the obs, that's
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower has fallen.
Yeah, you don't want to be fighting those 2 BKBs right now. I feel like as though Tundra gave them perhaps a little bit too much space. They're going into the pit now with the Desolator skill I just picked up. But if they sniff this out on Spirit and fight this,
their team fight's pretty good.
It's a little slow already.
And they need to be careful about how they go about this. Although Spirit aren't exactly rotating in just yet. And it looks like it's going to be Tundra's to grab. So Spirit coming out to them. Roach speed taken by Tundra, and they've got an Aegis into the hands of Skitter, which is a big move for them, considering they gave up the tier 1 bottom. They haven't been able to really fight and aggress just yet. But still, even with this Aegis, it's not exactly the easiest move, right?
It isn't. It isn't. Like, Weaver is still very squishy, sitting at 1200 health. Like, if he dies once, it's very, very possible he just dies another time very quickly. Is it triple BKB up yet? It is. So they're looking for a fight, despite them having the Aegis. Very passive game, to be honest, from what we're used to from both teams.
Smoke up. Stealing the Shikuchi. That's good for Mira. Mira can kind of move forward and look to grab somebody like Snake It. And stun, stun, stun. And there's a quick kill. The supports combine on that one. It was the multicast on the Fire Blast and the Shikuchi, as well as the Telekinesis to kill off Mira. 3 is in trouble too. Forced to pop the BKB. That's not a great first usage of that BKB when you're able to get forced back just immediately like that. Certainly unhappy with where that's going to land you.
Yeah, the fighting power right now is definitely in the favor of Team Spirit. Sure, you have a 3k gold lead, but your Timber Saw doesn't do anything against BKBs. You need to land a good Doom.
Bottom tier 2 goes down. Like, they just got the first, that bottom tier 1 a moment ago. That was their first tower, and right through onto the tier 2 because of the fact that Tundra don't feel comfortable fighting, and that's due to the BKBs available for the side of Spirit. So Shikuchi avoiding the Illuminate, making sure that they found some space, but they've got the Aether Lens, so the range there on the Telekinesis. 33 is not going to have the BKB for 40 more seconds with the BKB being popped by Toronto Tokyo. Now maybe Tundra just take their leave. They got the BKB out of the Shadow Fiend, and that's okay for them. There's a lot of time until that's back up.
Yeah, there's also DD bottles, so that DD won't be able to be used in conjunction with that BKB.
At least not immediately.
Yeah. Yeah, what I mean is like the BKB won't be off cooldown when the DD pops. Which could have potentially been a teamfight winner for them.
Kind of quiet, as they can see to just farm.
Yeah, the more important the tournaments get, the more quiet the games tend to be.
X go all the way back to base. See Tundra. Their odds were pretty low. They were seeming to be the favorites there, and I don't know if I agree with that. I think Spirit's kind of in a decent spot.
I mean, Spirit is in a decent spot, however, they got away with so much greed on the Doom already.
Yeah, that's true too.
It's like he has
now
Blink
got that
and
Blink dagger. Oh my gosh.
Exactly. Like if they get a Doom initiation before that BKB is used, I don't know how they fight back on Spirit.
Oh, Yatoro, a bad spot. Oh, they got the Doom, but he got the BKB off first. So can he get away from this? He's got a TP coming in from Collapse. They're going to bring the Razor over, look for the Requiem, and that's going to land down right on top of the Doom. Doom's in trouble, and now here comes Collapse. 33, he's already dead. The Doom's going to end up being a waste, but they've got the Telekinesis, and they throw over Staking. Interesting dispose range when you've got the Aether Lens and the dispose on the Rubik anyway.
Oh yeah.
And all of a sudden, that fight goes their way, and Doom's on cooldown. Like, what do you do? The double damage is here for Toronto Tokyo. This is a tier 3.
They have the presence effect aura building as well.
They're gonna try and go onto the Kunkka. He's low. He's in trouble.
He's just dead.
He's got the ghost ship, but that's not gonna keep him alive. Sneaky gets the kill there. Now 9.
Well, that is a Shiva's guard.
And he's going forward from Aposhka. Chakram onto the Ogre, but he'll try to TP out to no avail as they got the dispose, and they get themselves a second. It looked like Spirit were going to run over the high ground to get themselves a tier 3, but that's not what's happening. Instead, Tundra with a successful defense as they'll take out a third.
Yeah, that Shiva's guard on the Timber Saw surprised even me, and they had 0 damage to bring him down. They thought they could turn around and kill him. No chance. And now Timber Saw is such a menace that even with 4 or 5 people hitting him, he just doesn't die. He has too much armor. Like we spoke about, Team Spirit kind of, having to push the pace a little bit. They really didn't manage to punish the Timber Saw at all, or the Doom. And now even Skeeter is almost into his BKB now. The game is looking very rough for Spirit.
In fights like that, though, like where Spirit end up having a little bit of an advantage, it felt like they might be able to run away and take the bottom set of racks or even just the tier 3. Oh, good deep ward there. And, well, I mean, the response from Tundra, and he now puts 7,000 net worth up.
Yeah, making it look easy at high ground defense. Like, they don't have a vessel, which is what something I'm very surprised by. I guess they don't have the best vessel builder, but not building vessel against Timbersaw is really rough.
How much gold did they get out of it? They gained 4,000 on their net worth lead off of that fight, because they bought back on the Marcy, but nobody bought back on Spirit, so just that fight alone was worth so much.
Yeah, it was a very important fight. 100%. That was like the strongest timing of Spirit. Now the next timing is going to be like 10-15 minutes into the future, with all the physical damage and stuff building up. Right now they don't feel super strong though. There's an AC down on Kunkka, which is minus 12 armor on everybody in conjunction with the SF aura. But we've already seen Timber, he doesn't care about that.
Step lively now. Your admiral is on board.
Radiant are scanning.
But Skidder cares about that. And so does 33 still. They don't have the highest armor count, but if that ever gets up to a significant level, yeah, I don't know how they win team fights.
Over to the side, and they've got the Doom out, but it's on a collapse. They get the kill on a 33. They'll take out Snake King. Toronto Tokyo with a killing spree and a couple of kills there for Spirit.
Yeah, easy peasy. Now, there's still no stuns on Tundra, right? So there's always going to be a problem. And they will have to outplay Team Spirit to win those team fights. Oh. X marking back the Razor. I mean, tri-core lineups are always really scary to go up against, of course. Because every mistake you make, like they just did, just brings them further and further to their extreme late game potential.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Spirit feel like they can devastate more with each victory, right? Like take these towers and...
So fast. With the AC and the talent of the SF. Minus 12 armor on buildings.
Tower is under attack.
Roche it's a quick one. Only a minute away. Look at where Sox is, just trying to cut the creep wave.
Yeah, very deep.
He's got so much gold. He's close to that Ags.
Oh man, that Axe, what is it called?
Willow
Wisp.
Bottom tower is under attack.
One of the better Axe upgrades in the game. Of course, BKB Renaissance is somewhat useless. They still have 3 BKBs, so we'll see how strong it is. Honestly, with the lack of disables, I would have much rather preferred like a Hex or something. But let's see how much damage this Willow Wisp can deal. Well,
and they caught themselves the Marcy, and with the Ghost Ship, they get the kill. That's something
Roche
that might allow them to get Roche. Yeah, 40 seconds without the Marcy. All of a sudden, well, you don't have that little bit more into these fights with the
You're gonna scout the Roche, guys. No one is scouting the pit.
And nobody there yet, and it's up.
You guys gotta scout the pit. You know it's already time to respawn potentially. I feel there was a free Roche if they're all there right away.
Yeah, now it's not.
No, and that shard is so useful for Toronto Tokyo. He gets the free fear and the crit of it. You can see that it's all building into pure damage now.
Looks like Tundra is setting up to fight towards Roche the way they're grouping up and wrapping around, but Spirit will do the same. It's going to be a 5-man smoke. The only one showing at the moment is 33. Or 9, that is.
Yeah, 9 is so incredibly tanky. Look at his health. 3.1k HP.
Illuminate comes in, and they stole the Doom. That's going to be out onto the Timber to start. They'll look for the Requiem, and that comes in.
He's dead.
And with the BKB on 33, he's going to be into the fight, but he's not going to do anything with it. They already got the kill on a 9. They'll take the Timber immediately. He's going to TP back in, and he bought back. So does the Doom. They finished off this Shadow Fiend, and now they're going to look to get the Kunkka. Kunkka with the BKB, but it's about to wear out. They need some help. The right-click damage from Skitter's not enough just yet.
Radiant's top
Cougar
tower
was able
is
to
under
leave. Yatoro may not be so fortunate. He goes into the trees away from his team, and
no reveal.
Oh, no
they didn't dust.
reveal. And
they had the dust.
They have dust.
They can't be surprised by this.
That was a quick in and out. That juke was dirty.
They certainly didn't see that one coming. They're gonna go to Roche Pit. It's up in... Oh, I mean, it's already up. Do they have enough time, though? 20 seconds?
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
They say nope. They say yes. They say yes. Or, of course, Spirit also knows this.
No Shadow Fiend. They fall back on a couple of these heroes. Tundra need to be careful. They're going to blink in. They've got the Inferno Blade that's down on a Pochka, but they've got the Skitter. Oh, Skitter! Oh, pulled back and killed! He's got no buyback! Mapuchka's going to die, but that's well worth it when he got the stun out there. He's going to buy back as well. They're on the chase. They're on a collapse, but here comes Yatoro. He's got the X again on the 9. You got to remember that he bought back. Mira in. Steals the Chakram. 9 gets away for the moment. But without this Weaver, do you really want to fight? If you lose 33, it's not going to feel good. Like I said, he bought back, and there's the damage gone for 80 seconds.
If they get this Aegis, the game is definitely in favor of Team Spirit again. They're running a Tricore, and they're all online, pretty much. Like, literally every single one of them. SF Aegis Shard, super tanky Kunkka, almost Refresher down on the Razor now. Man, the last 5 minutes have been absolutely outstanding from Team Spirit. Just the way they fight. Master Initiation also found.
Oh, sneaking. X gone. There's no way.
This Chakram on Rubik actually did way too much damage.
The fight all off the back of you having that Doom too, right? Like,
yeah, I didn't actually realize that initially. When did he steal that in the river there?
Structures are fortified.
Must have been when that Doom didn't do anything for them.
The high ground defense is good though. Like, but they're just holding for it. Okay.
Radiant's middle tower
Telekinesis, and look at that. Soxa just ripped apart. Toronto, Tokyo doing a lot of damage. They've got the Aegis in the hands of the Shadow Fiend too, and they're going to take this mid set of racks. Like, I don't know at this point if Tundra's able to accomplish anything.
How decisive are they, man? They just bolt nothing, a tower, just to run in with the damage reduction. That is so well played. Gives them two sides of racks.
Bottom barracks are under attack. Radiant's bottom barracks has fallen.
And the game went from like 9k Tundra to 7k Spirit in what, 6 minutes?
Maybe even less than that, honestly.
Yeah.
Take a look.
Like, you know what I mean, though, right?
6 minutes, yeah.
With the carry Weaver, like, it just feels so, like, it doesn't have a whole lot of impact at all.
What do you do now if you're Tundra? It felt like you were in a decent spot.
It's
oh, wow.
so tough.
So they don't even go to the Ags on Soxa. He chose to go to a Dagon. They want burst damage, yeah.
Okay. I mean, it's a Dagon too. It's not bad, I guess, but...
Would you have wanted that, but...
this could be a Hex, like, quite literally.
It could have been an Ags, it could have been a Hex, it could have been anything, but just a little bit of a bit of burst damage.
Well, this Tricore is way too scary around. The Refresher on the Razor. Oh, they're smoking in again. They might find Skitter.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
They have a gem on the Razor. Oh, they see Skitter, they see Skitter, they see Skitter.
Oh, they're moving in. They've got him. They have the lockdown, but the force step back. Skitter is forced to use that ult. And he's going to go the other way. Collapse is in right on top of him. They have the stun. They get the kill. They'll take him out. There is nothing that he was able to do there. He tried to maybe get away with his ult, but that ult just put him in a worse positioning.
So now the thing is,
Radiant's top tower is under
he probably didn't BKB because he wants to buy back and maybe force a fight in their terms. So Team Spirit has to be careful they don't fall for that bait. Like, if they just rush into the high ground now, that is a comeback chance for Tundra, potentially. It dies fast, so they have to be decisive.
They They need to know what they want.
Also, we didn't really speak about it too much, but this is the perfect Ogre draft. 3 right-clickers in your team. Paradise. But he's not committing his buyback at all.
Radiant's top tower has fallen.
20 seconds, and this last set of racks to go for. Oh.
That's the buyback.
Not
Best initiation, though.
The Hex was there from 9, but they didn't go and follow it up with anything. They're just going to leave for free.
Yeah, if you buyback, you gotta go in there. Like,
they might double turn back. They've got a double damage top that they could just hold on to.
Ooh, double damage SF. Let's go. Yeah, hitting for about 500 a pop now. Snaking, they're looking at snaking, they found him. Goodbye, sir.
Yep. Stealing Chiguchi.
Yeah, more sneaky play potential. Look at the Ogre, he just bought a Vlads as well, just to buff up all the carries.
I don't know what they're able to really get out of this. They've got a double damage and on the SF, and
but good news is Age is about to expire in 5 seconds. So they're not going to lose the game just yet because they'll probably be like a little bit more careful. But it's really on them to do something. Like they cannot just wait and get out farmed.
At some point they're going to have to make a move.
Yeah, 100%. They do have tools to do that, of course. They do have the Side of Vice, of course. And the Doom. Who... I wonder why he's going Halberd and a Shiva's Guard. Probably because they already have a Shiva's Guard. But you just see how fast the Doom is melting in every team fight. She's dying so fast.
So we are going to pause for a moment. But we'll be back right in it immediately.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, they picked Carry Weaver 3 games in a row, so they obviously really believe in the idea, but like he just hasn't been able to do a whole lot of anything this game. He's 0, 2, and 3. You know, wasn't really involved in anything.
You're a trusty mate.
Finger's also only got 2 charges on this Deso.
That should help.
Yeah. And what do you do at this point when you're the Weaver? There's not a whole lot you can do at all?
And Spirit are very happy just farming and pushing the net worth lead. Because they're probably so confident that if Tundra come out of the map and they fight Spirit are confident enough to think that, well, hey, we've got the fight no matter what happens, right?
Yeah, I mean, they also just know, like, the bigger the net worth advantage grows, the better, in a better shape they are, right? They have literally 3 of the best scaling heroes in the game. Like, they can just wait forever. All the lanes are pushing in constantly, so they know exactly what Tundra's planning. And you see Spirit is just super patient. And in their patience also lies their strength, right? I feel like teams that know when to be patient and how to be patient properly, they're just so much more consistent than teams that don't. Like Spirit has been doing well pretty much all season long because of that. Same with LGD, for example.
Kato has Dag in 3.
They have Lincolns on the SF. They have Lincolns on the Rubik. Lincoln's on the Kunkka. Who do you want to doom again? The Razor? Good luck.
Yeah, seriously. It doesn't feel like they're going to be able to get a doom out on anybody, and we've seen it be a bit of an issue as well. Spot a courier, and they might just follow that all the way to where the team is just staying. They know it's going top. They know there's some heroes here, so they can just assume where they are. And they have found themselves a Marcy. They've got the telekinesis, they have the static link, they have the lockdown. Skitter's going to be forced to use that BKB very early on into the fight with the right clicks coming through on Amira, but it's not enough damage to get the kill into the Rubik just yet. Finally, 33 is able to finish him off. So a 1-for-1. Skitter's BKB will be down, and 33 will TP out.
Huh. No problem. Bye-bye. Actually, decent trade for Tundra. Like, this Rubik is worth a lot of money.
Roche is up in 5. Short Roche timers.
Yeah, no buyback on the Rubik too. That could be a 4v5 fight. This could be the fight actually that Tundra needs to get back into the game. Or they don't know about it and they just get the Roche for free. Where's the SF though? SF is the big hitter. Coming in now.
Oh, refresher card.
They cannot give away this Roche for free.
It's already gone.
I don't even know if they were aware though, because they were looking for a pickup on the sidelines.
Radiant are scanning.
Satanic now picked up on Shadowfiend as well. So his HP pool is very high. Razor got a cheese. It just becomes harder and harder to kill anyone.
Dire's bottom tower.
SF got to level 25. They're 4 Presence Aura armor.
Yeah, that's minus 11 in a massive AoE. Plus the AC, that's minus 16. Just in the entire team fight. Like, if they get to hit buildings, you will see how fast they melt.
Alright, they're gonna try and go into the high ground. They've got the Hex, it's doing to the Shadow Fiend, but it's not doing anything just yet. They've got themselves the turret that lands on a Snake King. The damage isn't gonna quite be there. 9 standing in the front line. Looking over at Toronto Tokyo, who will pop the Satanic.
That's a lot of damage,
right
9.
clicks in, the damage out on a 9. There's nothing he can do with this one, but the BKB being popped by 33. They've got the Static Link on him. The kill off the Doom so fast, and they'll take out Skitter. Even with the Doom, they'll run him down. Toronto Tokyo, he's got the ultra kill. Give him a rampage. Can he get a double? Oh, yeah, he can. Toronto Tokyo, he is ripping it up on multiple keys. Another
Triple rampage.
Oh my god! Triple rampage for Toronto Tokyo. Oh my god! He blew up those heroes. That was pretty insane.
We spoke about the minus armor. Minus 60. He one-shot the Marcy. Like, Snake King just bought back. You're gone. You're a mosquito. Where are you? Just spread against the wall.
That was an insane showing of damage very quickly.
Yeah.
Wow.
100%.
Pretty nuts. I don't know if I've seen that one the last time I saw a triple rampage.
It's been a long time ago for me as well. But the biggest problem this game was really, like, Tundra just didn't capitalize on the advantage they've had early. They let the Trico farm up the BKBs, the next items, and there was no sense of urgency. Tundra operates best when they have late game secured. I don't want them to keep picking this carry Weaver. It just didn't feel great, and I don't feel like it fits Skidder as well.
Yeah, it definitely didn't feel like it fit the lineup either. Like, they just weren't getting enough from the Weaver, and ultimately, at the end of the day, Spirit looked like they were falling behind a little bit, but they ended up taking advantage and taking game 1. Like, I just don't know really if they're going to go back to that Weaver, if they want to go back to the Weaver. But for Spirit, that looked pretty on point, right? Like, what else would you need from Spirit other than a victory like that? Is there anything in their game that you could really say otherwise that looked bad from them?
I mean, they had a pretty slow early game, which I guess is to be expected if you have a greedy draft like this. But yeah, once the pieces came together, they played perfectly. Mirror had great initiations, nice buffing from Imposhka, nice itemization all over. Nothing to fault.
Yeah, so nothing to fault there. And Spirit, they're going to look to take the Series 2-0 over Tundra. We're going to throw it over to a quick break, and then we'll be back in just a moment. So stay tuned. We'll be right there.
under attack.
Power can be found in any number of places. Scientists will tell you that it comes in newtons. Gamers will say that it can be found in silky skills. We will say that the power lies in real thrills. In the play with perfect ping. In the runes and crystals. In every frag and gank. In your personal winnings. Lock and load for PGL Arlington.
Howdy, y'all, and welcome back. We got yourselves and ourselves some more Dota action. I'm still joined here by Bill Dotrieve and ready to go and give yourselves some good Dota. It should be fun. It is game 2 between Tundra and Spirit. Spirit, of course, having a pretty good showing. I won't say it was exactly perfect, but it was good enough to get that victory. And at the moment, that's all that's needed, right? Like, you just need to get the victory. If you can get the 2-0, you're in a decent spot.
Yeah, especially group stage. Oftentimes, you don't really need to. I mean, of course, you always try your hardest. You want to get a good group standing. But, yeah, the most important part is to survive. And then usually throughout the tournament, teams and players will naturally get stronger as they focus up more, have more play time in front of the stage and everything. So, yeah. For now, I'm actually very impressed with Team Spirit. All 3 of their wins so far, very convincing. Very convincing, in fact.
Yeah. And as you see on the bottom, it looks like the odds have kind of shifted into the favor of Spirit over Tundra just by that little bit. And the real question, I guess, is, are you seeing a meta shift as just today has gone by, you think? Or is it still comfort and teams have kind of held on to what they've done best?
I feel like maybe during the later portions of the game, like some new heroes come out every now and then. Like this SF we've seen twice already today. But like the first, like probably first phase, maybe even first 2 phases, there's like a lot more like meta in there, right? Like the first big Razor is still there. We're gonna see the Tinies band all the time, the Pangoliers, Winter Wyverns. Like these heroes are just too good to not pick up or ban. So I don't think we're going to see a massive shift throughout the tournament unless some team can really just dominate by using completely different heroes, which I don't think any team will.
Yeah, we'll see if any teams show off anything different. I think we were talking in the first series when we were working together, if we were going to see teams kind of hold on to some strategies. Obviously, TI around the corner. But there is that patch that, I mean, me and you believe is going to be a balanced patch, not like this massive game-altering patch. Who knows? Maybe it will be. But there's still things to hold on to just in case it is a balanced patch, right? Where things don't really shift too much. But some heroes that are in the meta right now maybe shift a little bit further out of it. And maybe some, I don't know, pocket strats come out. We'll see.
Yeah, I would love to see it. I feel like the meta is a little bit like too dialed in already, you know? Like usually in Dota, what makes it great is that there's so many viable options all the time. And yes, most heroes are playable in the perfect scenario. It's just that the current meta heroes allow like more than half the heroes to not really shine in almost any scenario, which, you know, it's a little bit disappointing. But yeah, hopefully the patch will shake things up a little bit.
Yeah. Speaking of heroes and the patch and shifting things, there was in the earlier part of the year, you were very big on Pugna and Huskar. You said those 2 heroes were heroes to come out. Obviously, we're a little bit balance shifted here, and things are a little bit different. But I was more so going to ask, in your eyes, is there anything that you see that isn't getting picked up that you'd like to see more of?
I heard Boom played Post for Sven today, and that worked out perfectly. They won that game, crushed it. So I would definitely like to see that. If they had a Post for Sven last game instead of the Coddle, I think they win. Simply because it was everything based around minus armor, right? You have this
team pick.
Been perfect. But yeah, like obviously nitpicking in these kind of games is always a stupid thing to do. I do think though Post for Sven has its place. Like he's a strong frontliner, he buffs your team, he has a stun, he deals decent amount of damage, he scales pretty well into the mid-late game.
10
like what more do you want?
Right. Yeah, so I remember when you brought that up a couple months ago, and I tried to play it in the 4 position. It did look, honestly, in just my pubs, it looked decent. In better hands, it probably does way more. And we finally get to see that Winter Wyvern. For us, we've seen it banned a lot. I know it's been in other games, but it finally makes its way through and does break on in. And this is... Tundra is a team that might play this somewhere else, right? A little unconventionally.
Yeah, and they love to run it in the mid. They love to run it as a 5, even as a 4 sometimes. So they're very versatile with this pick. And I'm a little bit surprised they didn't ban it out. I guess they just put higher stock into the Tiny as well as the Zeus. Because last game the Wyvern was banned. I don't remember if it was first or second phase though.
I believe it might have been first, but don't quote me.
No, I'm not quoting you, because if I could, then if I knew, I wouldn't ask.
Fair enough.
But yeah, like Wyvern in 9's hands, like he's kind of the guy that made these caster mids popular, right? I'm sure he's not the first guy that ever played it in the mid, but he made them very popular in pro play. As a puck, which mid Wyvern is pretty decent against. So you're a natural orchid builder. The curse can really screw over puck.
Early puck pick, but
10 seconds remaining.
Do you think that's going to be an issue?
No, I think puck is one of the best materials still, and it just offers so much that, yeah, there are counters in the game, but if you snowball, you counter even those counters. So I'm not too worried.
Radiant team pick.
Snapfire again. Very cookie cutter combo. I didn't mean a pun in there. But yeah, just coil plus kisses. One of the strongest combos early game. Mid game, pre-BKB. Kills pretty much any hero in the game. I don't think many heroes survive it at all. Maybe a Morphling on full like strength shift.
5 seconds remaining.
What do you think they want to put with the Winter Wyvern? It feels as though at least for Tundra, they kept their drafts pretty wide open.
Yeah, Wyvern is a hero that pairs up so well with so many carries nowadays. Like, as long as you have some sort of damage in the lane, you're gonna be just fine. It could be an Alchemist even. Beastmaster. Okay, it's a very early Beastmaster, going back to the roots, picking up 33-0 very early, and playing around that. I liked it a lot.
Ten seconds remaining.
Is it...
5 seconds
If Beastmaster is going to get picked up here, like, is it worth just going to the 5 position Abaddon?
The problem with that, it's very good in the game, right? But the lane is actually not that strong, which is always a little bit worrying. Like, you rather want to have a good pair of heroes that can actually deal with him in the lane and shut him down in lane.
Right.
Which Terrorblade comes to mind as an amazing hero against Beastmaster.
5 seconds
Naga Siren is great. Even Phantom Lancer, Phantom Assassin. There's a bunch of heroes that can deal with him really well. But basically, like, high armor, edge carries are the best.
Weaver ban, Void Spirit ban, something we talked about in the last draft was that Void Spirit.
Remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Void Spirit, yeah. I mean, both teams play very strong Void Spirit. Still one of the best heroes. And nowadays, people actually consider Void Spirit a counter to Puck rather than vice versa. Whereas like 2 years ago, everyone's like, yeah, I just pick Puck against Void Spirit. It's gonna be like the best counter in the game. It still is. You get coiled, all the mobility tools are taken away from you.
Marcy ban as well. Would you even think? Now I'm just trying to reach outside the box here. Offlane Puck mid Snapfire. Is mid Snapfire a thing anymore?
It is. In some games it can be very strong, but Team Spirit is not Beast Coast. Yeah. I think this is going to just be the normal Puck middle Snap. Honestly, it could be 4 or 5, but Mira plays a very strong Snapfire, so...
Benny Alchemist.
10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Let's see what they ban last in this phase. Banning Weaver and Marcy, so potentially a 1 or a 4 and another 4 or 5, so kind of focusing potentially the 4, which is surprising with the Snapfire already there.
Mm-hmm.
I guess Marcy could also, like we said, be that 5, the way X Nova likes to play it.
I could also be Snapfire 5, like you never know.
Yeah, true. And they end up banning Collapse's Night Stalker.
Yeah. You know, there was a time where Beastmaster was considered like the hardest counter to Night Stalker. Nowadays you just get the shot and eat his big creep, and you're like, okay. You just counted my 6k gold item.
10 seconds
Thanks.
remaining.
Hashtag balance.
5 seconds remaining.
So they banned the Alchemist that we spoke about. Winter Wyvern Alchemist is a very strong lane combination.
Team Spirit's turn to pick.
And there goes the CK. So minus armor, lockdown. Right now, Tundra, they do have the Arctic Burn, not straight up lockdown. I understand that. But they also have the Winter's Curse. They have the Primal Roar. It seems like at least, yes, obviously Winter's Curse and Primal Roar is an ulti form of lockdown. It's more than they had in the previous game.
5 seconds remaining.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, Winter Wyvern in general, it's just such a strong pick nowadays because you can pick off. It has great team fight presence, has a great save. Like if you buy Glimmer Cape, you're virtually unkillable from almost any damage source. They go for the Ench against the Beastmaster, okay. But
could be offlane Ench, but it screams Miposhka, honestly.
It's still not Beast Coast, because...
I know. Also, that Ench didn't exactly do much in that game.
Yeah, but 33 also popularized the Axe build on Beastmaster in lane. So it's probably going to go and resort back to that.
Radiant team pick. Templar
and you go TA.
It's an early TA.
Yeah, early TA, and now there's the Clockwork, so that brings a little bit of lockdown. Battery Assault, the hook shot, get the cogs, but Spirit going into the Phantom Lancer, and is there enough lockdown for that?
I mean, we spoke about the Phantom Lancer as a great answer to Beastmaster, but both Clockwork and TA do nothing to PL as well. It can be a little bit tricky against the Winter Wyvern, but if you play around it correctly, and if you pack us on top of things, should be just fine.
5
seconds remaining. Yeah, this lane should be very secure, and we have already seen today how much damage a Phantom Lancer can deal. Like, Armor played it twice, and he absolutely wrecked both games.
So let's see what the final bans are.
Turn to ban.
It does feel like they're still missing Collapse's hero.
Yeah. And they have the last pick as well. Bad Red is already banned. A lot of Collapse's heroes are banned again.
5 seconds remaining.
How about...
Radiant team
Underlord is tough. Of course, they have the Wyvern already.
Yeah, I was thinking that too. I was thinking maybe you go to the Underlord. Would you ever throw something out of left field like the Axe?
10 seconds remaining.
Or Tide, maybe?
The problem is Wyvern, TA,
5
they
seconds
both
remaining.
own so many offlaners. Cause the percentage base of the Wyvern and then like the big minus armor of the TA, it's a very tough dual lane to go up against. Death Prophet, maybe? I think it looks quite good.
Team Spirit's turn to ban.
And there goes the Lycan. So yeah, this is how they talked about you used to have to beat Tundra or beat Spirit by taking out Collapse's heroes, right? Like we've seen this in the past when drafts used to focus one person.
Well,
5 of these bans are focusing Collapse.
10
that's what they
seconds
think
remaining.
at least. But I actually think they're just gonna go to here like DP and they'll be
5
like,
seconds
ha,
remaining.
didn't expect that one, huh? Because it lanes pretty well against TA. It's very good against all these heroes in the game as well.
Does Timber do anything in this lineup?
Yeah, Timber's good. But the problem that we had last game was stuns, right? If you only have a puck and snap as stuns, could get a bit problematic, but if you crush lanes, it can work.
10 seconds remaining.
There's still Doom.
5 seconds remaining.
I could give you stun, Infernal Blade, have the War Stomp as well, get a Blink Dagger, BKB.
Yeah, the lane is so greedy though. I think you're just gonna get destroyed.
What, that and Snapfire?
Yeah, just because TA Wyvern, like if they get on top of you, you're just, like in so much trouble. I think the safest choice
that good.
would just be like a DP sort of thing. A hero that runs in, gives space for Puck and PL to do things. It's not your stun per se, of course, but it's a great information giver. I mean, maybe they'll surprise us with something cool.
Team Spirit's turn to pick.
Troll. So mid TA.
Yeah, I expected it already. Like Skidder does not play TA. And the TA into the Puck is a good matchup as well. So now you're laning against Troll Wyvern,
10 seconds remaining.
which is also an insanely strong dual lane.
5 seconds remaining.
Do I still like DP? It's a tough offlane pick. Nothing really screams, wow, I'm super good in this game at me.
What about offlane Abaddon?
No.
Damn. Trying to fit it in.
Venomancer.
I don't think that's bad, right? Like that works out.
I wouldn't be bad, but maybe just go back to like a Mars or something. It just feels like whatever offlane they pick, it won't be great against Wyvern Troll. That lane is just too good. Yeah, I'm cycling through the heroes. Maybe just go back to the Timber Saw. Because it's the only thing that can really lane there. But then you have a Timber Saw.
Mars.
Choose your hero.
Okay. We did speak about the Mars, but I'm not impressed by that pick, to be honest. Like, Troll Wyvern should crush that lane.
You think so?
Yeah, like Troll innately level 2 has +6 armor, so it doesn't take a whole lot of physical damage from the Mars. Wyvern percentage damage means you're always going to be at like half health. They should be able to run you down quite easily.
Would there be any way that you want to switch these lanes? Would you be willing to do that for anything on Spirit to get the proper matchup?
How though? Like,
That's what
can
I'm
you
asking.
do, right?
Is it possible?
No, I don't think so. I think we just got to accept whatever's happening is
10
happening,
seconds
and
remaining.
maybe with some rotations from the puck and stuff, everything can work out. But the laning
5
phase looks really
seconds
rough.
remaining.
Like mid lane should be very tough. The off lane of Spirit should be very hard to win. The safe lane, however, should be the one that is relatively simple. And Yatoro, of course, on his Phantom Lens is the winning condition. So there should be a lot of pressure coming from that.
All right, so we'll see if Tundra can take it, if they can even the series up at 1, or if Spirit, with this current lineup, are able to hold it down. Do you think Tundra wins? What kind of percentages are you giving them?
With this draft, well, I think actually they're quite a bit favored this time around. 65-35, just draft-wise.
For Tundra, okay.
Mm-hmm. I mean, that's, of course, like if you remove the team names, just look at the drafts.
Right.
I think Tundra's draft is quite a bit superior.
Well, we'll certainly have to see how they perform in this final game of the day, if they can end up being potentially 2-2, or if they end the day 1-3, which would be not great. That's for sure.
Yeah, would be great for Spirit though. 4-0.
Yeah, 4-0. Aster might be able to end 4-0 as well, and they would be the only two teams to be at the top at 4-0. So
prepare for battle.
But of course, it's early days.
Yep, just early days, and we'll see if it ends up being a big deal as we get further into it, of course. And further into this game, we're going to go as Tundra and Spirit on to game number 2, so should be an interesting one. I haven't seen much of the Clockwork. I know it's been banned, and I've watched it in other games, but myself, in a game casting, I haven't seen much of it. It's not one of those heroes that was popular in China at all, either, where we were working. But I'm interested to see how they use it here and how Sox is going to go and make the moves with it.
Yeah, I mean, Clockwork is such a hit-or-miss hero, but Saxa has been amazing on him, so I'm expecting a great performance from him. And it fits his playstyle very well as well. Like, he likes to be very aggro, in your face, invade you early on, really disrupt team fights.
Right.
So yeah, perfect choice for him. I am a little bit worried that if the offlane of Spirit and the mid lane of Spirit lose pretty heavily, which is definitely an option, like a possibility, then the game might just be over very quick because they have this Beastmaster push power and everything. But we'll see how it goes. 3 bounties.
2 for 2.
Oh.
3 for 1. Never mind. I read the Sentry Ward as the bounty real quick, and Yatoro on the run from 33 as well as Saxa, so he's going to be forced to order some regen. He had gone straight Wand Quelling Blade with an Iron Branch.
Yeah, triple Iron plus Magic Wand and a Beastmaster too. Even though there isn't really a whole lot of spells coming out here, in theory at least.
Bottom lane, taking a look, and we'll see how this lane does. Like you said, you said that this Winter Wyvern is going to be a big issue for them. I could definitely see this lane with some levels getting kills, though, for Spirit. But
100%.
I guess that would have to end up being with Snake King not leveling Cold Embrace. Like, does he just go to level 2 in Cold Embrace and just hope that the heal outweighs the damage?
They could do that, but I would much rather they go aggressively with Splinter Blast. Like, the only way they die on the bot lane, I think, is if they get caught without Arctic Burn ready.
Right.
But if that's the case, like, Wyvern is really weak in lane if Arctic Burn is not off cooldown. But you can see once it is, so much damage. Both heroes is half health.
Yeah, not great, but Snake King is taking some damage. Mira even playing aggressive and throwing a Scatter Blast, and he's not afraid to get up close and personal, at least at the moment, so.
Everyone's taking a ton of damage.
I've said it before, I'll say it again. When you feel that little bit of oomph in a Bloodseeker game while pro games are going on, it probably means this is going on, or damage is happening everywhere.
Yeah, the bot lane, both teams have to play very aggressively though. Oh,
ooh, that Skitter Blast landed, and he's got the Arctic Burn. Landing this level 2, good spear. That keeps Skitter off of him, and that probably keeps him alive. With Mira pulling the creep wave all the way over. And they're going to keep it just out of the tower range and in a spot where they can play it a little bit safe, right?
Yeah.
Look at where this lane is being played, where Yadro is too. Kind of absurd.
Yeah, it reminds me of the old days where they changed all the like aggro mechanics of creep pulling and stuff.
Right.
Just so this kind of stuff wouldn't happen.
I used to love seeing that and how teams would go about using that mechanic. There was a point in time where, of course, you were playing in, double stout axe builds.
Yeah, just cut the wave the entire time, never even shown lane. Like, you're literally like behind the tier 2 tower.
All these couriers being a little bit of a bait. Ooh, this one's going back towards Mira. Uh-oh. All right, that one will escape just barely. They both got pretty close to Mira, but Mira didn't want to go for them if he got pulled in too far and ended up losing his life for it. Fire Snap Cookie, if they can land a spear from downtown on Snake King, they'll get the first blood, and that's what they do. They catch this Winter Wyvern out a little bit too far. Meanwhile, Saksa taking a lot of damage. The Impetus is thrown over from Baboshka. They've got the Spirit Lance. The damage isn't quite there yet, but finally one more right-clicking. Yatoro finishes him off. These axes starting to add up, and Yatoro needs to be careful.
Got one more axe.
Oh, he doesn't have the mana.
Oh, 33 has to be careful. There's level 2 enchant. He has no mana for. He has one more axe. One more axe.
Rocket Flare, axes. Ow. No. And now Maposhka with the Impetus. Oh.
Oh, he's going aggro. He's going aggro. Oh, he's dead.
Oh, yeah. Wow. 33 didn't even fall back as far as Maposhka thought he did. That's for sure.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
And they kind of want to go in and they want to continue to find themselves this Phantom Lancer.
Now, no boots on the clock though, so he wasn't able to catch up. And let's see, do you bring in more region? Of course you do. Give me that tango. Give me one more tango.
Yeah, he's not into Nature's Attendance yet, so he doesn't have that to heal him up either. He's gone 1-2 at the moment.
Yeah,
I'm a big fan of that. Oh yeah, I'm a big fan of Aggression Enchantress.
Agreed. Although healing, like the Nature's Attendants, are just
strong.
Too strong, honestly. Like those little buggers are, yeah, kind of ridiculous, especially in the laning phase.
I think the one big issue, and I don't know if you agree with this.
Okay.
You in trouble? No, he's fine.
Yeah.
I'm not sure you agree with this point, but it feels like if you're gonna go Aggression Enchantress, the early levels of Nature's Attendants, when you finally do get them, don't feel as effective.
They do nothing.
Well, yeah, whereas like early on, they feel super strong, but if you've now gone 4 levels of like an Impetus and Enchanter, like 2 and 2, and the Nature's Attendants just don't feel like they benefit you as much.
Yeah, it's a very strong balancing act and kind of reading the game right. Because it's not easy. Oh, Poshka. Oh, he doesn't have
Squitter Blast. Up in the, or down to the bottom lane.
Yeah. I mean, this is short of starting to show like why Troll is so strong in this lane.
Regeneration.
Like, despite having first spot, Master's still behind the net worth.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Mira. He's going to have some help from Toronto Tokyo. Taps the leash from the Dream Coil, and they'll catch him just on the edge. He was trying to use that Arctic Burn to get away from this puck, but won't be successful in doing so.
Yeah, honestly, nowadays, I don't even think you really consider TA a puck counter anymore in lane. Like, you just go into the fast Witchblade, and suddenly you are the strong hero against TA, because you can actually burn off the refraction. Or Miposhka might just be dead.
And it's off.
Caught up in traps. No.
Chance slow
Slow
on the
slow.
run. And
Clockwork's
trying
coming.
to avoid the trap, trying to avoid Saksa. Saksa, he doesn't have enough mana for Battery Assault initially, but
he can't
he
reach
uses the Magic Stick, and now he's not fast enough. The Primal Roar is now forced to be used on the Enchantress.
Yeah, that doesn't feel too great. Because now Yatoro is going to just be farming free in the jungle. Did he go Midas? Oh my god, Yatoro just went Magic Wand Midas.
The absolute greed.
It can't get any greedier than that. Literally impossible.
Dire's top tower is under
Tumblr's
attack.
Toy. And keeping that, giving him that extra 200 mana.
Yeah, there's just no better item yet, so why not just keep it?
I love Tumblr's Toy when I'm playing Zeus. Actually feels so good.
Mira in trouble.
Dire's Dire's bottom tower.
Yeah, he's down bottom. Arctic Burn slowing him up. Skitter trying to get the kill, but they've got themselves the spear once again. Arctic Burn, not enough damage as he'll fire snap Cookie away. So Mira again playing on the edge. He's got this early headdress, that early HP regen. He's going into the boots and looking to stack. Oh, Mira! Oy, oy, oy.
Radiant's middle
Ow,
tower
ow, 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 ow. I had to use the wand.
He had to also eat a fairy fire.
Got the stack though.
Got the double stack, yeah.
To be honest though, I don't want to sound mean, but it's kind of grief when you have a Phantom Lancer. He has a very hard time farming these stacks.
True,
Dire's middle tower
but
is under attack.
are they only meant for him?
We'll see. Maybe they team farm it. Collapse is sitting solo health down here. They're kind of trying to bait him.
Yeah, they're trying to lay him on the hook.
They already saw him though with the ward. So they know Mr. Puck is here. They won't be falling for anything.
Sometimes if you wait long enough, they show up. But they're wise to it.
Yeah, there's also just literally like a lane ward, seeing everything.
By the way, Yatoro is shifted over towards mid. He's level 8. He's having a good time, and they're going to leave this Enchantress up top. Like, Miposhka's getting some solo farm. That feels great for him.
Yeah, I think Enchantress always needs some sort of farm at least. Like, you want to be the hero that runs in and scouts for a team, right? You can't just like immediately die.
Fire snap Cookie. And that comes down, lands on a Skitter.
Really awkward though.
Collapse. He's got Arena. He's got 11 charges on the wand. They'll go to the Dream Coil. And now they'll throw down the Arena. It keeps Skitter out. Snake King lined up. And that'll block the tower from doing any damage. They're able to take out this Winter Wyvern. So Dream Coil and Arena.
Miposhka's gonna get screamed
that
at, I
feels
think.
okay.
Dire's top tower is under
Miposhka
attack.
on the run. Axe is coming through. Soxa trying to
Radiant's
chase.
middle tower is
Miposhka
under
has
attack.
ignored the Nature's Attendants all completely.
One more axe and you're gone.
Maybe he gets the courier before he dies. Never mind. All right, cool.
And he's dead.
Dire's top tower is
He's
under
dead.
attack.
So you know what I mean? Yatoro doesn't even want to farm the Ancients. Because he can.
Dire's structures are fortified.
He's attempting to now.
Yeah, he'll give it a shot. Why not?
Dire's top tower
He's
is
taking a
under
lot of
Yeah.
damage.
He's fine. Never in doubt. Look at that.
I'm
Dire's
looking.
top tower is fallen.
Got the Possessed Mask as well. It's a struggle. He'll get it done eventually.
Yeah, it's not the fastest stack take.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Top lane, Dream Coil. Mortimer's Kiss is coming down. And hook shot short. Oh,
Was it short or was it missed?
I thought it was short.
Because that would have saved the Beastmaster potentially. Let him get out of Roar at least. Goodbye,
Miposhka run
Miposhka.
down, yeah.
Getting 2-shot
TA
probably.
is able to get the rundown there and has the gold to go into the Mithril Hammers and buy out on a Desolator,
Radiant's
holding
middle tower is
3,200
under
gold.
attack.
There it is.
TA is very farmed. That's good news for them. And Troll is going for Battle Fury as well. Oh my god, there's so much greed always on Tundra. It's insane. Like, you know, usually people would be going Maelstrom with like a TA, but nah, he's like, screw that. We're going full greed.
TA top of the net worth by 16 gold, so doing his thing.
Yeah.
Hook shot to leave. Soxa
Radiant's bottom
escapes
tower
the
is
grasp
under
of
attack.
Toronto, Tokyo, and Mira. They get that
Dire's
Desolator
top tower is under
finished off
attack.
on 9. He gets it delivered.
They
Fast
can do
Esso.
Roche super fast. Together with the Beastmaster should be no problem at all.
Mine is truly a blessed life.
Do you try to defend this if you're Spirit and you catch wind of it? Because you've got Arena, you have Dream Coil, the Phantom Lancer. He's close to the Diffusal.
You mean the Roche?
Yeah, if they go for it. Can you defend
I think
that?
you want to try it for sure. Because Troll isn't also... Like, he isn't really fight ready.
Incoming!
See the next move that Toronto Tokyo wants to make? Probably waiting for the kisses, which are up now. They have a smoke available too if they want to use it.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
And they're staying kind of close to Roche. I feel like Spirit understands the timings on Tundra. That they're staying kind of on the north side of the map, right? Like, near enough by Roche that if they do go
Hook shot, collapse.
Hook shot, bottom. They've got the cogs. They'll throw down the arena, and that will keep them in.
What a sick play. No way. He planted the arena in such a way that it overlapped with the cogs and it pushed him out. And then the other two were stuck inside. That was insane.
Yeah.
Great play.
That worked out pretty well in their favor. They don't have the arena now, but they are going to smoke up on two of these heroes. They'll maybe look over to help out if Maposhka gets gone on over mid. He's gone to the 2-3-0-1. And Yatoro he's got the defusal, but he doesn't have a courier to deliver it. Using that enchanted creep to pull the creep wave over to the Phantom Lancer too. Meanwhile, Mortimer's Kiss is 9 hit with the Waning Rift. Illusory Orb, kisses in, Soxa though, and Snake King, Winter's Curse. It's thrown on a Toronto Tokyo. They've got the Fire Snap Cookie. That'll get him out of the cogs. The Toronto Tokyo needs to be careful, goes to the phase shift with the Illusory Orb, and will jaunt away to it. Troll coming into the fight. They've got one trap on Maposhka, looking for a second. Mira's also in trouble. First hit Root, and Mira, oh, Cookie, some space.
Arctic Burning 2 if needed.
Yeah, no way. He's dead.
Yeah.
And that's
Roshan's is hello. Yeah, got the flats finish as well, so the lifesteal's gonna be there.
Even try for this?
I mean, Pierre is very strong, but if you lose the fight there, that's how they snowball, right? So I think you just give up this Aegis. Not optimal, but at least you don't lose the game straight out.
So, TA with the Deso Treads blink already at 15 minutes into the game. That being said, it feels like TA is kind of farming real well. Yatoro's ahead of the TA.
Yeah, it's never a good sign if PL is actually that farmed, but he's not as a critical mass yet. We know the critical mass is Diffu, Heart, Manta. He's still quite far away from that. Ooh, nice dodge. I don't know if he knew that was coming, but it was a great dodge.
Might have assumed it with the wards up.
Yeah. Just overall, like, it feels like Spirit is getting away with so many little plays just because they're outplaying Tundra a little bit here and there. Like, Collapse should have died already. Yatoro should have died already, like, once or twice.
Mm-hmm. So, do you think Spirit are in an okay spot? Where is this game heading towards Tundra?
Oh no, I think Spirit are in a very good spot. Simply because the puck is really farmed, the PL is really farmed. If they can weather the storm for like another 10 minutes or so, and PL gets up to the hard timing, then that's when they're really gonna be... Well, I wouldn't say unkillable. Troll is pretty decent against PL, and so is Wyvern. But it's going to be very tough to deal with him. But not Armor PL unkillable.
Right. Troll comes back. Snapfire comes back. Just missing Toronto Tokyo. Let's see. Blink Dagger for the Winter Wyvern next. Got the Battle Fury on the Troll. Very built on the TA going to the BKB next. BKB Butterfly Satanic. At the looks of it.
So you're just trying to go for a full... I'm gonna stand my ground and just fight you PL build.
Helm of the Overlord is also being shipped out.
Yeah, that's the big one. That is really when you start pressuring. Get the big creep. What's it gonna be? Dragon.
Ooh, TA speared up, and 9. He is far behind enemy lines, and they're gonna get this Aegis out of his hands immediately. They've got Dream Coil, and Mortimer's Kiss is down, and 9. He's in so much trouble. He's gone a second time. Arena now with another spear that lands and hits on a Snake King. Make it a second.
Collapse is just way too good, man.
Jets.
Collapse on his Mars is just way too good. I doubted the pick a little bit because of the laning phase, but he's proven me wrong, man. Like, his spell usage this game has just been absolutely insane.
Radiant structures are fortified.
Really well done there by Spirit, but here comes the hook shot. You don't have TA, you don't have Winter Wyvern, but they want to get the kill here on Iatro. He is stunned up for so long. Just gets the doppelganger away.
Wow.
And he'll survive with 150 health. Just enough to find himself an escape.
Man, just outplaying Tundra left and right. Every time they're just like a little bit ahead.
Where are you going?
It must be so frustrating when you're Tundra. You're so close every time, just like an inch. You know, like one more spell, one more anything. But they're like, nah, I don't want to die today. I'm good, thank you.
Means the Phantom Lancer is going to be able to continue that farm. Doesn't get stopped at all. Like, that is not fun when you're on the side of Tundra.
Arena's back up in 5. 9 still no BKB. He has to be careful. You don't want to die the same way again.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Poshka nearby, and of course Collapse also.
I've got the body blocks of Collapse and a Dragon too. I don't know. I just really enjoy watching Team Spirit play right now. It just feels like they're on a different level.
Let's see. Do they have an understanding of where they're at? They don't see Snaking with this ward in the river just yet, but the ward in the jungle, they can kind of guess as to where they are unless they TP down. They're not going to go that direction, though. They're going to continue to farm the jungle.
I mean, it's all about reaching a critical mass for PL. It always is with that hero.
And it's getting quicker and quicker. You see how much he's able to pull away from both the TA as well as the Troll, and maybe that's got a little bit to do with the fact that these 3 cores kind of farm up a lot of the map.
Yeah, also had to do with the fact that he literally just had a Midas minute 6 or something, because he just rushed for it. You can't get any more greedy. And he didn't die a single time. Completely got away with it.
Yeah. So what do you do to stop this Phantom Lancer, who is just out of control at the moment?
You need your BKB on Troll as well as TA. Then you're gonna start really aggressing towards the enemy territory.
We talk about the Phantom Lancer a lot, but of course Toronto Tokyo is there too, and he's got quite a bit of farm. They'll get the kill on Asaxa very quickly, with Collapse now having that shard. So Puck's keeping up with the offlane. Obviously, they're giving up a lot of room here to Yatoro, but Toronto Tokyo, we've seen what he can do. He had the triple rampage in the previous game, and give him enough space, and he'll make use of it. He may be pretending that, yeah, he's the illusion, trying to potentially bait them in.
Radiant's middle tower is
Has to be careful though. Doesn't want to overstep his boundaries. Like right now, PL is still, he's very strong if he's like just unchecked in a fight, but if they focus him, he dies very fast. Just 1400 health. And Troll with BKB will absolutely shred him. So has to be very careful how he approaches these fights.
Smoke up by Tundra. They're going to come all the way through. Miposhka's the one who breaks the smoke, and we've said it before, we'll say it again. Using all your spells on an Enchantress isn't exactly the best feeling, and they're not even going to go for him. He's just able to walk away with Mira nearby. They've got this ob set up. They know what they want, and They're going to try and defend this tier 2 tower. We'll see how much they're willing to throw in the way of them. Right now, it's just Skitter going after it, but they've got the glyph, so... From the other side, Sox is in trouble. They set up
nice cookie!
They set up the cookie with the Dark Troll Summoner, and now they've got the Dream Coil. Spear forces the BKB, and Skitter will go to the TP out.
Man, outplaying again. They have no business taking these fights. They have a troll with BKB. This tower was supposed to be free. And Yatoro was just farming the entire time.
Yeah, and I'm pretty sure he's got the Manta being delivered. He's working on the heart already.
Yeah, got a shot as well. He is so rich. Sure, Tia isn't much further behind, but Tia is supposed to be ahead of the Phantom Lancer.
Yeah?
Not 1,000 gold behind.
You're getting close to that critical mass, and Yatoro is going to take all this time that he wants because he knows the rest of the team at the moment is doing a really good job of making sure that Tundra don't get much out of the map, right? Like, they didn't get the tier 2 over the top. Roche, it's down right now. There's no Aegis, so they could do what they want to just give Yatoro the space, and that's what they're doing. Fire Stab Cookie's not the right way, and now they've actually got the Winter's Curse, so that locks up Toronto Tokyo. The hook shot, the damage from the right click, they'll take him out. Double tap. They lose Saksa, but Yatoro's into this. And, well, 9 forced to pop the BKB. Again, another Fire Snap Cookie sending him back, but Yatoro not scared to maybe reinitiate on this one. 33 from behind.
Arena.
They've got the arena. No more BKB. Down goes 9. And they'll look for 33. Addition, subtraction, who knows? These numbers are falling off the map, though, and their prowess for mathematics are showing on the side of Spirit.
Yeah, PL is starting to get it. You can see his damage output is already insane. Now it's just the survivability where it's a little bit lacking. But if you can ever lock it on a target and they can't fight back, they just die immediately. They're looking for the troll too. Well, the Poshka is. Yeah, and Skeeter is out of there. Yeah, I mean, it's hard to really fault Tundra for anything if Spirit is playing at this level. Like, it's actually insane. Every time there's a spot on with all the abilities.
They really haven't messed it up just yet.
It's kind of crazy to think about. They're only 2k ahead after all these crazy plays, right? Like, the draft is actually still favoring Tundra quite a bit, but they just completely outplay them every turn.
Push up in 45 seconds, and Tundra maybe not going to be as confident going over towards the Roche pit. They did not have Skitter in that last fight, though.
They did not, yeah. They need to get the next Roshan in 20 seconds. But Pia is already into the Reaver. Now, they're all playing bot lane. If they scout Roche immediately, they can get it instantly.
Spear land, Snaking dead.
Or they can get Snaking as well. Everyone's making their way to Roche pit. Except Yatoro, he's going to be pushing.
Dire's courier has been killed. Dire's top tower is under
traps
attack.
down, so it sees Roche. Aegis Shard.
Radiant's bottom tower has fallen.
There's a bash on a troll now, which can be very strong if you can lock in on a target. But yeah, getting kited is a real worry of his. He's just running into the pit. But they know. They have a lot of spam, they have to be careful. No Ench though, yeah, it looks like a free Roche again. What is it?
Oh, collapse! BKB! Oh, he got the Aegis and he got the kill! I cannot believe collapse! He is on fire today! Great Winter's Curse, locking up 3. Can they get anything out of this one? They've got themselves a Splinter Blast, but here comes Yatoro. The BKB's been popped by 9. They're going to go the other way with this one. The Phantom Lancer's going to try and chase 33 as well as 9. They go to the Primal Roar that hits onto the Phantom Lancer, but there's the blink from Collapse. They land the spear again. Oh dear, oh may, oh my. They've got the Fire Staff Cookie. Collapse is going to survive.
He has the Aegis anyway.
And he's got the Aegis, so he has a second life. Skitter, there's no way out. Oh my god, Collapse.
My thanks will come
later. Collapses.
Oh my god.
I don't even know what to say. Like,
Radiant's middle tower
we can just reiterate the fact that they're just outplaying them at every single turn. That Roshan was not supposed to go to the Dire, neither was the Aegis. They get both for free, losing nothing. The arrow into his heart now. What do you do?
Middle tower has fallen.
Yeah, I'd love to see that again. That was absolutely insane. Yeah, we're gonna take a look. Collapse, grabs the Aegis, gets the kill on Roche. This is a good Winter's Curse, but look at the TA, unsure. Like, what am I doing here? BKB, I'm getting out.
Yeah, while Skitter actually went in with his. Gets caught out of position. Another nice spear to finish. Bam. Loses his Aegis at the end, but whatever. You literally won.
His Aegis with Skitter having as much health as he did.
Yeah. He probably just won his team the game, to be honest. 33 running away with the movement speed bonus of the ult. Has a TP, and... No, the spear's on cooldown. Okay. Not again. Not again, collapse. I thought he was gonna activate hacker mode and reduce the spear cooldown by 1 second real quick. Got it. That's how it looks like right now. Like, all the plays are just way too perfect. It's like a perfected AI program playing right now.
We need like tiny collapse cam.
Yeah, 100%.
And he is really showing
Radiant's
off.
top tower is under attack.
Not only just in the last fight either, right? It has been like the entire game.
Yeah, yeah, I wholeheartedly agree.
Which is kind of hard to believe, because usually in Dota there's so many like instances to make mistakes, right? But honestly, I can't say that I have seen Collapse make a mistake yet. He didn't miss a spear yet. His ults have been on point. Oh, maybe he missed the last in the laning phase. Oh no.
Darn. Tundra now down 10,000 net worth, and they're going to have to try and find a way back into this one. They've got Skitter moving forward. They have that shard on the TA, so that was the silence, but the hook shot misses.
There's a DD down there that could potentially be an opening.
They have a shard on the Beastmaster. They do. So they do have the dive bomber, and that's going to come in, and it lands. It's on a collapse. BKB, Primal Roar, that's after the BKB, but do they have the damage? They've got the silence out for the Beastmaster. They get the kill to collapse. That's going to be an 8-time screen in the hands of Skitter. Skitter. Oh, he went into the ulti, the illusory orb. They get the code of 33. They'll take out Sox at 2 years down on the side of Tundra. And these heroes on Tundra need to leave. Skitter.
9.
BKB on
Blink
cooldown, already left. 9 with the BKB. He'll go to the Blink Dagger out. And Toronto Tokyo can only just watch, and so can Yatoro and his
Radiant's
illusions.
top tower is under attack.
No basher. Went into the orchid snake. He has to be careful.
Oof.
Still in the chase.
He still might just
He's
be dead. The damage is intense.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
The perma 40 agi from the Phantom Rush is, yeah, it's very insane when you can get on top of someone. Mikoshka. Kisses are coming in. There's no BKB on Troll.
Yeah.
He's getting break down. No ult either.
You can't be
He's trying to do supports.
Oh no, Skitter!
You can.
He got crushed by 2 supports. Oh my god, no chance at all.
That
Are
is
scanning.
rough. That's for sure.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Man, getting kited to hell and back.
Back again.
Oh my god,
And
TA
now
also
they,
caught.
yeah, they
No
found TA
BKB.
base shift. The damage not enough to kill Toronto Tokyo, and Baposhka's got a kill on 9.
Man, everything's just going wrong for Tundra. They seem a little bit checked out as well. Like, they just killed the troll in that area. Like, you don't really have any business there. I can't really blame them, and after getting outplayed so many times in a row, like, it must be very frustrating, very disheartening.
Yeah, no doubt. I really don't doubt it. Like, it just has been pretty crazy. Ooh. What do you do to stop Spirit? I don't even know if you have the answers anymore. You've just been, now the puck's ahead of both your carries, or quote cores carries, whatever you want to call them.
Yeah, and he has an A on disc, so if he ever gets roared, makes a mistake, doesn't matter.
No, not at all.
Radiant's top tower is under
Level 25 on the Phantom Lancer already? Huh. finishes Bloodthorn. So if he ever singles out any stunned target, they're just dead.
Phantom Lancer, he is at mass, critical mass with this Abyssal that's next.
He is enormous. Yeah. And you're dead.
Spear, yeah, BKB. He gets the ult off, but
for
what? The hook shot hits under the potion. They're gonna go after Collapse. They've got the Winter's Curse. They're starting to do some damage here onto the Mars. They've got themselves the TA. All right, they've got one, but 33 he falls. So 1 for 1 at the moment. Skitter trying to survive. He's got the Cone Embrace wrapped around him, but it's not really that great of a blanket, and not a blanket that's going to keep him safe. Everyone's got a safety blanket, and that one's not going to work for this troll. Down goes Snaking. They look over at 9. They are deleting them one by one, and Saksa unable to get back into the base. They have fully team-wiped Tundra. Spirit, they lose Collapse, they lose Mira, but that's it. And they call GG on the side of Tundra. Spirit will take it 2-0.
Yeah, absolutely no chance. Reminds me of exactly what LGD did today earlier as well. They just picked this PL, the draft doesn't look that good, they just completely run them over. Now that could mean two things, right? Are they just that much position? Or is Phantom Lancer actually a sleeper hero that people actually didn't think was as strong as he really is?
He's been given 2 pretty interesting games. The first PL game felt more like wide open PL game, right? This one maybe not so much, but he played Ultra Greed and got away with it. That is insane.
Yeah.
Like Midas, 6 minutes in, straight Midas with a wand, no regen. Remember?
Magic wand, Quelling Blade,
and an Ironwood
Midas.
Yeah, that okay. So into Midas straight away. Like that is insanity. That is ridiculously greedy, and they got away with it. And I guess that, does that say PL's good? Yes. Does that also say the strengths of Spirit are great too? Yes, because they got away with that. They played this greedy lineup and they knew how to play around it and knew how to make it work. And I think that's a big thing to think about when you're facing Spirit coming up, right?
100%. I mean, they're 4-0 now. All 4 victories were not close, like not at all. The games were absolute storms every time, and they just look to be on a different level. Their drafts aren't always the best, but the way to just make it work through team play, through individual performances, just outplaying in general. Like this game in particular was just absolutely insane. A Collapse played out of his mind, but not only him, even like the entire squad just on a different level today, at least.
Yeah, they're looking like they're going to be in TI form, and then now they're 4-0 after day 1, and it looks really good for them. So, any last thoughts before we close out the show?
Not really, other than unfortunately the quote-unquote on paper favorites were, winning quite easily. I guess it's just part of the patch. It's a very snowbally patch. If you win early on, you're just going to keep winning. So we might be in for a rough awakening. Like the favorites might just be at the top, at the very top, and the underdogs might just be at the very bottom. But we'll have to see. Still early days, just day 1. Most teams only have 1 game played, so can't really judge anything yet.
Yeah, hard to judge, but it is just day 1. We are going to come back tomorrow with even more Dota, so put your horse in the stable, get yourself something at the saloon, and come on back to the Arlington Majors. We get ourselves back into some Dota coming tomorrow. We'll be back tomorrow.
Yeehaw!
Yeah. That's it.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Just remember, break your stock. Your own doesn't even describe it. My thanks will come later.